You still got me?
They represent. Getting ready to kick off, it looks
I don't think
like
I've ever
the
worn a headset like
captain
this.
playmaker for St.
I don't think
Joe's,
I've ever worn a
Jimmy
headset like
Wolfer,
this.
will be kicking off for the Hawks, going
Gold
left to
cap.
right as you're viewing. And here we are in beautiful Virginia Beach, ready to kick off here in the ACRC7s.
Perfect temperature today, no wind, about 60 degrees, fielded cleanly by Delaware on the attack. Missed tackle right there, and those are killers in sevens. Delaware on the attack with numbers on the outside. It looks like about a 4-on-1 if he can get the offload.
No, he didn't really move it at all, but that's Chris Mattina, their captain, getting a nice break, but he's got to move that ball a little faster.
Little errant pass there from Delaware, but they maintain possession. St. Joe's able to structure their defense and get the penalty. Quick tap from St. Joe's, and now they're on the run. 2-on-1 on the outside, switches it back in. Good decision to bring it back in, although there was plenty of space on the outside. There's another missed tackle right up the middle. If he can offload it, gets the offload, and they have numbers on the outside.
That was Mike McGee with that first break, and then he linked up with Tom Curavan. Oh, look, they have space now.
Still have numbers on the outside. A simple 2-on-1 for the corner. Looks like he's got the pace, and it's going to be a centered try. St. Joe's to start the scoring off for the 2016 ACRC. We have an injured St. Joe player on the deck.
Well, Matt, that was actually pretty nice little work
on top of him.
from St. Joe's. The
Driving
minute they
player
got
there,
that
ready to
penalty,
play.
which
Gold needs to release.
you know, 6 of one, half
He
a
did
dozen
not
the other
run it.
most of the time in the rucks.
Captain.
And somebody in from the
Captain.
side, somebody holding
Your players
on.
continue to talk to
They
me. That way
tapped
they'll
it
be off the
quickly
field.
right on the
Thank you.
mark.
Cheers.
Got it out to the wing, and then they like that cut back inside. The switch move, cut it back inside. Let's recycle and let's just move that ball out again. So
Conversion was not good.
yeah,
Don't
No,
believe.
it's not good.
you can't assume those conversions, especially on this bouncy turf. And then they were able to, you know, the ball rolls around a little bit, but if it goes backwards, you're okay. And they rescued that. It was Mike McGee who rescued it and got it out to the wing. I did not see who scored it. Looks like it might have been Curcio. And 5-0 St. Joe's early on.
I was watching St. Joe's warming up, and they were spending a lot of time on that switch back in on the outside, and that was their warm-up for every bit of 5 minutes.
I see,
And you saw the difference between what St. Joe's was able to do with the space on the
Yeah,
outside as
day off,
opposed to
a
what
lot of talk
Delaware
from
was
the
able
teams,
to
guys.
do. Delaware ran it into contact. St. Joe's found the 2-on-1 and took advantage of it.
You're
They
all
have an
right.
injury on the field, but, you know, it goes back.
Do we have a
Matt, as
sub,
you
Red?
said, the first
we have a
break
sub and
by
he can walk.
Mattina from Delaware needed to pass that out.
we
He
already
had
have a
so much
sub in, then we
support,
need
didn't
to-
use it.
St. Joe's
you
has
ask your
already
coach to see
made
if
the
he's able
sub,
to
and
walk?
once we find the number or see the number of the injured player, and we'll let you know who the substitute player is. High-quality rugby teams here, and we also have high-quality rugby referees by Mike Kelly in the middle right now.
It's your shoulder,
For
man.
pool play, though,
I know,
this will
like,
be team touch
your teammates
judges,
wanna
and
play.
not, as we get in the knockout rounds, it'll move to ARs. St. Joe's on the restart. Wonderful kick, fielded cleanly. Delaware on the attack. The minute he puts that ball in his arm, they know he's not going to pass, so little shove there from St. Joe's.
As Michael Gorman trying to rescue that a little bit.
St. Joe's not committing too many bodies to the ruck. The resources, they're saving them for the defensive line structure, and they get another penalty, holding on by Delaware.
You get
Quick
isolated like that, and somebody gets hands on the ball, it's a good chance that you're going to get pinged for holding on, so you need that support to go in and go over the ball in the ruck.
St. Joe's about 7 meters from the try line, and you can see where it says G on the field. That is the try line for this. Number 3 takes it in, and he's through the gap, and he beats one defender. Try, St. Joe's.
Well, that was Michael McGee. We mentioned him earlier. Tyler Kelly's controlled that pass and got it out to McGee. It was good teamwork. Certainly seemed to be communicating very nicely with each other and taking advantage of the space on the outside.
Spacing. Delaware's not really putting St. Joe's under a ton of pressure right now, and there's a lot of bodies in that middle area. You're going to hear me say resources a lot. That's just players. A lot of players are stuck in the middle area, opening up the outside for a talented, speedy St. Joe's team.
Well, he makes the kick from the outside as opposed to the kick from in front of the post, but No, you're right. A couple of loopy passes. Now, if you're putting pressure, defensive pressure on that attacking line, then you're able to punish those loopy passes. But at the moment, not a problem for St. Joseph's.
And I see that number 10, Brendan Shields, was the substitute player brought on, and St. Joe's restarts.
And that kick was by McTiernan.
Well played from Delaware. No knock on there, so the referee's going to let that play. Good defense from St. Joe's. They know they're not going to get it, so they just concede the ruck, and now Delaware on the attack. A big ruck there. Looked like a knock on, but St. Joe's on the attack. Can he get the inside break? No, unable to get the stiff arm, but ability to get the ball moving again, and it was just knocked on by St. Joe's. It'll be scrum, Delaware deep in their territory.
Well, boy, St. Joe's is quick on the ball, aren't they, in that ruck? They really want to get that poach or that penalty. Nice little angled run there from Aram Kazgijian, who is showing a little Armenian power there. He's their top scorer for St. Joseph's. But as you see now, it's scrum to Delaware, and they're going to put the ball in from kind of the wrong side, but it doesn't really matter so much in sevens. They want to align their backs to the left, so that's how they're going to do it.
Big shove there by St. Joe's. Referee didn't like it, thought the wheel was intentional, so it would be a penalty against St. Joe's on the wheel. In rugby, you have to drive straight in that scrum. The referee's not going to allow you to pull one side and push the other and turn that scrum one way or the other because it gives an advantage to the defending team. And now we're under attack again, or we on the attack from Delaware again, deep in their territory.
It's Chris Matina again, the captain, the guy who helped rescue this program. Starting to move it a little bit more. Romeo there, too.
Good defensive tackle there, but they're starting to find some gaps in the St. Joe's defense. But St. Joe's defense is just solid.
Nice tackle from Kelly, the number 1 for St. Joe's.
Delaware did not release the ball. St. Joe's had a clear opportunity to take it from him, and he held on to it, thereby earning a penalty. Had that one pass to make for the outside player, and same penalty the other way, not releasing.
Great tackle there from Matina. Is really all he could do.
Looks like they have numbers on the outside. Little dummy step inside, unable to get that pass off, but looks like they secure possession, Delaware does. Now Delaware on the attack. Delaware in the yellow and blue, St. Joe's in the black and red hoop. Another good tackle, isolated, and he had clean opportunity at the ball.
Well, referee Kelly is very, very quick on this. He's going to card this. He's seen it too many times that holding on to the ball when they go into the ruck, and he is giving a penalty for sort of an aggressive poach. That he's allowing the aggressive poach and penalizing Delaware for holding on as a result.
And since it was 2 times in their own territory, in 7-minute halves, that's a big deal. You can't do it, and the referee is going to penalize your team for multiple infractions inside your half. And that's halftime here for the first game of the 2016 ACRC Championships. St. Joe 12, Delaware 0.
Hey fans, URugby Virginia Beach would like to thank Boathouse Sports for its generous support. Boathouse is the leader in custom team gear and athletic wear, including team jackets, sports uniforms, and other clothing. The company prides itself on delivering high-quality, custom apparel in an efficient and cost-effective manner, guided by a client-centered customer service approach. Boathouse Sports works with elite sports programs around the country and is the exclusive apparel provider to the rugby teams of the Ivy League, the South Independent Rugby Conference, and the Empire Rugby Conference. The company is headquartered in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and all products are made in America. Visit boathouse.com for more information.
So that was a good first half. I think the possession and territory were definitely to St. Joe's. Delaware was on their back foot almost the whole time, save for that very opening kickoff.
You know, Matt, you can really tell right now from this beginning first 7 minutes which team has been playing sevens most of the spring and which team is not. And Delaware's entered a couple of sevens tournaments, but their main focus until a couple of weeks ago, or last week really, was the D1AA 15s playoffs. They were trying to get somewhere in that, which is great, and they did win a game and they did move on. But St. Joe's has been playing in the Keystone conference series. They actually haven't been super great in that. They haven't won any tournaments. You'd expect them to win tournaments. They finished like second or third a couple of times, been pretty competitive, but they've been playing sevens, and they've been scoring tries here because they're playing better sevens.
Yes, I agree with you on that, Al. Delaware a new team, or are they a
Well, they've got to pull out of that.
conference in St. Joe's is representing
Interception.
Nice.
Here we go. Here we go.
Sidesteps, finds the gap, has some pace. Good covered defense. Referee sought the high tackle because the arm was above the shoulder. It'll be a penalty against St. Joe's for a high tackle. That's what Delaware is looking to do, is try to find those gaps and get out of their territory. They've spent almost the entire, 8 minutes so far in this match in their half of the field.
They've had one attack, and they lost that because of a penalty. We got an injury down on the field now. Remember, Delaware is still shorthanded, but they're bringing, I think, no, they're just making a couple of substitutions. And to the question about whether Delaware is a new team, there are experienced rugby players on this team. Not everybody transferred out when the team went under suspension. They do have some players, but they are still also rebuilding what was at one point a sevens program that was like a national power sevens program. The first day of the CRC, the year before the time before they got suspended, I remember they went 3-0, and I remember their coach Biddy Boyle giving them a talk and just telling them just to not be satisfied, to continue to play better. And they struggled with that actually the second day because they're playing a lot of really, really good teams. But that was the approach. That was the attitude. Don't be satisfied.
St. Joe's with the steal off the line out. That was Delaware's best opportunity this half. And there's that cut back in from St. Joe's. And they've got numbers on the outside if they can exploit it. Delaware's defense is a little bit fractured. You can see it's not completely flat. There's the drop step defense. Excellent tackle there from Delaware. St. Joe's takes it in. A lot of resources, a lot of yellow jerseys there, but Matt Hess grabs the ball. He just got in the game.
Not exactly a big turn of pace from Matt Hess, but he did do his job, and they do have a possession. Lots of space.
Mistackled from St. Joe's, and that could be their first try. Their second time deep in St. Joe's territory. There is no offsides. Oh, yes, there was. The referee said there was a tackle.
Matt Ramirez on the break, and he's able to give it off there, and that is Chris Matina.
Try, Delaware.
Matina is just the first person there, and you talk about support running. Getting there quickly for the penalty call has got a lot to do with it, and I think that the call there was diving onto the ball on the ruck, which is just sort of losing his feet, losing his balance over it. But that was all about that break by Matt Ramirez, and Ramirez had like a 1-on-2, but was able to split him, go through, and Matina was right there to take the tap and go over.
And it's in that scenario, it's about communication. And I don't know that the two St. Joe's players even looked at each other to say, I got him, you got him, let him go. But it was smart by the Delaware player to split the gap and get the point. So now it's a manageable 5-12 as we're midway through the second period of the first game of pool play today. St. Joe's on the attack with the lead, but you don't want to sit on a lead, and he finds the gap. Two missed tackles. It's about
that's
30 meters out.
McTiernan again.
Tackled from behind. Nice offload. One to beat. Keeps his balance. One to beat, and he's in.
That's
Try. St. Joe's.
Slid over the line. That's good enough. Just managed to stay on his feet. And that was a nice little support run from Greg McTiernan. He popped it up, and I couldn't see. I think that was Zabrowski, Matt Zabrowski. I may be wrong on that one. But he paid for it, too, because he scraped over a little bit on the artificial turf. But we're all good. We're all happy. And that was a big one from St. Joe's.
It was. And the referee at the end there issued a yellow card for a high tackle against Delaware. So they'll be down 6 against 7, 19-5. Approximately 2 minutes remaining in the second half. St. Joe's 19, Delaware 5. Delaware is down to 6 players after the yellow card. Yellow card was given because as the player was going into the try zone, came over the top and got him a high tackle.
You know, we don't really see penalties called, in my opinion, enough on things like late hits on when they're touching the ball down, things like that. It's really the sort of thing that can cause a problem in a game.
St. Joe's on a nice kick restart with the extra man advantage. Delaware finds the gap. Nice. Saw the defenders back to him.
He's got a bit of a step. I don't know if he's got too much pace. Nice take, though.
Ooh, almost
Mike
a great
Gorman.
tackle just out of the grasp of it, and he's got the corner, one to beat. Try, Delaware.
Well, that's Michael Gorman, and, you know, the thing about that try is they've got about a minute to go. They really need this conversion, because if he misses the conversion, it's still a two-score game, still comfortable for St. Joe's. But a nice run from Michael Gorman. He just kept his balance, stayed in field. Nice fend as well.
The defense just off a little bit there, and that conversion is no good. The defense was moving into position, sliding to the next offensive player. It was a heads-up play from Delaware to attack that gap, and he found it, forced someone to turn their hips the wrong way, and offloaded. So now Delaware will restart with 30 seconds remaining. In the first pool play game, St. Joe's, good kick, 10 meters. Fielded cleanly, he has it outside. Does he have the pace to get there? He's got one corner flagging him, 10 meters, 5 meters. Try, St. Joe's to finish off this game.
Well, that was the try from Zabrowski. Called Zabrowski for an earlier try. I don't think that was him, but that was a heck of a run. It was actually, the previous try was Keshigian, but Zabrowski, it just popped down to him. Nobody in front of him, and he's looking around like, you know, somebody come help me. And there's like, nobody's there. Just keep going. Just keep going. And at some point, one of the things we talk about, always look for your support and try to move the ball. And sometimes just go.
Yeah, and I think that's something we lose in rugby too. Let's just go score the ball. But it was a great kickoff from Delaware, and when your backs are against the wall and you're down like that, you've got to go for it. They were down another man, so it was 6-0 when the guy contested the ball. There was no on the outside to cover, and the final score has St. Joe's 24, Delaware 10 to open up the ACRC 2016-7s tournament.
A really good performance from St. Joe's. As I said, they hadn't gotten all the results that they really wanted. Team, St. Joe's from McGee, Keshigian, Curcio, and then 2 tries from Delaware from Gorman and Matina. Delaware got to play a little bit more sevens, I think.
I think so too. They started off pretty good. Beach featuring the ACRC7s would like to thank Visit Virginia Beach for their generous support. Virginia Beach is the #1 vacation destination in Virginia, with miles of beautiful beaches, museums, history, and year-round activities. Virginia Beach is a great place for your next vacation, convention, or special event. Go to visitvirginiabeach.com for more information. We'll be back in just a couple minutes for our next pool play, which is going to start here in just a minute. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second pool match of the 2016 Virginia Beach ACRC URugby 7s event. Kutztown will be in the maroon and black, Lehigh in the, I believe, brown and white hoops. Patrick Brenner is the referee in the middle.
So would we call these the black and maroon hoops, not the traditional dark KU hoops? Yes, I think these are the black and maroon hoops for Kutztown. Kutztown looking very solid this season. They've won several tournaments. Oddly, they didn't win their own tournament. They put in two, Kutztown 1, Kutztown 2, and they lost in the semifinal on both of those. Major restart error right from the get-go there. Kick does not go 10.
Lehigh, a little bit under pressure already from the get-go. Kutztown defense, look at that nice, solid defensive line, and they'll let him run into him, but they're going to make that tackle on a second effort. Counter ruck kind of working, but not. Left his position on the outside. Lehigh has an opportunity on the outside. Do they have the pace? Good defense
Pass out
there.
from Rivera there, and that's that big boy running. He requires a few players to drag him down.
Big contact right in the middle of the field. Both players seem fine. They get up. Kutztown is playing good defense with one-on-one tackles, not committing a lot of people to a tackle.
I think that's Alex Fuchs, your number 8, your big runner for Lehigh, but turnover and trouble for Lehigh.
Wow, look at that acceleration. He had two guys split, took about 4 steps to make the separation, and that's a try to Kutztown.
Well, you know, that's a classic sevens try in the sense that it's defensive pressure. Let's be patient about it. And it's a contrast really to how St. Joseph's was playing in the first game, where they wanted to poach the ball at every tackle. As conversion goes over, makes it 7-0. But it's there, Kutztown makes a tackle and spreads and then comes right up in your face. They force that drop and then the quick pickup. And
unlike Delaware in the previous game, it's one person making that stop. So Delaware was putting 3 people to one stop, and that outside was open.
I think that was Malafu on the try. Keena Malafu. It was a good start for him. And Storts with the kickoff, and he got the conversion.
So Lehigh played that ball. It didn't quite go 10, but Kutztown, Lehigh played it, so it'll be possession to Lehigh. Little pick and go there. Number 8 for Lehigh, fighting. Good defensive tackle there. Now counter ruck. Ball's available, and there's a little wrestling for it, but won by Lehigh. Nope.
Well, rescued by Rivera, but in the end, Rivera went down to the ground and held on to the ball, so that's going to be a no-go. But you see how Kutztown wants to take the ball by rucking over. They'll use big Wes Hartman to just drive them back rather than look to steal the ball with the hands.
That was an unusual penalty move there from Kutztown. I haven't seen that before. It looked like they were setting up a ruck play, or a ruck move, and now it's spread to the outside.
There he goes, Malafu again.
Gets it off. Fine sevens pass, and now the
beautiful
wraparound. Try Kutztown.
There's a try. And you see 2 things about that. You kids at home, when you're watching the sevens, and you see, first of all, that the player who took the pass from Malafu, and I couldn't see his number, kept the ball free, both hands, raised it above the tackle. So even though he was tackled by 2 players, he sort of rotated around. And then the other thing was that Malafu was taken down on the ground, but he popped right back up and got involved in the play immediately. So he was there for that return pass. It was really just 2 people involved in that. And that means you've got to be smart, good technique, but you also have to work very hard to get involved in the play again.
So Kutztown takes the lead 14-0 right now over Lehigh. We are about midway through the first period. This is the second pool play game, and Lehigh on the attack.
That was Jordan Geisel with the pass off to Malafu for that try.
Referee didn't like it, thought the ruck had been formed, and then the Kutztown player put his hands on the ball, so it's Lehigh penalty on the attack. Lehigh, no option there.
Power knocks him right down to the ground. They got to love that.
Kutztown on the attack. 2-on-2 on the outside. Finds the gap, offloads.
And there we go. It's 3 for Malafu. That was from Storts. And that was just some pretty running.
It was some pretty running. You saw Lehigh. There was no question what that player was going to do. He tucked the ball down, lowered his head, and ran right into 2 defenders. And when you do that against a good team, a sevens team, that may be great in 15s, but when you're playing a sevens team, if you give a team like Kutztown space, they're going to take it and exploit your outside.
I think we've identified Lehigh's tactic, and it's going to be use their size to steamroll some players. But we've got some big guys on this Kutztown team as well, and I think Wes Hartman is really just kind of enjoying the prospect of taking on these big hits.
Well, they may be a fit team, Lehigh, but they're bigger, so their strategy is going to. But you can't do that and just turn it over deep in your territory.
As a decoy, and I think, well, it's just punishing that turnover so quickly. Somebody grabs it and then just sends it out wide immediately. There's at least one pass done.
Do you guys want to talk to any of the coaches?
Let's do it. Let's do it right now.
So we're joined now. One of the coaches here today at the ACRC7s. Hi, I'm Matt.
Matt, how you doing? I'm Shags from St. Joseph's University.
Hi, Shags. Good game in the first game.
Yeah, it was a good one. The boys played well. Really happy with their performance. I thought U of D did a pretty good job as well. They're a good outfit from here, from Delaware. So it was a good job by our guys to get that first win.
How much do you know about your opponents this weekend? You've been playing in several events in the Keystone, I believe, and Delaware hasn't. I don't know. What do you know about your opponents?
Yeah, we've been around a lot. You know, this Kutztown team that's playing right now, we've seen quite a bit. They've been doing a lot of traveling as well. U of D, I haven't seen much sevens except out in Vegas, and they did really well out there as well. So yeah, this tournament, you know, even though it's 12 teams, it's 12 really good teams. So it's a good test for us. You know, since we're going to the Collegiate Rugby Championship in June, and teams may be going to national.
Better, your defensive pressure down a little bit better.
Yeah, you know, we've certainly been defensively, you know, Paul Downey, who's not here with us right now, he really emphasized that this week, putting the pressure on the guys. You know, we struggled with that a bit this season. And then, you know, certainly, you know, the ball movement is something that we look to do. We're not a really big team, and we just like to move the ball through our hands.
So who wonders?
Sure. You know, looking at these teams and, you know, getting a feel for them. And then also, you know, just the unknown playing against teams, it really helps us out a bit. But, you know, I think with social media and everything else and, you know, videos online, you know, you're really starting to see a lot of these teams getting exposure to teams that you normally wouldn't see through video. So, you know, that's certainly an advantage that teams can have, you know, in preparations during the week leading up to these events.
Yeah, and it's one thing to watch it on video, but speed is speed,
Yeah,
and you
yeah,
don't know
that's true.
speed till you're running, trying to chase it down, as Lehigh's figuring out right now.
Yeah, this Kutztown team's a really good side.
I think it's going to be a really good event. Congratulations on your first win, and we look forward to watching you the rest of the time.
Yeah,
good
go
luck,
St.
Coach.
Joe's. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Best of luck to you.
Take care.
20.
All right, well, Kutztown is definitely in control here. We are working on the scoreboard to get the names changed up there. We're waiting on the facility folks to help us out with that. It is 27-0 right now. Kutztown is in control. 4x3 works closely with clients to deliver the highest quality custom web solutions, integrating the latest in responsive design to ensure seamless migration of content across platforms, which is very important in these new modern websites and distributed information. A range of clients from major universities to small businesses and nonprofits testifies to our flexibility and the commitment to custom web development, design, and content management. For more information, visit 4x3.net. That's 4x3.net.
Well, 4x3 did Golf Rugby Report, so they did a phenomenal job for Golf Rugby.
They do. That's a great website.
Yeah, so
it's
there you go.
interactive. It's easy.
Yeah, exactly, and it translates very nicely to what they do. There's one right.
URugby, yes, golf.net makes it easy to access.
There you go.
There's 5 minutes now. It was early on.
Don't have sevens. You want
Opportunity to get all your game at a high level. Lehigh, it was brought in by Kutztown, so it'll be either a free kick or a scrum at midfield.
Yeah, the referee's saying, no,
Free kick.
it's not a 22 dropout. This is from a kickoff. It's your free kick. There we go.
No, they don't touch you.
Lehigh on the attack, tries to kick it ahead. The sweeper wasn't quite deep enough.
That could work out, but I don't think it's going to in the end. I think that's John Sage going in to gather the ball for Kutztown and really just kicking ball away to a very dangerous attacking team at this point.
And right there, it's a 4-on-2. And that errant pass allowed Lehigh to get back on track, but Kutztown on the attack. He's looking to score, and he finds the gap. One stiff arm, and now he's gone. 50 meters to go. One person in chase. It looks like Kutztown is going to score in the middle under the post to make it easy for the conversion. Try.
You see a number there, Matt? Because I can't see it from that distance.
I did not.
Not sure on the number there.
It was good ball movement.
Tackling
Against
was not solid there.
and against the next level competition, that looping pass, the defense is going to be able to gain their structure back. So that's one thing I bet you the coaches are going to talk about after this match.
One thing about playing on artificial turf, you often get sort of a bouncier bounce, a truer bounce almost. So the ball can bounce up very nicely for you. It's interesting, we're starting to see the international tournaments now on artificial surfaces. So in Las Vegas, artificial surface, the players didn't really love it. In Vancouver, they were happier with it. But you know, we're all used to playing on it now, and especially, and this is a really great
They didn't carry it in.
venue here at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex.
No.
Nice wide field, nice dependable field. We're actually expecting a little rain today, but we haven't seen it so far.
Well, I thought the jersey said number 2 for Kutztown.
Yeah, I thought so as well, and I see no number 2, so I see a 12 and I see a 21.
So
And I think it might be 21 there for Joe O'Shields, and we may just give it to him.
there's
our first flyover.
Yes, Virginia Beach is the home to one of the largest naval air wings, so occasionally you'll hear some F-18 Hornets flying overhead. So it was a knock-on by Lehigh, deep in their territory. There's about 3 minutes remaining in the second half. Kutztown with the put.
That is the sound of freedom going over the fields.
Player looking for the offloads, and it's just a handling error from Kutztown. It'll be a scrum to Lehigh.
And that was a nice little give and go that they were trying to work there. Dylan Smith, I think, getting involved in that one, and he would have liked to have seen something more come out of it.
Well, it was a little bit indecisive. Either go and do it or pass it out. And right? No one knows what you're going to do when you're indecisive. They're looking for aggressiveness and go forward movement. Lehigh with their first real attack to the backs, and it's dropped and beautifully picked up by Kutztown and just lost forward there. It'll be a scrum, I believe, to Kutztown on the initial knock-on by Lehigh. Lehigh, not much possession. When they do, that's straight ahead attack into some defenders. Kutztown is just too skilled to play that style against.
Well, they've got to make sure of their catches, and make sure of their passes. And the other thing that Kutztown does is they hit very hard, and therefore you start to think about that when you're catching the ball, when you're passing the ball.
Straight through.
Rugby is so much about space, and if you look at the way how the depth at which Kutztown is lining up, maintaining their own space, Lehigh has 30 meters to go before they can even talk about putting any pressure on them. It'll be interesting to see what the move is out of this. They may even go to the right with their hooker.
Well, they have such depth, and they have that depth because they're fit, and they're okay with running that much. Oh, and the tackling, got to say, tackling can be better from Lehigh.
Ball handling is fantastic from Kutztown. They've got the numbers on the outside. All 7 Lehigh players are right in the middle of the field.
I believe that was number 11, Murphy Lill. Nice dummy cutting back inside. And now it's as you said, it's a case of getting some people some time and think about what this Kutztown team has. They've got a second team here as well, a second team that has been winning a lot of sevens games and causing problems for some really good college programs. So if you think about the depth that's going on within this program, the kick is good.
50-0, Kutztown. They may or may not get this kickoff. On the scoreboard, it says 5 seconds remaining. Let's see what the referee does here.
Next dead ball.
He's going to
Next dead ball.
allow the kickoff. One last kickoff for the pool game against KU facing off against Lehigh. KU in control from the start of this one. Now for the restart. Lehigh should just kick this ball out. Nope.
Well, we'd like to see them try something there. See what they can do about unable to control the ball, trying to offload it out of the tackle. And that is just too easy.
That's the try, 55-0. KU is going to win this one. That's the performance, and that's how you want to start this off.
Completely dominating. And I think it's a kind of a trial by fire for Lehigh. It's not easy to start against one of the best sevens teams in the country, a team that's looking to win the CRC, not just to show up. And Kutztown, I think, for the most part, execute. I think defense. You got to make sure you catch your passes. You got to make sure you make your tackles. Wrap those tackles as much as possible. 55-0. Well, there's more to do for Lehigh, certainly.
Well, I'm excited to see this next matchup, Alex. It's James Madison, who will be in the black, against Drexel in the gold and blue. This is, I know a little bit about Drexel. I know they play sevens, and they've been successful in that Philadelphia league. James Madison is a good team, and they have good players and certainly an up-and-coming program throughout the country. And I'm really just looking forward to seeing how these guys play in sevens. James Madison, what they're bringing to the table this year. So this is our third pool game of the 2016 Virginia Beach URugby ACRC7s. And we've seen pretty dominating performances up to this point. St. Joe's won the first game against Delaware, and then Kutztown just put it on Lehigh, and now we have James Madison University facing off against Drexel University. And we are just about to get underway.
I really like this James Madison team. They've been playing a lot of 15s, going fairly deep into the D1 AA playoffs, but they looked so good. The guy who's in the middle of everything is the guy chasing down on this kickoff, your number one, and that would be Mo Katz. He's a prop in 15s and he's a prop in 7s, and he is he's everything for them. He's the number one guy. He's easy to identify. He's got no hair.
It's good defense by James Madison, but Drexel does have the numbers on the outside, and there's another ball handling error, and those are killers in this game. Now, James Madison on the attack, fine, looking for gaps. Good defense, although a little bit bunched up and a little bit fractured right now from Delaware. If James Madison can find the open players, they're going to get some points.
Well, there's a couple of interesting passes, a good looping pass from Cass, but unable to handle it. And you see that Madison thinks that they can go through Drexel.
Showdown. James Madison and Drexel are both in the same pool. Drexel with a semi-quick throw-in, but referee said it was set. Referee is Andrew Lynn, and now it's a free kick to James Madison.
It was a little bit dodged a bullet there, James Madison. It wasn't a great pass from Katz, and it went into touch, but that one works out just fine.
That's a try for James Madison, number 5.
And that's Federico Mirson. He is another player to watch out for. He's pretty.
Okay.
He's pretty skillful guy. He's kind of a playmaker there. He's also their kicker, and they just sent it right through. But It's funny. Just before that happened, I was going to say that they were trying to force it, but they've forced it well enough. JMU, really, that's kind of the start we expect for them.
I'm okay with forcing it because they're going to attack. They're in attack mode. And a lot of times in sevens, and I think you're seeing the game shift in sevens a bit, particularly on the international level, with more contact and more rucks. There's another mistake from Drexel deep in their territory.
A little bit harsh call, I think. Cody Bukowski's trying to say I was facing backward when I dropped it, and I would call that a drop backward, but referee says, no, that was drop forward. I think I'd actually go along with him. So a great attacking opportunity there for JMU now. Look at that weak side on the right. And they win that scrum. You just run around the corner. You probably got to try.
Early drive he's calling, and I thought, if anything, that might have been James Madison on the early drive. And there's another try.
And there's Mirson again. And so smart. The minute you see somebody has that penalty opportunity and there's space, run to that space. Call your number. Just say, I'm here. And that's one of the things that we see good players do is the support run. We talked about this with one of the previous games, is support when you know there's a penalty. And so, that looked like it was going to curl over. Didn't quite do it. Or support when there's a ruck going on or support in the sense of getting up off the ground very quickly so you can get that return pass. It's not just a case of somebody's on a break, run after them. It's about working off the ball even when the ball is dead.
Yeah, a lot like basketball in some instances where if you're not moving off the ball, you're not going to get the ball. There's another handling error, but it went backwards, so the referee's going to play on. Referee is Andrew Lynn. There's another handling error deep in their territory. Drexel is really putting themselves in these kind of difficult positions. James Madison now with time and space back there, but with that pass, the space goes away.
Eric Carlson was fielding that one, and that is Marcelin. Marcelin just going right through, and the tackling not there for Drexel.
No, he had his hands on him, thought he had enough shirt grab to slow him down just enough, but James Madison player was able to burst through, and you can't do finger tackles in this game.
Certainly can't. Hey fans, Beyond Rugby Bermuda's main goal is to help children in Bermuda graduate, give them options, and help instill core values and good qualities through rugby. Formed as the vision of former WWE superstar John Layfield, Beyond Rugby Bermuda is a partnership between the Bermuda Rugby Football Union and the Family Center Bermuda. BRB provides a homework academy structure after school and further rugby training and family support services through Family Center Bermuda. Bermuda Rugby was part of the 2016 Ariel Ray Bermuda Sevens. And for more information, go to urugby.com/beyond-rugby-Bermuda.
James Madison is in control, but Mo Katz just took a minute to get up off the ground, and I think if they lose him, but he seems okay right now. They missed him on the outside. They've got the corner. Good cover defense there.
That was Christian Monreal on the run, and Brian Mortimer coming in for the tackle, and that was one of the better tackles we've seen from Drexel. Yeah, you're right. Katz is limping around a little bit. He got slammed down on his lower back, I think, and he's just sort of grabbing the kidney area.
I think you pull him.
Yeah, at this point, you're up 19-0.
You've been nothing but pressure deep in Drexel's territory. It's a long weekend.
That is very true.
Drexel on the attack out of their own try zone. Sweeper comes up for defense, stops the corner but misses the tackle.
This is much better from Drexel, better ball handling. And again, a knock-on call, and that just seemed like that was an offload. I think a little bit harsh on the guy. Are you recusing yourself from that assessment?
It might have been. I don't know.
I don't know. That looked to me like an offload. He was turning behind him, and he just let it go. And, it sort of rolled forward after it hit the ground, but I would say that's just a regular offload. If we're going to call those knock-ons, we may as well just play scrums all the time.
Offsides against Drexel right now. So the advantage is being played, and I don't know if he still has advantage on.
Colin Driscoll almost had a great try-scoring opportunity, but now we've got something going for Drexel.
And that was he had advantage for a forward pass against James Madison. Madison,
There
Drexel.
goes Driscoll. Go. He's got get a little frantic, and instead of making a silly mistake and dropping the tap and making a scrum or something, this is their big scoring opportunity. Could be an important one.
This is huge if they can get their 5 points on the board here. If he can get the outside, nope, takes it back in and runs right into Katz, who's a solid defender. Nice burst, nice cut back in. He's got an offload there. Can he make it? It's about 2 meters
Oh,
away.
he could have stretched over. I really think he could have made it. Mortimer was within reach of the line. It's just getting a little bit crazy. Dogs and cats living together. Just mass hysteria out there. That's Bukowski.
Has a burst. Try. Get in there. Try, Drexel.
And Colin Driscoll gets the try for Drexel. And Matt, you know, we're going to get tiebreakers and things like that. Scoring a try, you say, well, what's the point of scoring a try when you're down 19-0 at the end of the game? Well, you know, your points difference is now 5 points less.
Well, that's first half.
Yeah, exactly. First half. But you know, you got to get your points, no matter what happens. If you think you're going to lose, you still got to get those points.
Yeah, because we do have a cup plate bowl event here, so you're gonna guarantee games, and you want to put yourself in the best position to win as many games as you possibly can, and points matter. So it's 19-5 at the end of the first half of James Madison University facing off against Drexel University, and it's it's Drexel's mistakes deep in their territory, which is giving James Madison a ton of opportunity.
They're starting to think about those hits, and then the passes get rushed a little bit. The catch.
One of the developing stories of this match is Mo Katz holding his back on the ground.
Yep,
he's a big piece to this team.
He's on the ground right now. Yeah, curled up. He's trying to stretch something out, like he's got a cramp or a spasm. Yeah, it's sort of a upper buttock issue, which is no fun.
And now he's up and he's going to play the second half. So, but that score by Drexel late in that first half gives him life, and it's not an unsurmountable lead here. It's 2 tries, 2-score game.
Definitely.
7 minutes.
Well, it came from a turnover, and it came from being aggressive once they had the ball.
And Drexel seems to be playing team. Like, they're not going to have that burner on the outside who's just going to break it 80 meters. They're going to have to work all 7 together on offense and defense to be successful this weekend.
Well, they kick deep. I think that's a smart move.
Maybe it's just that side of the field. James Madison on the attack. They've got overload on the outside. Cuts it back in. You saw St. Joe's do that earlier, but then the switch was there.
Well, this is Chase Key, and he's still alive. He seems to be slipping out of tackles. Well, that was very, very nice catch and pass from John Eric Bell.
Everything was good there. It was off his foot. It was on the outside for James Madison. Mo Katz on the attack. See how many gold jerseys are with him. That's an opportunity for James Madison. They have an overload somewhere. Now they have a penalty advantage. And good gap recognition. Excellent. James Madison.
And that's Federico Mirson's 3rd try. And, you know, the play that I really liked, even though it wasn't immediately Katz, who scores his 3rd try, and he's got 2 conversions as well, so he is accounted for 19 of James Madison's 24 points.
And that was a huge response from James Madison to start the second half. One thing I would say is that Katz ran a little bit sideways, and when he finally squared his shoulders and attacked, that's when the resources from the defense got sucked in. So that's a big, and those type of mistakes are opportunities for some really good athletes. Had a little switch action, not producing much, but they do have numbers on the outside. Katz on the drop step, waiting for the defensive slide to come back. He did the right thing. Trust your teammate to make their tackle.
The side step, and nobody wanted to reel him in, and that all came from a restart error. And we haven't seen too many to start with. I've done a few of these 7s tournaments, the U.S. Nationals last year, restart errors were a big problem, usually kicking out on the full. That's one of understanding how wide your field is, and this one, the ball didn't go 10 because I think sometimes a little breeze and the ball can hang up in the wind. You're trying to get it right on 10 meters and you don't get it. That can happen, but it is a momentum killer.
Yeah, I'm looking at the American flag on the east end zone, and it's probably 10 knots directly in James Madison's face right now. And it's back to a 12-point game. Drexel is right back in it, but that's an error, and it'll be a free kick center field.
And I think that was Greg Yeager with the try for Drexel. And he looks a little bit winded, in fact, having done that run.
Let's see what kind of move they do here. No move needed. They've got numbers on the outside. The move is just hustle and get out there. One to beat. Keeps it himself. He's going to have a try. James Madison, try.
And that's Chris Marcelin's second. And that was just a nice break and draw and pass from Katz out to Marcelin. And that was another restart error. This one going far. They want to go deep, and they went too deep.
And that brings it 29-12 with just over 3 minutes remaining. URugby Virginia Beach would like to thank Smith Moore Leatherwood LLP for its generous support in sponsoring the official ball. And they are nice balls for sure. We're personally involved in solving clients' complex legal issues. Offices are located in Atlanta, Charleston, Charlotte, and Greenville, as well as Greensboro, Raleigh, and Wilmington. Out for legal solutions. For more information, visit smithmoorelaw.com. That's smithmoore, MOORE law.com.
Got another restart error, the third one in a row. The ball just went about on. You've got a free kick, and then you kick it down. You've got to be very sure of that. We do see the U.S. national team do a few of those, but those are the professionals, guys. They're a little bit better at recognizing those chances. It's pretty risky.
And the U.S. national team has Perry Baker and Carlin Isles on the outside chasing it down.
And even like Martin Iosefo going up the middle, he's been very effective chasing that. But it's a call. They see it, and I'm not sure if that was a call so much as I don't know what to do, so I'm just going to kick it overhead.
I agree with you because the support player was 30 meters back when he kicked it. But could turn out well for Drexel on the knock-on mistake from James Madison on this side of the pitch, and it's a try, Drexel.
Well, that was nicely done by Trevor Bloomfield. He had the ball, and he was in a lot of traffic, and he just sort of skated his way out of it and got out of trouble. And they got it out to that wing, and Mr. Yeager, again on the wing, gets his second try.
Drexel has had some good movements in this game. It's just the small mistakes, the kicking it out of the try zone, the pressure in the first half, making the mistakes deep inside their territory, giving up those 2 or 3 tries right from the beginning. Eliminate some of those mistakes, and this was probably a 17-21 game. And now they're restarting. James Madison, Delaware is very bunched up in the middle, and against this team, if you give them gaps, they're going to find them. And now it's 3-on-1. Good defensive effort, but intentionally knocked on Drexel. It'll be a penalty to James Madison.
Well, Greg Yeager scored 2 tries for Drexel, and he's done. He just walked in past the dead ball line and sat down. They subbed him out. He worked hard and got some tries, but it's a tiring game. So that doesn't go to touch. That's not this. 29-17. I think they feel like it should be better than that.
Yeah, James Madison, if you notice on their defense, it's like Drexel's. You see 1 gold shirt up and 3 back and 1 up, and it's just providing too many gaps. But it's a win for James Madison University over Drexel University, 29-17.
Eric Carlson kicks it to touch. And Matt, this is the difference between this JMU game and the cuts down game. Was that cuts down, put their foot on the neck, and then they pressed harder and harder and harder. And it didn't matter who was subbed on or how it changed or how comfortable they felt. They were going to hold firm on defense, and they were going to dominate. And JMU was in a dominant position at 19-0 with about lost the rest of the game. It was 17-10 in Drexel's favor. And part of that was restart mistakes. Part of that was just not being precise enough and thinking, well, we've got it taken care of. Well, you don't. And again, we talk about points difference. Points difference matters. And a plus 12 in a game that it should have been a plus 30, that matters. So,
and we talked a little bit yesterday about how a bounce here and a bounce there it can impact a whole lot. So next up here, we have Heat Elite in the pink and black and Stony Brook in the white and red. Heat Elite is from Hampton, Virginia, just up the road, maybe 30 minutes across the bay. Stony Brook out of the Empire Conference. Heat Elite has played in a few events this year. It is a great story. This is a team built from U23 players, and we are underway. That's why this tournament, ACRC, URugby 7s, are so great. These kids aren't in college, and now he's moving, keeps those legs driving, looking for the offload, and there was a forward pass. It'll be a scrum to Stony Brook. That's a good start for the Heat Elite. I particularly like it when players get into contact but keep their legs driving, that go score mentality. Let's see how they do on defense against an experienced Stony Brook team who has winning tradition and has been winning this year. So Heat Elite making mistakes in their own end. Let's see how Stony Brook's take advantage of it. Cleanly won out of the scrum. They're going to press it wide. No, he finds it. The drop step isn't there. He just doesn't have the pace to keep up with number 4 from Stony Brook, and it's going to be a don't step out of bounds. Try, Stony Brook. That was Brian Michelle from Stony Brook on the try. Stony Brook you saw their experience there and you saw their speed. Hampton Heat, or the Heat Elite, were trying to do a cross defensive slide, but just that little gap against these good teams is all they need to exploit and get 5 points on the board.
Brian Michelle was one of the players we did an interview in the URugby Live show last night, along with James Sheridan. He's very good, personable kid and a talented kid as well. Very patient because I told him to be ready in 45 minutes after that. But it's good. You know, he saw the space and he took a nice curving line to go around into the corner.
Yeah, and Heat Elite, the speed with which they're going to see today, all day and tomorrow, is going to be different than what they've experienced all season up to this point. Oh, he wasn't going to let Stony Brook get that kickoff. And
okay, we have a candidate for name of the tournament right there. DeMoney. That's DEMONEY. So it is DeMoney, and that is a great name.
Cleanly won again. They're going to exploit the weak side, but look for the back end. That was an interesting move. Good defense, good disciplined defense from the Heat Elite right there. It's going to be a penalty. Referee calls in the side. I saw hands in the ruck. Either way, it's a penalty against the Heat Elite, and Stony Brook on the attack. Heat Elite, a little bit fractured in defense, giving them too much space to work. But it's just knocked on there by Stony Brook. Heat Elite, quick hands to pick it up. Let's see if they can maintain possession. Good ruck. Referee still has advantage. They have numbers on the outside. Little errant pass. And we have a knock-on by Stony Brook. It'll be a scrum to Heat Elite. That was one of the Elite's better possessions, from kickoff receive from DeMoney to the attack on the outside, recognizing they had the advantage and trying to keep that ball alive. Now they are in an attack position. That's they're put, so it'll be a scrum to Heat Elite. Dante Wilson, he's been playing with this Heat team since high school, and he's an excellent athlete and a good rugby player. He's really matured over the years, and I just think he's an outstanding rugby player and a good guy too. Stony Brook on the attack. It was a good effort on the tackle. Referee was fine with where that tackle occurred. there's great work. I believe that was Dante.
Well,
Favorable
the
bounce.
offloads coming out of the tackle from the Heat Elite are good. They're just a little bit frantic, a little bit rushed, and the support players are just like about 6 inches too close. So what you're seeing probably in the training ground are nice little floaty offload passes that come right to chest height and somebody bursting on. Because the guys are just a little bit nervous, a little bit anxious that they're too close, you see those offloads going up into their face. And that's why we're seeing those knock-ons in 2 or 3 of those already, where it just everybody relax. You know, as Larry Bird once said, it's not a good pass if no one catches it. You just soften up that pass and give yourself that extra foot or so back so you can step forward to the ball. If they do that, I think Stony Brook might be in trouble.
Well, that said, Heat, even with the mistakes they're making, it's a 5-0 game. They're still right in it, and now they're pinning Stony Brook back. Their defense needs to get a little bit flatter. There's a mistake by Stony Brook, an errant pass.
That was Teron Lunkins with that tackle there around midfield. That was a big hit. They lay in a few more of those. They could turn the tide, and as you said, it's only 5-0.
This is exactly how the Hampton or the Heat Elite want this game to go. Low scoring. I believe this is what Lehigh was trying to do against Kutztown. But Heat Elite has a little more speed than Lehigh. But that said, a 5-0 game, minute remaining in the first half against a storied program in sevens. I would say Stony Brook, they're well known.
Very well known. Produced some excellent players.
And that's the difference right there. Those little moves right there are what separates teams at this level.
There goes Michelle again. 1 to beat. Nice pass.
Does he have the pace? No, he does not. Walk down. That was a little messy,
And
but it'll be a line out.
That was nicely recovered from the Heat. And it was well orchestrated from the Elite, not giving up at all.
And that was off a stolen scrum. And you see how difficult it is to shift from offense to defense on a stolen ball. It's just really hard on the players to find the gaps or find where they're attacking. Looks for the inside gap. This is an opportunity for the Elite. Does he have the pace to get around the outside corner? That is Dante Wilson looking for his support. Excellent tackling from Stony Brook and a knock-on a clean steal from Stony Brook's.
Well, Wilson, I thought he was going to go. I thought he had it, but he was taken down pretty nicely by Dillian. Lesson in the guy might fumble it. He might drop it. They actually got something out of that.
It's also demonstrates the importance of supporting a break.
It sure does.
He was looking around. He knew he wasn't going to beat the guy around the corner, and he's looking for his support. And then he had one option at that point, go in.
Now, as halftime comes in and it's still 5-0, Heat Elite behind, Stony Brook leading. One of the things that you would have seen with, say, if this had been an English team, with a player on the wing all alone, but he knows there are people in the midfield, he would have kicked it, and he would have kicked it into the middle of the field. The cross kick, almost a soccer move, the crossing pass. We don't think about that much. And a lot of coaches out there are saying, what are you doing kicking it? And I just got through complaining about kicking for one reason, but they're on a break like that. You're isolated. Keeping the play alive with a kick down to the middle would be great if everyone was ready for it. Of course, the other side of that coin was he was running to his left. I don't know what his kicking is like from his left foot. Maybe it's great. We never know. And
we never will because he didn't. Well, and it's not just to the middle. He could have saved himself some time and gotten some territory. But, we're taught in this game. I'm sure he's coached, find your support, make the passes, use your speed. So only one score. Heat Elite are right in this, and substitutions are going to be critical in these tight games. When you do them, who they are, what kind of skill sets they bring to the position and to the game. So Heat Elite has an opportunity to, and I would call it an upset.
Certainly. I think I'd call it an upset too. So this is the fourth game here in the ACRC7s pool play day one. First game, St. Joe's over Delaware, 24-10. Second game, Kutztown, 55, Lehigh 0. And then third game we did James Madison, 29-17 over Drexel. Coming up after this game, Penn State plays Kutztown 2, and then Navy will play Old Dominion. That's going to be a heck of a game.
Fielded cleanly from Stony Brook. Passing it down the line. No knock on there. Referee says it went straight down. Heat Elite are a little bit.
Oh, there goes the blitz tackle. Didn't quite get it, though.
That's a high risk reward move right there. If he gets it. Now Stony Brook on the outside. Does he have the pace? 19 from the Elite just could not get him. This 23 player is all over the place.
Well, they brought him on at
Kevin Bass.
Yeah, they brought Kevin Bass on at halftime. We saw him come on, and he's a big boy. And I was thinking, okay, well they might be slowing it down, but he can move. He can certainly move. He saw chasing down Lunkins, wanted to gather in the runner, and then he starts grumbling and growling and out of frustration. We're trying to figure out what the call is here from the referee. Somebody thought it was going to be a penalty, but actually it's a line out, and a line out for the Heat Elite. So referee's trying to get everybody to understand his calls. This is about the second time we've seen a little bit of confusion as to whether something's a penalty or a scrum or something like that. So
it's important to win this ball cleanly for the Elite, and they get it stolen once again, and that puts their defense now defense under a huge amount of pressure, and there's a huge gap for too many good players to exploit, and it's going to be a try, Stony Brook.
That's Michelle again. Rob Maloney was the one who stole that line out, and the set piece for Stony Brook really helping them. They've got Maloney in there. They have James Sheridan available for them. And Jed Hendrickson, and those guys are working very hard in the forward play. Michelle, good open field running again.
And it was off the steal once again, and the Heat Elite were not able to structure their defense quickly enough to cover all the gaps. And Michelle is Stony Brook has the athletes to find those gaps and exploit them. So that brings the score 10-0, and the conversion is no good. It's about 4.5 minutes remaining in the second half of this pool game at the URugby ACRC7s. Stony Brook will restart by kicking it to the Heat Elite. Stony Brook in the white and red, Heat Elite in the pink and black. Another substitute comes on for the Heat Elite. TJ Smith joins the match. Beautiful restart, and it's going to be won cleanly by Stony Brook. Another set-piece win for Stony Brook. But knocked on by Stony Brook. It'll be a scrum to the Elite. Can't give them that much space on those kicks. Heat Elite should have closed that space down and at least gone for the ball in some capacity.
This is a crucial scrum for Heat Elite. They need this kind of possession. They need to be able to work with the ball. I'm not sure they've really had any first phase possession. They're down by 2 scores, 3.5 minutes to go. And big drive from Stony Brook, but it came out the side. But you see that Stony Brook is looking at it. They're all looking at each other and saying, let's do something about this. Eric Rafferty. Is that related to Sean Rafferty, who used to play for Stony Brook? Yeah, Eric Rafferty looking at the players and saying, let's do something about this. Sloppy, lost by the Elite, and really, really good news for Stony Brook that they can win these set pieces.
I find it curious as to why we see a lot of these people cutting back in, where I think I see the gap on the outside if they were just stuck with it and trust their speed. But
well, I think part of it, out of the corner of your eye, you see that football sideline, and sometimes you think that maybe that's the sideline. There's something that tells you and you react before you start thinking about it.
Well, I was wondering that in the James Madison game where we almost had a person run out of the back of the try zone, and I'm just because the goalposts aren't on the line, and can it be confusing? But I think everybody is starting to adjust to it.
People do adjust. We're used to this, right? It's a multi-sport venue. It's amusing. when you go to, say, a pristine soccer field and you try to put some rugby lines on, and they try to explain to you that you're going to confuse them. It's like, well, rugby players have been playing with a lot of lines on the field.
It's another steal off a set piece from Stony Brook. If the Heat Elite can't come back on this one, they can look back and say our set pieces need work. They're doing pretty good on pressure.
Well, they're hitting well. They're making up for the fact their defensive line is fractured in the extreme, and now they've got problems.
And that's the key,
Oh,
isn't it? Nice.
Massive hit. And that was Bass. He was just teeing him up, but look who gets the green grass in front of him. Brian Michel again with the try, and he has been responsible for every single point scored for Stony Brook.
You can almost see the Heat Elite in their high-risk, high-reward defense. It's a blitz defense. I'm going to get in your face. I don't care what's happening to the left or right of me. If you beat me by the pass, so be it. But if you don't, I'm going to disrupt it, and I'm disrupting your game as much as possible. And it's an effective defense if you can maintain your own set pieces.
Right, if you can win your own scrums. And they've had almost no ball because of that.
I've seen some really good high-level teams use this tactic when they're down, kind of like hockey, pulling the goalie, putting that extra person out there, just trying to disrupt. 17-0, Stony Brook on top of Heat Elite with just over 30 seconds remaining in the second half.
Well, like I said, on the URugby live show, which you can still see on the URugby YouTube channel, we had a great interview with the Stony Brook kids and Brian Mitchell, who's got 17 of Stony Brook's 17 points. Was in that interview, and that's the sort of thing that we've been able to do. Really fun preview time there at the 97.3 Eagles Nest.
And that's an error. Restart error from Stony Brook. It'll be a free kick right in the middle of the field.
Let's see if they can construct something now.
They're not back 10. That's a line confusion, I believe, and referee just didn't catch it.
That was we can see a lot better from Heat Elite. I think there's a lot of potential there. They just need more ball.
Well, I think we can see a lot better the standard that they're used to scoring. So great job from the Heat Elite, and Stony Brook, while they get the win, which is hugely important, they have stuff to work on as well. So next up, we've got Penn against Kutztown University, second team. This will be an interesting, really two storied programs in the sevens world and 15s world. And it's just going to be a great game because they play each other on occasion, and it's Kutztown 2 against Penn State 1, and I'm curious to see how this one turns out.
A guy I really like on Kutztown 2, Nick Holt. He's a very hard-working, plays second row for them in their 15s team. Actually made him a player of the week during the fall on Golf Rugby Report. He's not the most imposing figure, but he just gets a lot of work done on the field. On Penn State, Selby New, we'll just call him New, but Selby New Matawalu, the son of David New, who played fly half for the USA national team back in 1999, 2000 time until he got a scratched cornea, actually. And David New also played for the United States in rugby league. That's one to watch. Joe Kelly, number 6, the kid with the red hair, played for the USA under-20s. His father, Joe Kelly, coaches the Greenwich High School team, and Joe Jr. played for Greenwich High School. And you see Greenwich High School often mentioned in high school circles, one of the top teams in the country, it's one of the top teams in Connecticut and Northeast.
Brian Kelly gets us underway. Wonderful restart there. Fielded cleanly from Kutztown 2. Kutztown on the attack. Penn State has good defensive structure early on. Good lucky bounce there. Penn State still has good defense. One player, one tackle. They concede that, cover the post, if you will, and now the slide defense is on.
Well, that was Troy Scott trying to get some through on the right side, and then Maxim Bennett. And that's Holt fighting in traffic. And look at how hard he fights to get loose.
Not releasing the tackled player. There'll be a penalty, 2 cuts down. See what they decide to do here. I thought that was pretty good defense from Penn State, not putting too many resources to one tackle and having a good drop step slide defense.
Penn State, in terms of sevens so far this season, I think they've just sort of been working on their own stuff.
Kutztown on the attack. That was that unusual formation again on the penalty, and they're dinged again for not releasing the tackle.
Now that was an interesting one because it's a gray area there whether they released him or not. And then the players rolling, sort of an extra roll to get the ball away from the poacher.
And we have seen referee Kelly pull out the card, 2 of them in his first game with Delaware and St. Joe's. Cuts down the ball. It's a maul now. Maul is over, and ball is not produced quickly enough, so it will be a scrum to Penn State, and I believe this will be their first possession of the game, and we are 2 minutes into the game. It's going to be critical for them handling under pressure deep in their territory right here. This will be great to see their first sevens action offensively. Defensively, they were sound and structured. Referee didn't like it. Drove straight up the prop on Kutztown. Nice pace. Good offload. He's got space. He sees the gaps in front of him.
There's Sidestep.
That's the U20 player, correct?
That's right. And there's New trying to get it out to Trotter and Kelly.
They've got numbers on the out. Just unlucky there. Drops from Penn State. Pin 2-on-1. Oh, great steal. Great steal. That's going to be a penalty for not releasing.
Right on top of it was New. And takes the tap, and he's tripped up. Tripped up by Evan Anderson, who says, "Hey, I didn't do anything." He's like, yeah, you did. You tripped the guy as he's trying to do it. That's possibly a cardable offense, but the referee might have said, it's a bit of a mistake there.
You weren't back 10 inches, let alone 10 meters.
Yeah, that's true.
Nice big crashing run. Good angle and change of pace. 1 to beat. He's got the corner. It's going to be a try, Penn State.
Tyler May just running. That was a classic short ball, crash ball kind of run. Great line. And then he realized that he just needed to do a little bit of a shake of the shoulders and take it to the house. There really wasn't anybody with him. And again, it's sort of it's like the change of pace. You don't necessarily have to be super fast, but if it's going sort of laterally or slowly, and then you take it at pace, it doesn't really matter at that point.
And sevens, the nature of sevens, that the field is so spread, the gaps are already natural. And even though Kutztown is really good at closing those gaps down, and they were getting there, it's just so difficult to tackle somebody with that one arm when he's changing that pace, and particularly pace and angle. The space is gone. It's so quick. It's a bang-bang play, and it's just a difficult defense.
It started with the poach from Selby New, and now we see that restart error.
We've seen several of those today on restarts, so it's going to be a line out. Sorry, I was looking away, so I'm not exactly sure what happened there.
It was the ball didn't go 10, but I think what they said was it came off a Kutztown player that they played it, and you got to be careful about that. If it's not 10 meters, doesn't look like it's going 10 meters, and unless you're going to really get something out of it, don't play it.
Still 5 minutes into the first half of this game, and referee's calling for time right now. Looks like there's going to be a substitution. Penn State 9, Rourke Struthers is off. Shaking his head as he comes off to Coach Burdett. Get you the number as soon as we can. And it'll be a scrum to Kutztown 2.
So Kutztown 2 is only down by the one try. They've actually had most of the ball.
And Joe Kelly has just been subbed out. Kutztown taking advantage of Penn State not executing well, and they've got numbers on the outside. I like how he pins that defender. Oh, just that little bit, just a little bit behind on the back shoulder. He'll let that defense restructure and allow one person to make it happen. And there's a turnover at midfield. Penn State on the attack with numbers, and nicely done. As a handling error, it'll be a scrum to Kutztown. With about a minute remaining.
Well, a little bit frantic on both sides, a little bit error-strewn, sloppy execution, and as you said, Matt, either the support runner was up a little bit too flat, the pass is too much behind, a few of them there, and I think that Nick Kirsch would have wanted that pass back. He should be able to grab it. He's trying to grab it with one hand and keep running when maybe you just sort of, in sevens, you can afford to stop running at some point and just take it with two hands.
Well, they perform the high-level, point total tight passes that are under pressure, but then that easy, quote-unquote, pass just got away from him. Cuts it back in. He has a penalty advantage still for Penn State, not 10 meters back, and Penn State keeps the attack. Good hands there, little fingertip catch. You see 4 maroon jerseys, and Penn State should have an opportunity at an overload here. Oh, they had the gap there, and he finds it. Nice sidestep. Try. Penn State.
That's Ryan McNulty, your Jamie Fraser lookalike, cutting back inside and stretching over. They could have gone wide. They didn't really need to. A little bit of over pursuit from Kutztown too, and I think Penn State came into this game thinking, this is the second team from Kutztown. We should be better than them. And they got a little bit frustrated because they realized Kutztown 2 has been playing sevens all spring. They know what they're doing, and they're going to have to work a little bit harder, Penn State, to really sort of stretch away from there. But 12-0, I guess, in the end, they should be happy with that.
Yeah, they've had possession. They've had territory for the most part since the first opening kick, and it's been pretty structured and pretty deliberate, I think, on Penn State's part. Palmer College of Chiropractic, the first college of chiropractic. Palmer College of Chiropractic was founded in 1897 and continues to be prominent in areas of chiropractic care, education, and research. The Palmer College of Chiropractic Rugby Football Club, organized in 1960, dominated the college ranks for many years. With its winning tradition in rugby and a worldwide reputation as the trusted leader in chiropractic education, Palmer College of Chiropractic offers a special opportunity to student athletes, both men and women. URugby Virginia Beach thanks Palmer College for their generous support. For more information about the Palmer Rugby Club or Palmer Rugby School of Chiropractic, www.palmerrugby.com. I have a personal experience getting beat by them pretty good.
Well, I remember being a kid in England, so excited to see the United States national team touring the UK, and I remember everybody noticed Mike Halliday coming in at the center and just rocking teeth every time he tackled anybody. This is the amateur days, and not everybody hit as hard as Mike Halliday. Very few people. Mike Halliday was a Palmer College chiropractic product. Actually, we got a connection to the game we are watching right now because the man coaching at Palmer College right now, well, first of all, the coach at Kutztown, Dr. Greg Jones, went to Palmer, but the man coaching Palmer's rugby team at present, Mike Lawrenson, was a standout second row in 15s and prop in 7s for Kutztown, and is now coaching at Palmer and doing very, very well. Joe Kelly's back on the field. I think maybe that was either a blood
Side. He's one of their playmakers, and excellent defense again by Penn State. And Joe Kelly has an opportunity, looking for the offload, and just lost it in contact.
Well, he did very well to pick that up and not fumble it, and then he tried to do too much. He had people right there to go over the ball, and instead he tried to flip it up.
And now it'll be a scrum, though, coming back to the original knock-on by Kutztown. It'll be a scrum to Penn State. 12-0, just under a minute into the second half. Penn State leading 12 over Kutztown 2-0. The set pieces have been much more, as I say that.
As you say that, the scrum completely disintegrates. Everybody's trying to do something. Both teams have been pretty solid in winning their own ball. That's for sure.
Yeah, And now Penn State with the overload on the outside. They've got the numbers out there. Does he have the pace to get the corner? He does. He's in rugby from Penn State. Got the penalty just to assume the pass. They locked their defender first and said, okay, you're not spinning out. You're not sliding anymore. I'm stopping you, and they got it out. Depth plays a part into that. Pace, good passing, good catching, all the fundamentals of the game.
The basicness of that made me happy, really. I mean, just as you said, fixing the defender and making the passes. That's basic stuff. Good fundamentals. That's what we need to see from Penn State. We haven't seen a lot of sevens from them. I don't think we need to see flashy plays. I think we need to take the easy tries when they're on offer.
Penn State, 17-0, three score game at this point over Kutztown 2. Kutztown on the attack now. Penn State's defensive structure looks good, and Kutztown finding space, looking for the space, and it's just that takes the space away immediately. Those kind of passes, and now it's a turnover deep inside their territory. Penn State has the ball, has the gap. It's going to be a try. Penn State, Kevin Trotter, try. 22-0 at this point.
Well, it's kind of putting them under pressure immediately from that restart. A good chase leads to good things.
The fundamentals of the game, and by that I mean passing and catching and tackling, win games. You hear it all the time in any sport. The Penn State made clean passes all the way out to the wing and got a score. Kutztown made passes out to the wing until that last one where it shot 15 feet in the air and all the space is gone.
That's right.
So it was tale of two skill sets and someone taking care of the fundamentals of the game and somebody not. One team not. So now Penn State 24-0 over Kutztown 2 to restart.
Well, this was looking like a very close game early on, and I think Penn State got to be feeling pretty happy that they've taken care of this. They put it away, and what a great grab and a weaving run by Ryan McNulty. And that was a case of nobody really just setting that defensive line, and he beat a couple of guys. Then it was just all over. Fantastic run from McNulty.
And you could see the difference, Alex, between Kutztown 1, for example, on that kick. The Kutztown 1 team was going to attack that ball. Where Kutztown 2, they need to gain the experience and learn, don't let that ball hit the ground, go get it. And just there's probably just such a small difference between 1 and 2 in the matter of skill set and aggressiveness and game experience that they'll get it. And maybe by the end of this event, they'll have it.
The conversion is good. Again, kind of a line drive conversion from Joe Kelly, but it went through, so that counts. 31-0, and this is starting to look like a really nice start for Penn State. And you look at their defensive organization is pretty good.
Outstanding communication out there from number 9 from Penn State, Rourke Struthers. Talking to his inside defenders, saying, I've got this, you've got that. And that's what you need. And I find in American rugby, we talk a lot when we're off the field, but as soon as we get on, we shut up.
That's true. We love to talk about rugby and not talking about what to do during a rugby game.
It's a really interesting restart from Kutztown on those penalty moves. They've got the outside. Penn State tracking well, though. Can they get him out? They do. Right at midfield, it'll be a turnover, and it'll be Penn State throw in, and here comes the reserves.
Well, I'm very impressed with Ryan McNulty. Not only the tries, but really good cover on that run there, tackling, forcing the turnover by putting him into touch. Good game. He comes off. He just gets subbed off and deservedly gets a rest. I think he did very well.
I think, too, that this is probably one of the better defensive structures we've seen today. Granted, Kutztown 1, a couple teams didn't face a lot of possession, but Penn State has faced a lot of possession, got a lot of work in on offense and defense. And I think their structure is great. Got numbers on the outside.
There's a call on that. The reason that Kutztown 2 got a penalty called for them there was that Penn State had the ball carrier held up in the tackle, and they were trying to rip the ball out. But as soon as a knee hits the ground, that's considered a tackle, and you've got to release the tackled player. It's a call I don't really like. I'm not a fan of it, but that's the way the law is interpreted at present. I didn't see a knee hit the ground, and it looked like it was a clean rip away from Penn State, but that's why that penalty was there. If you're not sure why, it was ruled that the player had been tackled. They should have let go, and the tackle player should have gone to the ground.
Penn State getting pretty fancy in their passing, and they turn it over deep in their territory. That's a big mistake from Penn State, but they're lucky to get the ball back.
Well, Troy Crow had it, and he had a chance, and he just sort of tried to do a little bit too much. And
Kutztown on a knock-on advantage. Does he have the outside? Can he get there? Missed tackle, stiff arm, one move. Oh, did not. Not quite in.
Enrique Ribeiro almost there, and yes, they've got the try. And sometimes you just put your head down and go. And I think that's Andrew DeColey going in for the try. And it got a little bit sloppy. The subs came in. Somebody tried to force it a little bit, and not as precise play right here at the end.
Yeah, you don't see too many coaches teaching left-handed behind-the-back 10-meter passes, and sometimes deep in your territory, going into contacts might just be the better option. But nonetheless, 31-5, Penn State over Kutztown 2, in an excellent display of sevens rugby. Well done, and good job, Kutztown. You played well as too. So next up.
Well, next up is Naval Academy against Old Dominion. So, we'll see what Navy has to offer here. They've been playing quite a bit of 15s, but I talked to one of their players last night in the URugby live show, and they're ready. They're ready to play. They're very fit. They've got some speed players. They've gone with, it looks to me like a team based more on mobility rather than going straight ahead. Old Dominion, I don't know a lot about what they can provide. I know they're a good 15, very good 15s D2 team, but I'm not sure what they can offer on the sevens.
Old Dominion has been competing in the Capital Rugby Series and competing well, and that you'll see teams like University of Maryland, Virginia Tech, South Carolina, I think, came to one maybe. So they've been playing some excellent competition and competing well. They haven't come away with any championships out of that series, but I'm wondering, is Navy an automatic qualifier to the CRC?
Yes.
Okay. So Old Dominion will be in the navy blue out of Norfolk, Virginia, about 25 miles west of here. Naval Academy in the white. And obviously, well, not obviously, obvious to me because I live here, is Norfolk Naval Base is the largest naval base in the world. So there's a lot of crossover here with the Naval Academy. Many of these young men will be officers stationed here in Hampton Roads, and some will be pilots, some will be on ships.
Just ran into Jack McAuliffe last night, in fact, the former captain of the Navy rugby team and All-American fly half. He is stationed here in Norfolk, so he's actually on the sidelines there, cheering on the midshipmen, and said he's got to be careful he didn't bring his boots.
His father is the governor of Virginia. So Old Dominion getting ready to start us, and we are underway. Naval Academy in white, Old Dominion in navy. Old Dominion, good defense here. Got the sweeper back, and there's just a missed tackle with a stiff arm. Gardy Laban and Navy in control. They have offsides penalty advantage against Old Dominion. Cut back in. He's got numbers on the outside. He's going to take on the defender. Do they have this pace to get out there? Stiff arm again. There's a good tackle. Offload to Navy Piper Thaler, and it's going to be a try to the Naval Academy. Piper Thaler, and great support run, and Old Dominion was offsides immediately from the scrum. Naval Academy exploited a little bit of a fracture. Their center shot up, so there was some gaps on either side of the center, and the Academy is really good enough to take advantage of that. Gardy LeBon started it. Piper Thaler finished it. So score is now 7 for the Midshipmen, 0 for the Monarchs. Be a restart by Navy, the Naval Academy, Connor McNerney. See how this set piece go. These set pieces here on the restarts are legitimate moves to gain possession, but they choose to put Old Dominion under pressure, kicking it deep. There's a lot of white jerseys there. Old Dominion does have some space on the outside if they can get it out there, but the defense is just too good. Looking for gaps. Stiff arm, and he offloads it, and it's just forward. And that'll be a scrum to the Naval Academy. It was a good movement. Kevin Marley saw the gap, saw the space, and he took it. He just with that one-handed pass, just floated forward a bit. So it'll be a scrum here to the Naval Academy. Old Dominion. It's 7-0 right now, about 3 minutes into the game. Gardy LeBon to put the ball in. Referee happy with it. Not quite cleanly won, but definitely in possession for the Academy. There's that stiff arm again. Old Dominion is just going too high on these tackles and letting these speedy backs just get around them. One stiff arm and they're gone, and that's a try, Naval Academy. It was a great movement from the Academy. Just one poor tackle. Just a missed tackled right in the middle of the field. And against these teams that are some of the top tier in the nation, they're going to take advantage of that. Conversion is good, which brings the scoreline 14-0. Trying to get the number of the try scorer. I think it's number 2. Oh, Brendan Farragon. Excuse me, Mr. and Mrs. Farragon. Brendan with the try. Restart coming. Let's see if they go deep or try to contest it. Kind of mid and still contested. Got a knock-on advantage to Old Dominion. And they've got numbers on the outside. See if they have the skill and speed to do it. They've got it. Does he have the speed to get around the corner? It's a good corner flag coming. A nice little sidestep inside. Old Dominion's going to get on the board with this movement. Number 11 for Old Dominion. It's going to be a try. Nick Peaches Wagner, the captain of the club. That was a great movement and took the space away, had good execution and passing, and used the speed, got around the outside. Nothing better than the go fast play. So Old Dominion on the board, cuts the lead. If he can convert this, it'll be a one-score game, and it is converted, 14-7. Huge for Old Dominion to get on the board. Huge, if only not just to stay into this game, but to prove to themselves that they can do it and they can compete with this team. And on the flip side, as Navy, you don't want to give these teams, these up-and-comers or these teams trying to make a name for themselves, any kind of opportunity. So let's see how the Academy responds. Good defense from Old Dominion. Now automatic overload on the outside. A little miscommunication there, and then it's just a handling error. So a scrum advantage to Old Dominion. Referee's happy with everything. They've got numbers on the outside, just not great passing. Little kick forward. Ooh, just didn't break down enough. And now Navy on the attack with numbers and space. Good effort to get back from Old Dominion. And now a counter ruck from Old Dominion. And defense, they've got the numbers out here. Let's see how their communication stands. Good. Nicely done there. They've got Naval Academy again, has an overload. So Naval Academy, nice offload from the deck. Old Dominion has good numbers out there. Old Dominion is doing well to hang with this Navy defense. They have to be careful about sending so many people into the contact for that very reason. And that one stiff arm again, if he uses the foot chooses not to. Excellent tackle from Peaches. Good offload from the academy. So now it's the attack. Hear the sideline saying, find the space, go. Oh, just lost it forward. It'll be a scrum to Old Dominion. About a minute remaining in the first half, 7-14. Naval Academy is just missing some of these things by one pass, but Old Dominion is doing really good to get back on their feet and defend in a nice solid line. Got kind of lucky down here deep in Academy's territory. They put 3 blue jerseys into one tackle, but 13 from Old Dominion. Gary Jackson was able to get on his feet after making the tackle and shut down the outside. It's a scrum 1, but it's offsides on the Academy fly half, so it'll be a penalty to Old Dominion. Old Dominion on the outside. He's got puts him right back into this game, and the conversion is good, and we are tied at halftime. Old Dominion hanging with the Naval Academy in a really good first half for ODU. Earlier, if you were the Naval Academy and you let a team like a hungry, scrappy team like Old Dominion hang around, they're gonna hang around, and the more confidence you allow them to get, the more difficult it is going to be to beat them. I think the halftime came just in time, actually, for the Academy and the midshipmen to kind of regroup, get with their coach, talk things over, see what's going on. And I would say what's going on is just a hair late on support inside their own territory. A couple handling errors that are uncharacteristic of the Naval Academy. So they tighten those up. They should be all right. Old Dominion playing out of their mind right now, actually. They handling the pressure well. The pressure, not only physical pressure, but the pressure of the URugby ACRC7s. This is their 3rd year attending this event, and it is basically home for them. Had an interview with their coach last night, Mike Herron, and I see Brian Dyer on the field now, giving them a chat. And they're just excited about the opportunity to show their program and how much it's grown over the years, and the Naval Academy is giving them that opportunity. So we sit at 14-14 after the first half at the URugby 7s 2016 event. Naval Academy in white with 14 points. Old Dominion University in blue with 14 points. The Eagle's Nest offers good food and great fun in the heart of Virginia Beach with an excellent, reasonably priced menu, live music, and, wait for it, line dancing. Try one of our signature cocktails, such as the Mason Jar Orange Crush. Enjoy fantastic appetizers and hit the dance floor with friends. You'll find all types of partying the night away at the Eagle's Nest. The Eagle's Nest is located at 600 Nevin Road in Virginia Beach. VB.com. That's Eagle's Nest, VB.com. Old Dominion trying to get the ball. Coming in at that. Gary Jackson for Old Dominion Naval Academy. And on. Oh. He's got the. That's Someone needs to move forward at some point. Cuts it back in. Looking for the offload. Does not get it, but a clean ruck. Nope. Says he came in from the side. Nope. Says he's holding on to the ball. Old Dominion stops him. Fraction. Referee keeps it in his pocket. 44 seconds remain. Naval Academy 26. Old Dominion 14. Looks like Naval Academy is going to take this one, but it was a great effort. It was tied at half, 14 all. Old Dominion playing stiff arm there. Stiff arms have been, high tackles have been just too much for the Academy. Referee is going to say it was knocked on before the try. It'll be a 5-meter scrum to Old Dominion. Unfortunate there from Jared Stevenson. He just missed it and just lost handle of it. It's about 3 seconds remaining. Old Dominion's last possession here, or if they can win their own ball. Old Dominion are the Monarchs, and they've been competing in the Capital Series, 7 series. And I'd say they've been doing pretty well. They've grown every year in this event. URugby ACRC has big of a solid game offensively and defensively, and that just that little bit of side running just allows Naval Academy to reset back in, and easy defense there from the Academy, and the ball is going to be kept by Old Dominion with numbers on the outside. Cuts it back in again to the Academy, and that'll do it. Naval Academy will win this game 26-14 over Old Dominion University.
Well, interesting ending to that there, Matt, in that normally with a turnover like that and you're ahead by a couple of scores, that you continue to go and try and score a try, but in kind of like not trying to push too hard on it, and in the end, a good second half from Navy.
Very good. It was tied 14-all in at the end of the first half, and I was mentioning that you give a team like Old Dominion some life, they're gonna stay in it, and it was good on the Naval Academy to in that second half. In the Brown,
both of those teams might want to be might acknowledge that they were disappointed in their performances. Lehigh, not the fastest team in the world, but they can bash you, and they need to bash you and also make their tackles. That's the key issue for them. And Delaware taking a break. Delaware Bluehead. He's gone all the way. Fantastic. Good defense. Penalty from Lehigh. Are the Bluehead for somebody advantage? Carolina. In 2014 College Game of the Year. For more information, go to ACRCBowlSeries.com. And you know, what about the Game of the Year for this 2015-2016 season? You know, you look at that. So good, 14 tackles now. His number, and that's how it's going to. Matina, 20 tries I've got. Holding on. And stopped right on the line. Falls 26-0 Delaware. Delaware we are with Delaware. For first games, we are circled. I think a lot of James Madison at 3.
Cut it in. They kept possession.
Virginia Beach, featuring the ACRC7s, would like to thank Visit Virginia Beach for their generous support. Virginia Beach is the #1 vacation destination in Virginia, within miles of beautiful beaches, museums, history, and year-round activities. Virginia Beach is a great place for your next vacation, convention, or special event. Go to visitvirginiabeach.com for more information.
Alex, I was taking a walk around the concourse earlier, and it's a nice crowd here today in Virginia Beach. And I look at all of the sky boxes or the suites up here on this level, and they seem to all be filled up. I see Penn State over there and Old Dominion at the other end. I think it's been turned out to be a really nice event for.
It is really nice. I was a little worried about the weather, but the weather is working out very well. It's a little overcast, but it's not raining. Yesterday, it was raining while we were putting up signs and things, so a little bit wet, but that's okay. We may see some rain tomorrow on Sunday. May see some thunder.
And most importantly, the on-field action has been top-notch.
That very much so. Very much so.
And this is probably the best one we've seen yet.
This has been really good, and a lot of intense hits. The defenses are there. The kickoff from Robert Stortz, and underneath it, St. Joe's, a little chip ahead. What was he thinking there? Was Wolfer back now to Cutstown, is just giving the ball away. That's Lil for Cutstown. Cleared out. Stortz is there.
One of the hardest moves to do is that little pop kick over. Got his hips turned, found the gap.
Faison Donahoe again, weaving through. As cool as you like, and no surprise that Alex Faison Donahoe has been asked to Chula Vista to train with the USA Sevens team. There's a reason for that. He has that long stride and that great sidestep and some really nice vision. The kick is over. Suddenly it is 7-5 Cutstown in the lead.
It is really hard to maintain all that defensive pressure, especially when you just kick over possession like that in your territory. You're playing too good of a team to just give them opportunities. Against a team like this and against a team like St. Joe's, when you have possession, it is hugely important to hold on to it until you have your breaks.
It is a head scratcher. You know, watching this game right now, Delaware, they didn't go anywhere after their previous game. They're standing and watching on the sidelines, watching Kutztown, because that's their next opponent. They see there's a lot that they need to do in that game. So interesting as St. Joe's get something going. Wolford tries to offload. Again, it goes to a Kutztown hand.
There is opportunity against this Kutztown defense, but you have to maintain it for about 3 phases of hard-hitting gaps. And if you only do 1 phase, you're not going to do it, and that's a try, Kutztown.
And O'Shields got it back out to the wing. And very quickly, you can see that the halftime talk probably was about, well, why don't we just play the game that we normally play? And let's not worry too much about getting too fancy. And if we get a turnover, hands, 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 and let the guy out wide or the guy in space do something about it. And so
it's a big one for Kutztown. They came out in the second half here and got 1 on the board, but there were opportunities, at least 2 for St. Joe's. They found the gaps, and it's just not quite as crisp as in the first half. So Kutztown's taken advantage, like kind of the expectation is of this nationally known and nationally ranked team who hopes to go to the CRC and give the likes of Cal and Life a run for their money like they did last year.
Well, I think they want to win it. I think they want give them a run to second place. They really not psyched about finishing such a close second place 2 years in a row. And that try was scored by Trent Hensley, by the way. He also took the conversion and missed it. 12-5, Kutztown now leading. With possession inside St. Joe's territory. Tiny little knock on there from 9 to 10 or scrum half. Hartman. So they put on a back for the big forward, move some things around. Looks like O'Shields going in the forwards, and Hensley now at scrum half. So they're moving some people around. This is another reason why this URugby ACRC is so valuable to these teams. The level of competition. I don't know how many times Kutztown has been down at half this season. So just to be able to learn how to deal with adversity is important during the season. It's very much so. O'Shields misses that tackle, but Lil comes in. I've mentioned him a number of times. He just seems to be that conduit for them. O'Shields now, great pass, bursting onto it. Kutztown looking much better, much more in control. Dylan Smith passing it out. You see a mistake, as opposed to the first half. If St. Joe's made a mistake, it wasn't pounced on like it. These mistakes are being pounced on. And there's the offload to Dylan Smith. Robert Storch just went straight ahead, was grabbed, and Smith was right on his hip. We talked about support running and being right behind someone, and that is a try. And it's interesting, Matt. They subbed off a bunch of their guys. They subbed off Geisel, and they subbed off Faison Donahoe and Hartman, with it being a 1-score game. Well, and notice that St. Joseph's hasn't subbed too many out, and if you don't have the depth of that next 5 men, the athletes that coming on like Kutztown does, you're going to be playing at a deficit. 19-5. Hensley kicks the conversion. Much more comfortable situation now, and St. Joe's started so well this morning against Delaware, then looking a little bit run down, but remember, they have Lehigh coming up. They should beat Lehigh. And this would be a situation where this is their hardest game of the day. If they can get through this, maybe if they can pull off another try here, they'll be in pretty good shape in terms of seeding. Top 2 from each pool will go to the Cup quarterfinals, and the next 2 best third place teams will also go. Well, it puts a lot of pressure on Delaware for the next game. If we think that LaSalle, St. Joe's is gonna pan it out against LaSalle like we think they will, it's gonna be. They're gonna have to compete hard against this Kutztown team, which is not easy to do. George Harris goes up for it for St. Joe's, but it's not controlled. Wolfer comes in, soccer kicks it, and somehow curves it so it doesn't go dead. That was a lovely piece of skill. It goes into touch.
Well, as I look at the American flag again in the east end zone, that
Yeah.
wind might have helped a little bit out on
Certainly.
that one.
But he was right to kick it there because it wasn't going to be good if somebody picked it up from Kutztown. So lineup for the Bears. They're leading 19-5. This would put them 2-0 with a nice healthy points difference as well, just to be sure. Maybe looking for that #1 seed.
Not sure if that was a designed move with a dummy switch back in, but it worked out. It's going to be a try to Kutztown.
And that is Robert Stortz. And he's had a very good game, which might earn him forgiveness for his egregious hair. But Stortz is a very smart, snappy player, gets a try in, and that's pretty much put it away. That has put it away for Kutztown.
Yeah, that should be the end of the game. And I never disparage anybody with hair. If anybody saw last night's broadcast.
And Hensley puts it over 26-5, Kutztown over St. Joe's. You see, you got to have the Armenian genes.
Okay.
If you have the Armenian genes, the hair will stay with you forever.
So
You also have giant eyebrows
Yeah.
because of that. But that's way to go. And we are going into the next round.
do want to say it looks like it's James Madison against Heat Elite.
It
And
does look like that. And that's my cue.
we had a great time last night at the 97.3 Eagles Nest here in Virginia Beach. It's a great restaurant and bar for people and has great reasonably priced food, great live music and line dancing or dancing with however you want to dance. Good drinks, mason jar, orange crush, appetizers, dance floor, everything you need to have a great night out. Check out the Eagles Nest. If you're here visiting for the ACRC URugby 7s event, head out to 600 Nevin Road in Virginia Beach. That's 600 NEVAN Road. Or go online to eaglesnestvb.com. Hope to see you there tonight.
James Madison huddling up midfield in the brown. Heat Elite getting together, talking about some things while they wait for the referee. I think that is what we're waiting for, in fact, partly because I think we are a shade ahead of schedule. Yeah, we're about 5 minutes ahead of schedule on this tournament. Can you believe it?
Well-run tournament
Yeah.
by URugby.
It is very efficiently done. And you know, this is the other thing, Matt, while we talk about that kind of thing. When the CRC started, the whole idea of trying to explain to teams that they needed to be ready exactly 4 minutes before kickoff, they needed to be in the tunnel 1 minute 30 seconds before kickoff, and there was no delay. There was TV coverage, everything going on like that. This was new to a lot of teams to deal with that stuff. The idea of wearing the same jersey number all the way through a tournament so you're identified. This was new to a lot of these teams. And that's that, along with the Olympics, along with then the USA Rugby National Championships, which came on after the CRC was first started.
Hosting the IRB championship.
Yeah, hosting all of that kind of stuff, even the LVI, the idea that if you want to be in the stadium, if you want to be in the big event, you as a team, it's not supposed to happen, this kind of thing. So we're watching, these teams are ready to go. They're actually early. Everybody has been so on top of things, and knock on wood, we haven't had any serious injuries, we haven't had serious delays, so the teams are actually ready early for this one.
And I think that the more that these teams are exposed to this kind of tournament, the more the expectation is going to be, I'm not coming to your tournament unless you are this. Because the coaches are getting better, the athletes are getting better. They need the structure, and they're basing all warm-ups and all handling drills and everything down to the minute, really.
Yep.
When I'm warming a team up, I've got a 50-minute work. So I go to the referee and say, how much time do I have? We synchronize our watches up, and we go from there. And at 1 minute till, we're on the field ready to go.
And in this venue, there's room for teams to warm up. I'm watching two different teams, two different areas warming up. There's rooms for them to get out of the sun or get out of the cold and the wind. That's important too. Player welfare is important, and I think that even in some supposedly fancy tournaments, we see situations where there's no place for the player to go, and they have to sit out in the sun all day, or there's the food they have is really just the concession food, which is different. I mean, the food that I want to eat during a rugby tournament is not the same as the food that the player should be eating during a rugby
And we
tournament.
see that across the board in lacrosse and field hockey, you name it. The athletes they're demanding better care and better treatment. And this is a great facility. It's got great seating for the fans. It can be covered if it's raining, so you can still enjoy yourself. It's got locker rooms downstairs for the referees, home and away. It's got as you said, the warm-up areas. But we've got JMU in black and Hampton Heat Elite in pink. And the Elite team gave Stony Brook all they could handle for about 12 minutes of that first matchup. And then James Madison really dominated Drexel in their opening match.
Well, Heat Elite needed to win their scrums. That was their big problem, was winning the scrums. We thought that they could do something with the ball in hand, but they've turned it over here. It's kind of controlled and then lost. And there's a one that you forget about. If you're standing in front of your teammate and they knock the ball on and you pick up that ball, you're in an offside position. It's not just a knock on. It is, in fact, a penalty, and that's what happened there. And Christian Montreal was dinged for being offside. So the Heat Elite have it.
I see Mo Katz is back out on the field.
Yep, and he just ripped it out, and he's off to the races, and then he sends it out to Montreal, and Christian Montreal is in for the try, and that was created and extended by Mo Katz.
I'd say his back is feeling much better after a nice break in between matches between Drexel and now the Elite. James Madison takes a 5-0 lead before this conversion attempt. And once again, turnovers inside your territory, whether it be the Elite or Old Dominion or Drexel or Stony Brook, you name it. If you do mistakes down here, the teams are just too good in this event to give up possession deep.
Federico Mirson with the conversion. It's 7-0 James Madison. And the Heat Elite looking to get a little bit more polished. They play in the Division II league in the Cardinals Conference. As we talked about, they are college-age players. As that kick was blocked, and that'll be a 22 dropout for the Heat Elite. A lot of these players played for the Hampton Heat high school team. Some of these players have gone on to be recruited for college teams. When they play against a college team, do well, and they say, hey, you're a pretty good player. What are your grades like? And these kids, they might be in community college or something like that, or going to a school that doesn't have a rugby team. So it's great that they're playing. So they come out for a 22 drop, and the player tapped it as if it was a penalty, and I'm not sure he understands that he needs to do a 22 drop. And it is blocked and caught by Will Rickard. And that was a little bit of inexperience from the Heat side. And out we come to Mirson. And diving straight on the ball is the Heat. JMU looking to do something with it again. And Mirson just taps and runs in. And Matt, a little bit of inexperience on the 22 drop.
Yeah, it's just, and it's, I don't know. There's a lot that goes into something like that. I'm sure the kid feels terrible. And it's sometimes experience is the best teacher. And coaches need to take note of that and take it back to practice and train them how to do that. And then the second penalty, when you're in there falling over, diving on the tackle like that, everybody knows better than that, and I know the Elite do. Just lost his footing, giving James Madison possession inside their territory. The quickness and the gaps, at this point, you just want to get something positive for the Elite. And that could be it. Fielding the ball cleanly is what they needed
That's
there.
a start. Let's not let it hit the dirt. Let's do something with it. Now they've got a little bit of room. Oh, let's see them stretch their legs a little bit. Here we go. couldn't quite break out of that tackle, but that was much more promising from the Heat Elite. Now, on those 22 drops, if you watch on TV, you'll see that most of the time, the player doing the dropout will actually do it from well behind the line, because there's no 10 meters that you have to retreat from on defense. You can stand just the other side of the line. So instead, you need to create that space by taking the kick well behind the 22 line. Something to be learned again. JMU wins that line out, no problem at all. Mearson getting it back out, and then they pass it out to Key. Chase Key, he spins it in. Eric Carlson now, the captain.
One important thing. Oh, there goes Mo Katz on the outside. He does have a nice burst, huh?
He certainly does. He's a very impressive athlete. I don't think he tracks as a prop on the higher levels. He's a little bit short, but as a hooker, he'd be really effective. And the try, and he converts it. Shows you how it's done. And 21-0, just like that.
2 minutes remaining in the first half. I wanted to say on the Elite's last possession, that's their strength. Get it and go. And I think they should look for that first instead of trying to make the passing or find the gaps. You're obviously good enough athletes to see them. Now let's see what happens here. Good breakdown by Katz to not over pursue there.
That was
ball
Bass,
is secured.
I think, with the ball. Now trying to spin it out.
Oh, just offloaded. An intercept try is going to happen here.
And that's Eric Carlson going in to score for JMU, and just exactly what the Heat didn't need.
Yeah, and they're not a phase team. They're a stretch it one way, bring it back the other, use some speed, and in that case, I think James Madison forced them into being a phase team with their pressure defense, taking the space away and not giving them that step. And it is 28-0 with a minute remaining in the first half.
Well, a little bit of a criticism on JMU that they kind of let Drexel back into the game in their first game. And this one, they're still pushing it and still sort of got their foot on the neck a little bit.
And the Elite is pressure, I think. I wonder, and there's a break from the Elite. It's one to beat. Does he have the pace? Cuts it back into the defender.
From brown shirts, that's for sure.
It's good to keep the ball, but just turned it over a little bit there, and James Madison now on the attack. I wonder when JMU starts getting some players some minutes out here today in this match specifically. Ooh, set him up. Katz with the ball.
Well, that was Bass, their big hitter. The try scorer, I was incorrect, by the way. That was not Carlson. I think that was Marcelin, actually, was the one who intercepted. Chris Marcelin, so my apologies there.
Dante Wilson lost a boot. He's resetting it back at the 5-meter line and making his way back to the offensive position. I believe it'll be Heat Elite put. Yep, Heat Elite scrum.
Well, we've seen a few breaks. We haven't seen breaks where they have a lot of players with them. Driven completely off the ball are the Elite. That goes out to Key for JMU.
It's good first up defender making the tackle, but
in from the side. The ball lost, dropped forward, but
intentional,
not 10, I think. Just not quite coming together for the Heat Elite yet.
There's a huge gap right in the center of the field.
Katz looking for somebody. That's Carlson, I think. No, excuse me, Rickard.
Not quite the pace to get around or the speed.
No one's there, but finally a pickup and a penalty holding on to the ball. So one more shot for the Heat Elite. Time is up in the first half, so the question is whether the Heat Elite are going to do anything with it. No, they're going to kick to touch and take the break. So 28-0 at the moment, and Matt, it's I don't know if that flatters the opposition. I think JMU is playing very well. But Heat Elite can do some stuff. It's just they're having trouble.
That's a good bit of an indictment on Stony Brook. Because the Elite really hung with them. Now, that might have been just the first game of the day and super excited to be out here and be part of this. But Stony Brook, Drexel came back against James Madison, and we have Stony Brook and Drexel next. So that'll be very interesting, fighting for the second spot in this pool, where the Heat Elite is just not enough possession, giving away possession when they do have it, and too many mistakes deep in their territory. I think if they do what they're capable of doing, meaning go with speed, attack, move the ball from one end of this field to the other, one side of the field to the other, and try to open up the defensive gaps, that might be garner some success for the Elite. That said, James Madison's defense has been solid, and against solid defensive teams like you're gonna see all day today, the basic execution of pass, the fundamentals are critical, and doing the easy stuff, air quotes, under pressure is what separates teams.
Right, it's the pressure and being able to exert pressure during training, being able to get that stuff done. Not only to execute, but then execute when somebody's in your face. Execute after somebody just stuck you in your ribs and you get up and do it again. That's part of the issue there.
But what a great opportunity and experience for these Heat Elite to play in an elite event like this and actually get the experience to play a James Madison or a Kutztown and see speed.
Ricard to Carlson and then out to Marcelin, and Marcelin is gone, and that is all about just passing it to the guy in the right spot and picking up where they left off. JMU scores. They make it 33-0.
And this is where the Heat Elite need to focus on their defensive line. Nobody shoots up alone. Yeah, you might have gotten away with it a little bit against Stony Brook with one guy being able to attack and get back up and do it again. But here, you've seen the speed, you've seen the pace. Staying in a flat line, regardless of how fast that line is moving up, it's got to be flat and together. The Elite have left the middle open several times, which forces a collapse and opens up the outside at some point. JMU's skilled enough to take advantage of it.
We've seen a few subs on for JMU. John Eric Bell is now on for James Madison. That kick doesn't go 10 meters, so that'll be a free kick midfield for the Heat Elite.
I think this opportunity, these midfield free kicks are such a great opportunity to use the space, and it looks like Heat is trying to do that. Nice pass, just
Ricky
not
Rogers Jr. try to flip it around, and I would say that was a knock forward, but I wouldn't say that was a forward pass. That looked just fine. A little bit of an optical illusion, perhaps. But certainly T.J. Smith was there, ready to run on, and those two, they look pretty dangerous if they get up ahead of steam. And you think about the body type, the long, rangy runners, some of the guys who made the U.S. 7s team. These kind of scrawny, rangy African-American kids, that was Perry Baker 10 years ago. He was playing as a teenager for the Daytona Beach Coconuts. Well, that was him. And he would play a few games of rugby, and he'd develop, and eventually he got to a program where he, over at Tiger Rugby in Columbus, where he really got immersed into it, and that put him in a position to make the national team. Not only make the national team, he's second in the World Series in tries right now this season.
Yeah, the Eagles are really doing a good job, I think, at identifying crossover talent. And teams like the Heat Elite, like the folks in Bermuda going into less than fortunate neighborhoods and finding these athletes and giving them an avenue to play, it's fantastic, and it's giving them a brand new opportunity that is not the big dream of NBA, NFL, but an actual realizable opportunity, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point. So JMU does somehow control that. It was a little bit sloppy. Costello now flipping it back, and that's Mirson passing it out again. That looked like Rickard trying to offload from his right hand, but it went down to the ground. That's going to be a knock forward, forcing it a little bit. But the subs have come on for JMU, and we have seen their unity break down. And they take Mocats off. Things don't happen quite the same way. Rickard is now off, in fact. So I think that was Carlson making the tackle from a distance. The two of them look pretty much alike. To me, anyway.
So it'll be a scrum to the Heat Elite. I don't know the time at this point because the scoreboard operator hasn't started it. But it's been going on for 2 or 3 minutes, I think. Nice cut back in. Good recognition of hips there.
There's a lot of room. Now, I like the kick here. I like the kick a lot. If they can do something about it, and it almost fell for him. It almost, that was a kick ahead by Ricky Rogers, and he was chasing after. And maybe if he could have kicked it on ahead, might have worked there. But they're pressuring still, and more subs come on for JMU. And John Eric Bell just picks up one of his teammates and sort of lifts him and says, "You stand here now."
I thought that was a excellent decision making. The kick under pressure. Even if they didn't get it, which they didn't, they put James Madison deep in their territory, now under a huge amount of pressure, with their subs on, too.
A tackle there. The poach is good. The poach is good, holding on right there. Quick tap.
Dante.
And out we go.
One more to go. Are they going to get some?
And the pass. You know what? He didn't even need to pass. All he needed to do was just put his shoulder sure of it, and a little bit of adrenaline, and away it went into touch. That's frustrating because the Elite are right there to score. I think they could use the points. I think scoring a try would be a nice little boost of confidence.
And, he knows that he's a big unit, and he probably knows he could have just...
He wanted to be unselfish. He wanted to move the ball the way they said. Yeah, holding the player up in the air and just sort of hanging there. I'm not exactly sure how you define that call, but that's
early lift, maybe.
Early lift. They had an early lift earlier that they got away with, and
just knocked
full. And he was. You thought he was going to score it, but he was hit really hard as he went over and lost the handle just at the last moment.
I do like the intent, though, going for it. If you're 5 meters out, your body is 5 meters long. If you could just make that dive. So I like the decision there. And now they have possession. And
nice throw.
And he's going to get in. Oh, he just knocks it on again.
Reaching, if you reach out like that when you have a lot of people around you, that's a little bit risky.
Tyron Lunkins.
That was Lunkins. Yeah. And when you go in like that, keep that ball to your stomach or to your chest. And if you land just short of the line and you can reach over and touch it down, that's great. Or you push it back, either way. But reaching out like that, real tough.
But lots of positive pressure here from the Elite. Deep in forcing some decisions, and now it's an errant kick.
The kick, who has it? Where is it? It's gathered nicely by Stinson, Will Stinson. Trying to goes all the way back there. Carlson, he kicks to touch. And that's going to be the ball game. The referee told them they didn't have much time left and just rescued Heat Elite. So close to scoring a couple of times. Couldn't quite get it done. Couple of little execution errors. 33-0. And if you want to be really pessimistic, you can say that it was 28-0 at halftime, and it was 33-0 about 30 seconds into the second half. And then JMU didn't really quite get it going after that. After this one now, coming up against...
Yes, it should be a good one. I'm interested in this one because of Stony Brook's performance in the first game against the Elite and Drexel's performance against James Madison. Again, though, who knows? First game jitters, first game teams across into the URugby Beach 7s in Charlotte, North Carolina. Our mission is to provide teams, fans, and vendors with spectacular experiences capturing the excitement, high-level competition, and camaraderie of collegiate and club rugby. Visit urugby.com for more information. Stony Brook now on the attack against Drexel. We've just kicked off. Clock is working again on the scoreboard, and possession here is stolen by Stony Brook. Gave it up, and now a kind of a quagmire there in the ruck, and it will be a penalty against Stony Brook for not rolling away. Drexel on the attack in white and red. Drexel, excellent work there by Stony Brook defense, but they seem to be getting bunched up, knocked on by Drexel. So it will be a scrum to Stony Brook. Just starting this pool play game. This pool is Drexel, Stony Brook, James Madison, and Heat Elite. Right now, JMU is on top of the pool, and this battle that we're watching right now will be for second. Cleanly won by Stony Brook. Move to the center of the field. Good attacking platform here, looking for the outside. Commits the defender. Good defense there, but the defense is fractured on the other side. If they can just move it out, but nobody's moving forward. There's the cut back in from Stony Brook, looking for the offload. Good passing from Stony Brook. Nice cut outside. Not too much moving forward, but they're working there, maintaining possession and not rolling away. Called against Drexel. Quick tap from Stony Brook. On the attack, they have numbers on the outside at midfield. There's someone running straight, and now they have the outside. Does he have the pace to get it? Cuts it back in. Little flick to the inside. It's going to be a try to Stony Brook. Try.
That was started again by your speedster, Brian Michel. This time, he didn't finish it off. He just dished it back inside and used his support. Michel was pretty much the point scorer in their last game.
I think that was the best series of rugby they played in their 2 games today. It was intentional, it was aggressive and effective, and resulted in a converted try.
Xavier Quinn gets the try for Stony Brook, and 7-0, good start for the Seawolves. As you said, Matt, really nice. This is a situation where if I'm a coach with a team where I think we're going to win this game, it's like, well, let's play good rugby. Let's execute. Let's not just sort of just decide to play individual. Let's go into sloppy habits. Let's play good rugby. That will be effective in and of itself. But you've got to practice that in game situations. Not a good tackle there, and off we go.
Not a good tackle, not communication, but not a great pass on the other end. You've got to take advantage of these opportunities, and sometimes it's just turning your head and looking at somebody.
He's got to pass a little bit earlier than that. He wanted to commit him at the very last moment. Not going to happen. I think an earlier pass, they would have scored on that one.
But I do think that Drexel is kind of taking off where they left off against James Madison. The scrappy play, the I'm not going to quit. I'll take big chunks and just live to fight another day. Let's see if Stony Brook can shut that down, because that's what you have to do against this team, like Navy did against Old Dominion. High stepping, finds the corner.
Going again. I kind of liked that was good, and almost taken down by Colin Driscoll, and then jumping, which that actually should be a penalty. There we go, penalty against Quinn for jumping over a tackler. You're not allowed to do that. That is actually dangerous. They made a big deal of that in the CRC when Jake Anderson, now an Eagle, jumped over a tackler. He should have been penalized for that, not celebrated. But Stony Brook now has the ball back.
That's good defense from Drexel. They just can't seem to put it all together like this 2-on-1, but they do manage to get it off. He's got support on the outside, cuts it back in. Number 6 has to go to him to help him, but he stiff arm, and he's going to get through for a try.
Max Kiplinger, and he looked at his support. Rob Maloney coming in to try and take him down, but he looked at his support to get Maloney to think about it as well, and then cut around the other side of him and stiff-armed him off. It was a really nice run, some awareness from Kiplinger, and a good try for Drexel, but it comes from just doing some weird things on the part of Stony Brook. And in fact, the try scorer Xavier Quinn, I don't know what he was thinking kicking it. Here's a big body who runs into people and can run around people. He didn't need to kick it, and he turned the ball over as a result.
Particularly with the Drexel player against him, he was probably 75 pounds heavier, and it sometimes just makes you wonder what they're thinking when they're playing. And I'm sure the coach is saying the exact same thing. It makes you wonder, but Drexel's right back into this game. A minute and a half remaining in the first half. Stony Brook, although, has had most of the possession and territory. Now Stony Brook is still on the attack. That was a good pass, not forward, and a ruckus formed right around midfield.
You know that kind of decision making just ensures coach job security.
Yeah. Not a great penalty from Drexel, but not really taken advantage of. Although Drexel's, you see 3-4 gold jerseys all bound up, and there's that shooting defender, which they might get away with, but it doesn't look like it. Haven't called Michelle's name too much this game, but he has the corner and he's got a nice burst. Can he finish it? No, out of bounds.
Michelle is down there, so I don't know who that was on the left wing, but he showed a good turn of pace. Drexel cover defense is pretty good. They're working hard at it. Ball movement from Stony Brook, that's what they need to do.
But if you're continually doing cover defense, it's exhausting and it's just not sustainable. And we're about ending the first half. This might be the last move of the first half. It's 7-7 right now. We're all locked up. Little bit of juggling there, and that puts
trouble for Drexel. All kinds of problems
inside their try zone. It's going to be a 5-meter scrum. Obstruction. Interesting.
Yeah, I could see that a little bit. And James Sheridan thinking about doing something, and there's just tons of space there on the outside.
Try awarded.
Well, it was
made it hard.
Like a chicken laying an ostrich egg. It took them a while, but they finally did get it in there. And the Stony Brook sideline just yelling wide, 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 and they were still a little bit hesitant on that.
Yeah, that was a much-needed try, though. Although they made it harder on themselves, but hey, 5 points is 5 points. They'll take it to the end of the half and kind of squash any opportunity Drexel had in that half to make a run. Drexel playing deep in their try zone, unable to clear the ball, and that's a converted try.
Well, it's a very nice conversion. Drexel needs to work on their exit strategy there. The loopy pass is not really helpful. That's when you want to go to your big guys, sure passes. Let's get a little bit of a distance between ourselves and our goal line. You think about football, and that happens too. You know, the idea of if you want to get away from your goal line, maybe you run a couple of runs off tackle, or maybe you do a couple of short passes, but the thing is all designed for you to just get a little bit of space to work with. And it's the same thing here. The wide pass, unless you have complete sureness, complete confidence in that pass, and complete confidence in who's catching it and can run, that is. You got Carlin Isles on the outside, yeah, okay, give it to him. But otherwise, let's just be a little bit more careful about it.
Well, I've seen a lot more in Division I men's club rugby 15s. I've seen a lot more of not just trying to clear the kick on first phase. I see teams just trying to, as you said, gain some space to give that kicker some room and a little less pressure to deal with. Now, is it the same in sevens? Not exactly, but when you're under that much pressure, sometimes maintaining possession is just the most important thing. Stony Brook kicking to Drexel to start the second half. It's only a one-score game, so Drexel is still in it, much like they were against James Madison.
Jen Hendrickson was your try scorer at the end of that half, by the way, so he's the one who put them up to 14-7, with Michelle getting both conversions.
Stony Brook on the attack. Michelle got them moving forward, and Stony Brook has numbers on the outside if they can exploit it. Drexel, that was a good decision there from number 8 with Stony Brook to freeze that defender a bit, and Stony Brook is going to get in for a try.
Well, that was good hands from everybody. Your big guys, James Sheridan, Xavier Quinn, smart enough to realize that they were searching for space at this point. get it out to the wing. And I could see how Coach Jerry Miro said, you started the first half great, and you ended the first half pretty great. What happened in the middle? The only thing I can point to is you stopped doing all the things you're doing the other times. Let's just move the ball. That's what Stony Brook is known for doing.
Yeah, and Drexel wants you to play in the middle of the field. They would rather that kind of style. Okay, run it back in. I'm fine with that because they'll pack the middle. Unlike the Hampton Heat Elite, where they left that middle open and then had to rush to close it, Drexel compacts the middle and then has to rush to accordion out. And if you have the skill to get it out, you're going to be successful.
So our one request to Stony Brook is that they start scoring tries on the announcer side of the field so we can see their numbers a little bit more and just make sure we've got the name right. That was gathered in by Greg Yeager, but lost.
Greg Yeager has had 2 great fielding opportunities and has been effective with both of them. Mistake there, but went backwards, so going to play a little bit behind their back foot, which is fine in 7s. You got time to do this, but that's not so good.
Well, Xavier Quinn is trying to buy some time, but nobody was getting behind him, so he's dancing around trying to avoid a tackle so that somebody can be there to ruck over for him. Nobody was getting back there, so a little bit lazy from the rest of Stony Brook. Quinn trying to do all the work there. Bloomfield taps it to get it started for Drexel.
Coach Birch has to be somewhat pleased with this. Defensively, maybe not so. Offensively, maybe not so much. But I think his defense is pretty good.
Another penalty, holding on to the ball. Whoa, that's gonna get you a card right there. Making the tackle and make no attempt to retreat.
Trevor Bloomfield is going to take
very silly,
couple minutes off here and put his team under a lot of pressure, 6-on-7.
And remember that the timing of these yellow cards, they don't start until you get off the field or you go to the chair. They don't have a naughty boys chair here, but they do have a little shame box, it seems, possibly. But now he's throwing the water bottle on the ground because he's upset. But
it wasn't. No one else did that penalty but you. So
that's right. That way, it was a penalty. Was holding on. They are going to tap quickly, and you can't just stop that quick tap. That's going to get you a yellow card pretty much every time. And I say pretty much because every now and then you don't see.
There's Michelle.
There he is, and he really has a nice turn of pace. Very nice runner. Just needed that extra gear because he was taken down.
Dillian Clay, that was impressive.
It was a good tackle from Clay, but a penalty again in the ruck. Quinn, no problem at all.
And that's a try for Stony Brook off the big run by Michelle to get it going, and then gets knocked over by Patrick Brenner, the referee. And Drexel, it looked like they came off of that lineout pretty good on their defensive structure, but sometimes an athlete just makes you pay, and that's what Michelle did. Saw just a hair of an opening, but hit it at pace, and it's so critical. You just can't go in. It's got to be a change of pace and a change of angle against some of these defenses. Conversion is good, 28-7. Stony Brook is in control of this, which means that it's shaping up to be Stony Brook and James Madison as the top 2, and they still have to play one another.
Well, certainly. And that was Colin Driscoll for Drexel on that cover tackle. Didn't quite do enough. I think he tried to get up and not releasing the tackler. It's another thing, sometimes a gray area, not sure exactly how it goes. But Stony Brook has got to feel good about where they are as a 7s team. Talked to them last night. We mentioned that on the URugby. They've had some results they weren't real super happy about. And but they've had some injuries. And now they're getting there. They're feeling healthy and they're feeling pretty good. James Sheridan said he was quite confident with the situation for the team, and certainly they're playing well right now.
Drexel maintaining possession here, but really the passing is not crisp enough to put this Stony Brook team on their back foot. Now he's going to isolate a player, but good decision there. Good moves, nice cuts. Looking for the support.
He's looking for that backhanded pass. I'm not quite sure that was the greatest idea.
Another one of those opportunities maybe to drop it to your boot, advance the ball a little bit. Now the subs are coming on. I believe the bin might be done with. There's a minute remaining. Yes, they're back at full strength with 7 Drexel players. Be a scrum now to Stony Brook. Just under a minute. Stony Brook in control of this match, 28-7, to take lead, at least tied with James Madison at this point. They beat the Heat Elite in their first game. Ooh, that was a little punch thrown. Nope. Drexel on the attack from the penalty. Bad pass. Kicked forward. Great kick. Nope. Offsides. Yes. Yes, offsides from against Stony Brook. Somewhat quick tap. Looking for a gap. Offloads. Is that forward? Nope. Yes, he does call forward on the second pass. First pass was okay. Second one was not. We are at the end of the half. Referee Benner. Stony Brook bringing on a sub. This should be the last series of the second half. Next up will be Old Dominion University against Penn State University. Let's see if Stony Brook just clears it and lives another day, and it is, and that is the end of the game. Stony Brook 28, Drexel 7. Now we go and we will see Penn State in white against Old Dominion in navy blue. Old Dominion is 0-1. They've played one game and lost to the Naval Academy. Penn State is 1-0, and they defeated... It'll come to me.
They defeated Kutztown 2.
Kutztown 2.
31-5. And that was a game when it looked like it was kind of shaky first start for Penn State, but they really turned it on in the second half. So that'll be...
They really did, and kind of the opposite of what Old Dominion did, where they came back late in this first half against the Naval Academy, and then the Naval Academy really turned on the athleticism in the second half and won handily over Old Dominion. Again, I think we're a bit ahead of schedule, so...
Yeah. There's no referee. They're all lining up to kick off. The referee's saying, no, I'm not going to get started yet.
Four by 3 works closely with clients to deliver the highest quality custom web solutions, integrating the latest in responsive design to ensure seamless migration of content across all platforms. And we all know that content is king. If you're going to do it, make sure you're putting in good content and let 4 by 3 help you. Our range of clients from major universities to small businesses and nonprofits testifies to our flexibility and the commitment to custom web development, design, and content management. For more information, visit 4by3.net. That's 4by3.net and 4x3.net.
So we're looking at the situation with the different pools. And remember that the top 2 from each pool plus the 2 best third place teams all go into the Cup quarterfinals. It is the 4th place teams from each pool plus the 1 third place team that had the worst points difference that will go into the bowl semifinals on Sunday. And so we're trying to have a look at some of the teams that might be in that situation. Drexel might be in that situation. Really, Drexel against Heat Elite would be a game that's for a cup place. Both of them are 0-2. You know how much they've given up. Drexel's 17 points in the second half against James Madison might be the difference there.
Well, and then I think the Delaware Delaware next game is going to come into play, although they have to play Kutztown. But their back is against the wall to get some points in that one.
Definitely get some points and not give up too many. I think things go against them. They can't get discouraged. They have to fight for everything, and the same goes for Old Dominion here. I think that Old Dominion lost to Navy first, the first game, but they only lost by 12. They can win this game against Penn State, but if they lose it, they're still not in a really bad position. So we'll try and keep track of the numbers.
Okay, well, yeah, and that's good, but the thing out there is the Lehigh. The Lehigh factor.
The Lehigh factor is certainly,
because they're just going to get lots of points in that bracket, and that'll be I don't know. It'll be tough to beat those differentials, especially in these competitive brackets. But I'm excited to see what Old Dominion does against Penn State. And this is why these events, URugby, Virginia Beach ACRC7s, are so awesome, because when would Old Dominion University get to play Penn State?
That's true.
When would LaSalle get to play Kutztown? It's an amazing opportunity for all of these clubs. Hey, Biddy, how are you? Good to see you. Biddy Boyle joins us, head coach of Delaware Blue Hens Rugby. Welcome to Virginia Beach. We're so glad you could make it down. And what do you think about today's action so far?
Some of the teams look a little rusty at first. I think they had the weather might have something to do with it, a little chilly out there, but it's play got a little better as the days going on. The Kutztown St. Joe's game was really good in the first half. That was really good, and then Kutztown turned it on in the second half. So
yeah, I always felt
it's just going to get better.
I felt in that game, I felt like Kutztown was just uncharacteristically making little knock-ons here deep in their territory, and St. Joe's was able to jump on them, but it was just too hard to sustain that.
I think Kutztown was just a little flat, and then they adjusted in the second half. They were just a little flat, and their timing wasn't there. St. Joe's, look, they played really good. They played really good sevens, but I think Kutztown had a little stronger than they are.
And that's shaping up to be a tough pool between the four of those teams.
Well, we played St. Joe's. They smacked us this morning.
Yeah.
They gave it to us. Now we're playing Kutztown in a few minutes, so hopefully we can get out of there.
Are you?
Yes, I was just sitting with Amy Ciano, and I'm looking at the numbers. I'm going to go back and do it again. That's one of the reasons I came up here, is to see the differences on the point differential. So,
Not to talk to us?
Yeah. All right. I just want to say hello when I get back.
Thanks a lot, Biddy.
Take care.
Okay, so Old Dominion gave up an early try and are just holding on right now defensively against Penn State. They've had an opportunity. They got around the corner, but unable to take it. Now Penn State beat.
There's the pick and go on the weak side, and that comes from the R word.
Up even more. Defense taken advantage of.
That was Daniel Featherstone, big Daniel Featherstone coming in, and he doesn't have a lot of. I don't think he thinks he's quite the burner, the speedster. He just kept chugging along, and once, you know how it is. You get up and you pull your head up out of the ground and look around and say what's happening elsewhere, and the guy's gone.
Nice bit of speed here from Old Dominion.
Much better,
Good ball
much better.
handling. Pull it out, looking for the support. Has it. Can they get the clean ruck? Penn State is just bigger right now. They're just bigger, way more, a little bit faster.
Heck of a pass from New to get things going again, and then McLean, and there's your guy McNulty.
What a burst.
And the red man bun does it again. McNulty has a really nice sidestep, and more than that, he knows that once he gets a gap, he knows he wants to go for it, and doesn't have any doubt. As they say over in Blighty, he backs himself, and certainly did that. So try for McNulty again.
And these teams are so drilled and skilled that they can recognize an Old Dominion has to turn their hips to cover the outside, and you can see them working hard. And then if one guy is trying to drift a little bit slower than the other to check a man, the gaps are going to be there. And McGinty, is it?
McNulty.
McNulty. and he's able to just take advantage of it. That's a good take from Old Dominion. Keeps his legs driving, looking for support. Now he's isolated, and that's going to be a turnover. Oh, wait a second. And a yellow card for slowing it up. Wow. So, Old Dominion, Penn State was penalized for not rolling away, it seems, and then kicked the ball away from Old Dominion, thereby not allowing a quick tap.
We talk about that. That's just a very cynical play. And from the last game, it's going to be a yellow card. Really should be a yellow card every time. But look at that tackle. That is what they call a positive grade tackle.
Nice move, a good spin move there, and then it's just knocked forward. That's going to be a penalty for offside. You mentioned that earlier, knock on offsides, and it's going to be a penalty. Penn State playing 6-on-7 with a 17-0 lead. But excellent offense and support there from Penn State. Penn State's in white, Navy, Old Dominion is in blue.
New again being sort of that kind of glue player. He picks something up, makes the right pass, or just goes into contact and reconfigures everything, consolidates. It's good communication from these Penn State guys. New sticks his head in there and passes it out to Asadenia. Colin Asadenia looked like he had some room, but
frankly, it's inexcusable that Old Dominion doesn't have that covered with a 6-on-7 advantage.
And another sidestep from McNulty. And once he beats that first guy, he knows he's got a gap, and he accelerates very, very well to his top speed.
And if you sit back like Old Dominion there and just hold your line, he's going to eat you up. You have to get up and take the space anytime. Even if you get beat, at least get beat making a decision. So Old Dominion, with the man advantage, gives up a try. That should close out the first half. That's what McNulty's waiting on, the clock to expire. He's got plenty of time to do that. It's 22-0 right now, and he has missed the conversion. And it will be 22-0 going into the half with Old Dominion in a deep hole that's going to be really difficult to get back from. And with the man advantage going away within the next 30 to 45 seconds.
Well, Old Dominion put so much into that first game, and we were discussing how they were tied with Navy, but Navy, they haven't been playing a lot of sevens, a little bit rusty, and eventually they get sort of beat up a little bit. Here, they've just not been able to get any ball.
No, and I think we saw it with the Elite too. Heat Elite, in their first game, they're just so amped, and a lot of adrenaline can take some of that athleticism and be an equalizer. Come the second game, you got 14 minutes under your belt. You gave everything you had. You still came up short, and now you have to play another really good team. And it's just it's hard to keep that adrenaline rush. It's hard to keep that intensity. Now, on the flip side, Old Dominion is It's been a great day of rugby up to now. It's been a lot of fun, and we've had, I say, our best game. We've had several really good halves of rugby, right. And then the second half, the better teams. I would say that the more traditional, better teams are rising to the top right now. But the really intriguing thing is that number 5 and 6 spot for the cup.
Well, we're looking at the moment. St. Joseph's, we were pretty sure, given that they play Lehigh, that they'll end up 2-1. Delaware is at a +32 with a 1-1 record. If they lose to Kutztown, and they can beat them, but if they lose to Kutztown, they would be in pretty good position. There, Penn State, 2 guys go diving over straight onto their hands. If you're supporting your hands, yourself with your hands that way, that's a penalty. But Delaware's in a very good position. I'm trying to have a look to see who else is in good position.
Okay, Old Dominion just kicks ahead, and it's a foot race to the try zone, and it looks like they're going to dot it down for a 22-meter. And if you were joining us for the Heat Elite, just watch how Penn State does this, and nobody's covering, so he does a quick little grubber/drop kick. And now they have space on the outside. Do they have the speed to finish? Old Dominion on the cover defense, Andrew Metzner, and he's unable to get there, and it's going to be, as long as he doesn't knock it on. Old Dominion might want to think about putting some pressure.
Well, you're right. If you take that short one and you go right up to the line on the 22, go where somebody else isn't, and it's amazing to see how people end up. If you're running with the ball and you're focusing on a defender, well, you'll run toward that defender, and if you're focusing on someone who's thinking about blocking your kick, you'll end up sort of looking at him and kicking toward him. Why not focus on the space? That would be a little bit more logical. It's just like driving. If you're looking at something when you're driving a car, you're going to drive toward it.
Try was scored by Colin Asadenia, and it was converted to bring the score 29 points to Penn State, 0 to Old Dominion. Old Dominion is bringing on some bench players now, and I went down and visited with the Old Dominion alumni folks, and they're all having a good time and excited to be here and excited to see ODU in this competition, and I think that's part of what makes this URugby ACRC7s great. The alumni are here, and it's really good.
Well, we were talking about the third place team. We don't really know the situation here in Pool C because this is just the second round of Pool C. Old Dominion possibly cuts down 2. They'll be battling to see who finishes third there. Heat Elite and Drexel are both 0-2 in Pool B, and they've got points differences of -40 and -50. So there's an issue there. It's possible, though. I kind of feel like Heat Elite might explode for a big score against Drexel if they get some ball. But Drexel can defend pretty well, so you never know. But if somebody blows somebody out, then they put themselves into the cup round possibilities. They certainly put themselves into the conversation.
And I'm not exactly sure that Navy is a sure thing over Kutztown 2. Kutztown 2 gave Penn State a good 7 minutes of rugby at least, and now we're seeing Penn State's a pretty well-drilled team. But so is Navy. It'll be a great game. Every game is going to be good.
We're seeing some of the teams either warm up to what is required of them or put in their best performance early and then they get a little bit beat up, a little bit tired. Trying to give and go there. Joe Kelly trying to work something with Rourke Struthers, I think, and not quite coming off.
Yeah, and on the flip side of that, we spoke about the adrenaline early on. The teams that the separation of those teams is really happening now. So it'll be Old Dominion, throw in on this line out inside the. So it is a good attacking platform. You see how close Old Dominion's back line is compared to, say, the Kutztown backs, where they're spread the entire field and have the depth. And now they got the numbers on the outside. He just can't hold on.
Oh, there was such good handling there. The quick catch pass was great, but that last pass a little bit high, and you got to put 2 hands on it to make sure you tackle it, gather it.
Penn State, there's a knock on there, and it's going to come back to a scrum down to Penn State on the first knock on. That was probably one of ODU's better opportunities.
It really was. The try was there if they get that pass and catch done on the final play.
I see Coach Dyer down there telling the kids, catch the ball.
Yeah.
It's good
Let's
coaching.
Worry about catching the ball. Let's worry about running after you caught the ball.
That's a good scrum from Old Dominion and good clearance. Plenty of time. And this is going to be a foot race.
I think
McNulty.
I was going to say, let's see if he kicks it ahead or tries to catch it. And I would have bet anything Joe Kelly experienced enough to kick it ahead until it was really up there for him to catch it. But he didn't. He did get pushed, however. No, he did push. And so he has been yellow carded for, I think, a push off the ball.
I don't know. That was interesting because I thought it might have gone off his shin first before his hand. So, but Andrew Lynn is the referee out there, and he's the one who has the best seat in the house. So, good aggressive running. He's been good, that Old Dominion player, number 7, all day with his good attack. And now Old Dominion has an opportunity if he can beat 1 stiff arm.
There he goes.
And it's going to be a try if he can finish.
I think that's Chris Sherwood.
Try Old Dominion. which is important as every differential
exactly,
matters.
Everything matters there. So,
It was a nice.
the left-footed kick, and you know, I think they deserve that. They had been working hard to get some ball. We'd seen some nice passing. Kevin Marley, number 7 for Old Dominion, really getting in on the action a lot, and a good turn of pace there on the wing.
Now, what you don't want to do is follow that up with a missed tackle and space on the outside.
And that was Gary Jackson, by the way, with the try and the left-footed conversion.
Nice little
And then
sidestep in, but Peaches has enough pace to get him down, and he can't hold him out.
Grab him, hold on to his sleeve, and try to drag him into touch. It didn't work, and Marley thought he had stopped him, but he hadn't quite done it. And I think that was Featherstone.
Well, that should just about do this one. Right now it stands 34-7 Penn State, and that is how it's going to end. Old Dominion goes down in defeat to Penn State, who goes to 2-0 in the pool. Now, next up, we see what the Naval Academy can do against Kutztown 2. But it was a big win for Penn State, and I think pretty good for it wasn't a great result for Old Dominion, but they never stopped playing, and they always kept attacking, got a late try. So there's always positives to take from that.
For certain, Penn State's got to be very happy with this start. 2-0, 65 points to the good. They've given up 12, so they're at a plus 53. That's in a really good position for them. Old Dominion 0-2, and they're a minus 39 at the moment. They're still in a position to do something, but I think it's going to be a struggle for them. I think they wanted to be a little bit closer, a little bit better with the ball, and it's just those last passes. Coming up now, Naval Academy versus Kutztown 2, and again
We're ahead of schedule.
We're ahead of schedule.
But I think that's one sharp shirt.
You like my shirt?
I do. That's a great looking shirt.
It's a URugby shirt, and it came from Boathouse Sports. And URugby Virginia Beach would like to thank Boathouse Sports for its generous support. Boathouse is the leader in custom team gear and athletic wear, including team jackets, sports uniforms, and other clothing. The company prides itself on delivering high-quality custom apparel in an efficient and cost-effective manner, guided by a client-centered customer service approach. Boathouse Sports works with elite sports programs around the country and is the exclusive apparel provider to the rugby teams of the Ivy League, the South Independent Rugby Conference, and the Empire Rugby Conference. The company is headquartered in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and all products are made in America. Visit boathousesports.com. Visit boathouse.com for more information.
Alex, I want to introduce Hope Allen. She's with the Old Dominion University women's rugby team. And while men's rugby is alive and well in this area of the world, so is women's rugby. How was, I understand you recently restarted the team, maybe within the last 4 years?
Yeah, when I came into being president of the women's team, we had just lost a coach who quit because of really bad leadership. So I had the opportunity to find a new coach and also try to kickstart our team. Coming in 2 years ago, there were about 7 players on the team, and now we can happily say we have about 30 or 25.
That's fantastic, and it's great to see that it went away, but then someone was smart enough to bring it back, because women's rugby is as important as men's rugby, and appreciate what you're doing. Glad to see you out here helping with URugby and the ACRC7s. Glad that you brought some of your teammates out, and we appreciate you coming.
What lessons did you learn about team leadership and how to run the team from that episode?
You definitely have to distinguish between your roles as a leader and your roles as a friend. Another thing, you have to know people. The network is a big network, especially in Hampton Roads, and the more you know, the better it will be, the more opportunities you'll have.
Did you play rugby in high school?
I didn't, no.
Great. Well, thanks for being out here, Hope. We appreciate your time, and keep up the good work with the women's program and helping out here.
Thank you.
We got
Thank you.
Naval Academy on the attack against Kutztown 2. We've been looking forward to this one Since their first pool round, Naval Academy defeated Old Dominion. Kutztown dropped one to Penn State.
And Navy is just probing in right now and just looking to perhaps exert a little bit of physical dominance, I would imagine. Piper Thaler going in, and he's already drawn a penalty, but they're going for the advantage. Gardy Laban pushes off one, he pushes off another, and offloads, and there we go.
That was excellent.
First try from Navy right there, and they retained ball the whole time. And I think that was Orion Vidral who scored that try for the midshipmen. And Matt, just really nice to sort of control. The offload out of contact is that they're able to shove somebody away, so they're pretty much, they know what's going on, and it's not like a 50-50 pass.
Right, and we talked about a little bit earlier, or actually throughout the day, the intention. What are you trying to do? If you're going to be decisive, which I feel like the academy player who set that try up, he was going to go score. Until he was stopped, he was going to go score. And on top of that, he had the wherewithal to keep that left hand open and then make that offload. I thought, that whoever might have scored it, great, good job, but it was really created by that first player.
I was going to call this just before he did it. Said they're going to mess up this. It's a momentum killer. They want a short kick to go run under. That's fine, but he wasn't aligned correctly to get it 10 meters. He was aligned to get it, 5, which is
not enough.
Not enough, not at all. So
that's a pretty good defense. I think a little more trust could have been shown there, and there's a gap in the middle, taking the space away. Now it's going to be a drop step defense. Number 5 from Navy has to close down that space, or else that's going to happen. Nice cut back in, cuts down. He's got 2 to beat. They run into each other, and it's going to be a try.
Well, that was good ball movement. Take that gap, get it to the fast guy, take another gap, get it to another fast guy. Works out good. I think that's Troy Scott who scored in for Kutztown 2.
The Naval Academy had a really good defense, a slide defense going. The drop step looked good. But then when the Kutztown player who offloaded it, he took an angle that forced that outside defender to turn his hips in, and that just opened it up. He had inside, outside. They chose to do the switch back inside, and it was after the 2 Naval Academy guys ran into each other. It was a try, and it's tied up 7-all. In a pretty much how we expect it to be, a good physical match with 2 good teams who kick it off. Kind of mid to deep with plenty of time to operate for the academy, looking for options. That's the referee was okay with that tackle. Now they have some numbers on the outside. Good passing.
Good. Thaler's doing very nicely. That was a great pop back inside. McNerney.
This is really good ball handling from the midshipmen right now, and they've got numbers on the outside. If you could just make
the last one wasn't great, but Murky was popping it out there. That worked out fine, but the last offload just a little bit too tentative.
Well, referee had not concluded advantage, so it'll come back on the on the Naval Academy knock on, and it'll be a scrum to Kutztown 2. That was good movement from both sides. And one great thing, and I assume since you're watching, you know something about rugby, but a great thing about this sport is when that was knocked on, Kutztown had the opportunity to right away turn it over and keep playing, where Naval Academy would have been caught in a bad spot. Just a little knock on by Kutztown brought it back, but they still get possession. It's one of the great things about this game, and one of the most exhausting things when you're playing this game. Probably not so much for these young folks.
Kutztown team 2, they play against Kutztown 1 all the time. They train against them, so they're training against one of the better teams in the country. They're not really phased by pressure. And the ball was kicked through in that scrum, so that's a penalty against Navy for doing that.
Again, that usual or now usual Kutztown formation on a penalty. They have the outside covered with 3 runners out there, 3 strong runners. Does he find the gap? No, and clean ruck, and now the ball is distributed the other way. Kutztown on the attack, doing well on keeping possession. All the academy can do at this point is play defense and hope for a turnover. They're a little bit bunched up. You see all the white jerseys bunched, and there's a player on the outside. Nice dummy.
He completely sold him on that, but boy, he's thumped in. Gardy Laban takes him down. But that was a heck of a dummy by Tyler Valavane.
We've got an injured player on the deck.
He felt it right there. Valavane paid for his endeavor with a shot to the ribs, and that looked like he was taken down hard in the side and then hard onto the ground. And he's not happy, but it was a totally legal hit, just really, really hard one.
And I think they got a little head-to-head on that one. But juxtapose that to what we saw in Penn State and Old Dominion, where the Old Dominion player, after a break, stood his ground and waited.
Yeah.
The Naval Academy midshipman took the space and didn't allow the player to do a juke or anything. He just made the clean tackle. It's unfortunate the result was this. It was clean, and so
one of the things is he knows that the cover defense is going to come in and help him out. If you think you're the only line of defense, you start thinking, well, I can't miss. But if you know that somebody's going to back you up, then you say, well, I'll go for the ball carrier.
And no one's going to disparage you by saying, I'm going to stop the ball.
Right.
Even if, let's say that he makes the pass. At least one time you're going to get him. Another time, they're going to make a bad pass. Just hope the player's okay. He seems to be okay.
They're attending to his lower leg now, just sort of discussing, pulling him up. But I think he just got hit really hard. They're going to take him off the field, though. He stood as if he was going to tell the ref, I'm staying. He said, no, we don't think so. So it's possible that might be like a concussion protocol test. Who knows? But better to, obviously concerned about your player's safety first and foremost.
So we are sitting, Alex, at 7-7 with about 15 seconds remaining in the first half. It's Kutztown ball right at midfield after a excellent series from them. They've been having possession for the past 2 minutes, I would say. Academy has been on defense for a while. And there's that first mistake from Kutztown.
They are exerting their physical dominance, or they're trying to, our Navy. Big hit from the scrum half, number 10, who I believe is Jacob Rowell, but I'm not sure because there's no number 10 on the roster at the moment, but somebody's wearing number 10, so they're pulling a fast one on us. End of first half. I kind of think that Navy is poised to run away with this. If they don't, it's kind of a mistake for them, because I think they've sent the message to Kutztown 2, we're going to hit you really hard.
I think so too, but on the flip side, I think that Kutztown has weathered a lot of the offensive firepower and defensive firepower of Naval Academy pretty well. Now, the loss of Tyler Valavane is probably going to be felt. He was a catalyst on the offense, so we'll see how that impacts it. I believe, though, Alex, this is maybe the 4th or 5th game where we're tied or within a try at the end of half, and we haven't ended one with tied.
No, that's true. Usually somebody's taking control in the second half, and we'll see that. And then conversely, we've seen that teams that are leading comfortably at halftime don't really double up on that. Apart from Kutztown in their first game, and Lehigh, we know, are struggling, but we're not seeing teams just really go all the way through the full 14 minutes yet. This is part of the test of playing a really high-level tournament like the ACR7s, that you have to play well all the way through, because if you let the door open, somebody's going to come through.
I see Coach Flanagan down there letting them know, giving them instructions on what they're seeing from the sideline and telling them, run our system. Don't run theirs. Don't let them run theirs. Run our systems.
And I think, the old adversaries, Mike Flanagan and Greg Jones, I don't know how long they've been coaching against each other, but it's been a long time. They're used to each other's styles of play. It is sort of telling that Tyler Valavane wasn't even in that huddle. He was sitting on the bench, being looked at by a trainer. So, there's certainly the concern to see if he's all right.
The wind has picked up a bit, Alex. I was looking at the touch judge flags, and it was steady left to right. So the wind is at Naval Academy's back, which could come into play at some point. While you don't think kicking in sevens, it is still part of the game.
I think it should be kept in mind. It has to be done at the right time. It has to be done for a reason, and not just because you can't think of anything better to do.
There's that Academy attacked the middle, sucked in the defenders, and now looking for help. And they've got the outside, and there's the kick ahead.
That's a good kick because there's no one there. McInerney is chasing after it. He should toe it ahead.
Oh,
he tried to catch it. No, he was under pressure there. You got to kick it ahead one more time, and then it'll pop up for you. But we don't think about that. We think about going to hands so much more than if you grow up more with soccer. You think a little bit more about kicking it ahead. But that was a great kick because there was no one around, like a looping move and then kicking downfield.
Yeah, and the fact that even came to mind for him, because we've seen opportunities like that throughout the day that have gone squandered, and he noticed it, saw the green back there, and executed it well.
And with the win then, now what they're doing, and there's a penalty against Navy for boring in, but the kicking option is a difficult one for Kutztown too now. So what they did was they reversed field position with that kick, even if they don't have field position on that kick, even if they don't have possession of the ball at the moment. And you see that kick to touch they just did made them about 5 meters. It was kind of not really worth doing.
And it drove them outside the 22, so limited some of their options at this point. And look at how tall that initial jump, that first guy is for Naval Academy. It's a big unit.
They don't really have that on the Kutztown 2 squad.
And they don't have to put 2 resources to that lift. Number 2 for Naval Academy is free to roam. And that's not able to get his eyes around. Excellent tackle from the Academy. And now they're back on defense. Referee didn't like what he saw there, diving over from Kutztown.
And we have an injured player again. Somebody's hurt there, so we're going to stop.
That was the try scorer from earlier.
That would be Troy Scott.
He's slow getting up. He's a little wobbly. I don't know if it's a joint injury or head, but it was an excellent tackle from the Academy, a really formed tackle, got cheek to cheek, if you will, and wrapped the legs up and brought him down cleanly. In a tight game like this, losing your starters off the roster is not ideal, obviously.
Well, we're seeing some subs come on. Alex Duke coming on for Kutztown 2. We see Caseman Pope coming on for Navy, as is Jared Stevenson. And Trey Fullerlove, another one of my favorite names.
DeMoney and Fullerlove.
DeMoney.
Looks like the player's up on his own.
Yeah, so that would be your try scorer, Troy Scott. And he's been subbed off.
Well, I think they're just evaluating
they're testing him. Okay.
He's good.
But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players, so they're going to have to take one off, and he comes back off. Okay. Somebody that would have been Alex Duke, is eager to get on the field. Coach is still on the field. We're playing. Coach is in mortal peril at this moment until they pick it up. Could have run a little faster.
That was a very interesting penalty line set. They had 2 waves, and they had 2 options on each wave. So nice design from the Academy.
McInerney digs it out.
Excellent
gets it
pass.
Out, to Stevenson.
Nothing there.
And that's Laban, but he's hit very hard. They're not going now. They're going forward. And that was Fullerlove.
There's a gap.
Out we go.
There's a gap. Oh, good shoestring tackle. Penalty advantage here to Naval Academy. Offsides on Kutztown.
Remember, we're still tied. We've got 4 minutes left in this game. Tillman trying to get somewhere. Oh, well, I'm not sure if McInerney was expecting that pass, but he did get it. And Stevenson
They got opportunity on the outside. One to beat. He's in. If he can just ground it, try. Naval Academy.
And that is Gardy LeBon going in for the try. And that was, I mean, it was right there, wasn't it?
You could
saw
almost
that.
see it flowing that way, and that one Kutztown player was just isolated.
And at this point, Navy is in a position to dictate terms on field position and also physically. They've been bashing Kutztown 2 around quite a bit. At the same time, Kutztown 2 is really hanging tough. They're still only one try behind.
This is an interesting opportunity here, whether he makes it or misses it on the kick. With the tricky wind at his back, it looks like he drilled it.
That
He
was
did.
beautiful.
It was
Absolutely
great.
beautiful.
So with the tricky wind at his back, you kind of want to pin him deep and go deep, but if you get too much of it and it goes out of the try zone, you're going to give up that field position.
That's true.
Right away. So it'll be interesting to see how they approach this. I think maybe go kind of aim for the 22 and let the wind carry it a bit.
Yeah, I'd want to be safe here. You know, like you said, aim for the 22, not too deep. Well, this will be all right. Let's see if they can just keep it in field. They can. Full of Love tried to get it. He couldn't get it.
Scrum advantage.
And Crow did get it for Kutztown.
Oh, 12. You can't turn your hips back in. But good cover defense out there by number 3 from the academy.
That was Piper Thaler.
He's had a good day in his 2 games.
And now they've got numbers. They've got space.
Excellent.
Pass back inside from DeColey, not handled.
That was some of the best defense we've seen all day. Trust, space, patience, really good.
Full of Love picks it up. He pops it now to 10.
Try.
Yeah, try. And I'm pretty sure, again, that's Jacob Rowell.
That was
Don't quote me on that.
That's how you turn defense into offense. The Naval Academy, we're giving ground, which is okay in rugby. There's no first downs in rugby. We don't care about territory that much. So they were giving the ground, trusting one another. You saw actually the Naval Academy guy who was to cover the end guy completely turn his back to his inside defender help. Hey, I trust you. You're going to take care of that. And he did. And it really worked out well.
Well, that's a big try for Navy there, 19-7, and well, the scoreboard said minute to go, and the referee said no, we're done. 19-7 full time, and that puts Navy at 2-0, and that's an important result for them.
Don't know what was up with the clock there.
Well, referee is full adjudicator of time and law on the field.
Well, I feel much more comfortable that it was a 2-score game.
Right. Well, certainly.
So that was a big game for both of those teams, and it was competitive from the get-go. Naval Academy came out on top, I think, because of their superior defensive structure and their trust and patience in one another. So I think, and the things you can't control, injuries to some of your better players, we hope that he's going to be okay for the rest of the day. We do know he's been up and walking, so he'll get taken care of. Naval Academy wins that game, is on top of their pool over Kutztown 2, or even on their pool, I should say.
Right.
Next game against Penn State is going to determine the winner of that pool,
Well,
and that should be a great game.
That is correct. And, the points difference also comes into play in terms of how you seed the teams and everything like that. Penn State has a superior. Penn State has a superior points difference, and then on the other double 2-0 team in Pool B, Stony Brook and JMU, they're pretty much even on points difference as well.
Next up, we have in the red and black hoops, the red, black, and white hoops, I should say, is St. Joseph's out of Philadelphia, and in the brown and white hoops, Lehigh. A little civil war here out of Philly, and St. Joe's with some very good ball handling, nice pace, and they're going to get on the board first. Number 7 from Lehigh. From St. Joe's, James Wilkinson. This is a This is a matchup between the winless Lehigh University Mountain Hawks and sitting in good position is St. Joe's. This is the 2 o'clock pool game. Lehigh has given up by far the most points in this event and are looking to stem that tide. It's off to a rough start and cleanly fielded from Lehigh. St. Joseph's turns that into an attack. Lehigh under pressure. Good tackling. Again, they have numbers on the outside. It's blocked, knocked on. Blocked, knocked on. He's in the try zone, and it's a try. St. Joe's with another try. We are 1 minute into the game. 2 tries to none. St. Joe's on top. URugby Virginia Beach, featuring the ACRC7s, would like to thank Visit Virginia Beach for their generous support. Virginia Beach is the #1 vacation destination in Virginia. With miles of beautiful beaches, museums, history, and year-round activities, Virginia Beach is a great place for your next vacation, convention, or special event. Go to visitvirginiabeach.com for more information. It is lovely. It's a lovely day here. Great white sand beaches and great festivals and events for family, friends, sports, and meetings and conventions. Ball's kicked forward. St. Joe's on the attack. Good coverage by Lehigh. Lehigh now a little hesitant in decision-making. We've talked about that all day, and you can see Lehigh is just so bunched in the middle. There's opportunity all over the field for St. Joe's if they can just execute passing and get it out. Fixes the defender, and that'll be try number 2 for St. Joe's, Chris Curcio. St. Joe's has had a successful go of it today. Let me pull up their schedule and recap their afternoon. They started today on the very first game of the day with a win over Delaware. Then they dropped one. And they dropped one to Kutztown. And if they win this one, they will have number 2 in their pool, which will guarantee them a spot in the Cup quarters. The next game, the Kutztown versus Delaware game, is going to be a deciding factor for that 5-6 wild card spot in the Cup against other pool participants. St. Joe's in command right now, 17 points to none. 3.5 minutes remaining in the first half. A little bit disjointed there from St. Joe's. You don't want to lose your focus. You know you're the better team, and you just cannot lose your focus. He's going to keep on going. Poor tackling, nice handoff, and it's going to be a forward pass off the deck. And that's that focus thing. Yes, you're in control. Yes, you've got a really good team, but if you give people life, they're gonna go. These are still athletes and still rugby players competing. It's been a really good day of rugby so far. We've seen some of the best teams in the country. Kutztown, which we'll see next, the Naval Academy, which we just saw, Penn State. They seem to be the 3 teams that are separating themselves right now. James Madison is right there with them with 2-0 in their pool. Those 4 teams are in control, and then you have your Stony Brooks and St. Joe's all competing hard, and I think that next tier level team. Delaware. The other teams are definitely working and competing, and there's another opportunity here. One pass, and he's in the try zone. grounds it, try St. Joe's. Can't see the number. I'll get that to you as soon as I can. It's 22-0 here, a minute and 45 seconds remaining in the first half. If you all are here in town and just listening to me and watching the game, listening to Alex and I want to encourage you to head on over to the Eagles Nest 97.3, 600 Devon Road here in Virginia Beach. They're great food, great prices, great drinks, good way to wind it down after a great day of rugby. And we are back underway here. St. Joe's in control over Lehigh. We really didn't think it did not release the tackler there. The knee was on the ground. You have to release, and that's going to be a knock-on. It'll be a scrum to St. Joe's. The big question here is differential, because St. Joe's is going to put up, if they put up a lot of points on Lehigh, which other teams have, it's going to impact differential for those 5th and 6th spots. So the top 4 teams will move on, and then the next 2 will move on. Next 2 based on record and differential. And that's a nice attack on the gap. One more pass. Number 7 going for his 4th try, and it looks like he's going to get it, and it's going to be a try. Chris Curcio. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that. That's 4 tries for him on the day. It's 29 points to 0. The Delaware Blue Hens, I believe the score was 46-0 over Lehigh earlier. Now, St. Joe's did lose to Kutztown, but it was fairly competitive, and it wasn't that great a margin. So that was an awful kick. That's halftime here, 29-0 St. Joe's on top of Lehigh. So Delaware is looking to outright beat Kutztown. That may get them through, depending on what happens with the rest of this score. And they play next, so definitely stick around for that. It should be a great game. Nothing better than a great team, 2 great teams, Kutztown and Delaware. One absolutely has to have the win. The other one is just so good, and the expectation is always to win. URugby in Virginia Beach, here in Virginia Beach with their ACRC7s. They run several different events, both club and collegiate. They run the Kutztown Sevens event, which is really well attended and a great event. Old Dominion University has their alumni here. I see some Penn State folks down on the other end. Heat Elite have a bunch of folks, and it's a really great atmosphere here today. We want to thank everybody for coming. We want to thank the teams for taking time out of their school time and work time to come to Virginia Beach. But frankly, if you're trying to be the best, to be in this event is a must, because you're playing against teams. St. Joe's has been in the CRC. Kutztown has been in the final of the CRC. Delaware has been in the CRC. Penn State. It just goes on. And these Naval Academy, it's just a really top level, top tier in the country competition. And we're lucky to have it in Virginia Beach. We're lucky to have these teams here. Old Dominion, Heat Elite, lucky to be able to compete against these teams. It's a really great event. We want to thank URugby and ACRC7s for bringing this to Virginia Beach. We also want to thank the City of Virginia Beach and the Virginia Beach Sports Marketing for their support in helping us make this happen. Ball is cleanly fielded from Lehigh, and we are starting the second half, and start it as much as we did like the first half, with a turnover from Lehigh and a try right off the bat from St. Joseph's Tom Curavan. I'm sure they talked about point differential and where they need to be to ensure a top 6 spot. I think it's top 6, maybe 8. I don't know. I'll have to look at my notes. Do you know if it's top 6 or 8? All right, so St. Joe's 34, Lehigh 0. You have 6 minutes to get 12 points to really put the pressure on Delaware. It's a nice kick. St. Joe's has the wind to their back. Lehigh lets that ball bounce, which is extremely dangerous. Now they're working out of their own try-zone. Everyone is covered. Not a lot of speed on this Lehigh team, so they have to be very deliberate in doing something like that, which is good rugby for what they are. And now he got stuck a little bit there, working that short side of the field, which might be a smart thing. Just unable to get anything going, and they turn it over. It's about 5 meters to score. Small little dummy pass, and it's going to be a try, St. Joe's. Okay, so Kutztown is sitting at 2-0, plus 76. St. Joe's sitting at 1-1, minus 7. Now that's going to change here. Delaware at 1-1, plus 32. So 41, 40. So right now has the edge over Delaware, and Lehigh is 0 for 2. Stony Brook sitting at 2-0. James Madison sitting at 2-0. They'll play later on this afternoon. Drexel at 0-2, and rounding out Pool B is Hampton Heat Elite at 0-2. And the final and third pool, while St. Joe is attacking again, and he's going to get his 5th try. Chris is 2-0. Penn State 2-0. Kutztown 2, 0-2, and Old Dominion 0-2. So right now, if it were to end right now, it would be Kutztown, St. Joe's, Stony Brook, JMU, Navy, and Penn State. And then plus 2 more. And St. Joe's slots the conversion, 48 points to 0. 3.5 minutes remaining in the second half. We've had Biddy Boyle up here talking with the head coach of Delaware Blue Hens. We've had the head coach from St. Joe's, Tom Utz. Sorry, Coach. We've had Hope Allen with ODU Women's Rugby up here. And we are just thrilled to be here and thrilled to have all the support. And last night was a great event at Eagle 97.3, the Bird's Nest. Eagles 97.3. And it was great. Great discussion, good turnout. And St. Joe's is going to put in another one. Empty the bench now for St. Joe's. Get everybody some PT out here. If you do not have a chiropractor, you must have one. It's part of the whole wellness for your entire body, massage, therapy, chiropractic, doctor. It's just a smart way to do things, and we recommend that you use a doctor who has graduated from Palmer College, or if you're looking for a college to attend, Palmer College of Chiropractic is a great way to go. They've got excellent rugby. Both men's and women's. It's a great academic program. It's a great career following that. And if you are interested in that, please check them out. As Lehigh now, deep in their territory again, on the attack, getting smothered by St. Joe's. And there's an attempt at a clearing kick. Everything seems to be okay. Referee's going to let this one play on. One of the subs on the field does a sidestep inside, keeps his hands free. Nice little pass outside, and it's going to be a try. St. Joe's seems to be a theme here on this one. And that was George Harris finishing that movement off. Still have plenty of rugby to play today in pool play. We're excited for the rest of the day. Some of the highlight games are going to be our next game, Delaware facing off against Kutztown. Stony Brook and James Madison still have to give it a run. And Naval Academy and Penn State also have to play one another. I'm also interested in Heat Elite, seeing if they can get their first win against Drexel, which will be a great matchup between a good defensive team in Drexel and all the potential in the world of the Heat Elite offensively. And then Kutztown 2 facing off against Old Dominion. And Old Dominion basically home here in Virginia Beach, just up the road in Norfolk. Kutztown 2 really ready to get a win for their coach, Doc Jones. So this will round out. This will be the second to last game right here, and there's about 3 seconds remaining of this one. St. Joe's is going to win. And next up will be the final game in Pool A, where we will see Kutztown, nationally ranked, one of the best teams in the country, facing off against Delaware. And there is Lehigh's first points of the tournament, maybe? It's a tough pool. Tough pool to play in between Kutztown, St. Joe's, Delaware. Very tough, and conversion is no good, and that's going to be the end of this match with St. Joe's defeating Lehigh 62 points to 5. Entering the field right now in gold and blue, Delaware Blue Hens. In the white and maroon, Kutztown University Bears. This is a well-run event where we are on time, if not ahead of schedule, but everything is running very smoothly. Refereeing has been quality grade here today. Venue, quality. Nice fast track for these fast teams. And we have 4 minutes. I believe I just saw someone on the sideline raise a 4 in the air till our next kickoff. So I think that settles Pool A. Nope. Stop this game. Keep on forgetting about this one. Beyond Rugby Bermuda's main goal is to help children in Bermuda graduate, give them options, and help instill core values and good qualities through rugby. Formed as the vision of former WWE superstar John Layfield, Beyond Rugby Bermuda is a partnership between Bermuda Rugby Football Union and the Family Center Bermuda. BRB provides a homework academy structure after school and further rugby training and family support services through Family Center Bermuda. Beyond Rugby was a huge part of the 2016 Aerial Bermuda Sevens. For more information, go to urugby.com/beyond-rugby-bermuda. We are ahead of schedule, and that was a dominating performance from St. Joe's over Lehigh, and this is the last match in Pool A, where Delaware is facing off against Kutztown, one of the best in the country.
Well, I just got back from a talk with Penn State coach Blake Burdett, and he brought up a great point about the ACRC7s. He said we had to be here, and one of the reasons we had to be here is because this is the only 2-day tournament that we can play in. And a 2-day tournament, if you're getting ready for nationals, you're getting ready for the CRC, that it's a completely different beast. How intense the games are when you know you're only playing 3 in a day, and then the recovery overnight, and then come back and play again. So it's crucial, and it's a great reason why this is such an important part of the landscape.
Of the Elite Sevens landscape.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
I hadn't really taken that take on it, but that's very interesting.
Well, Delaware against Kutztown, crucial game for both of them, certainly. Delaware knows what they need to do, and that is, well, they want to win. A tie would be good for them, and really even a competitive loss would do enough to get them into the quarters. Kutztown, pretty sure they're into the quarters to start with. We just saw Lehigh get their first points of the tournament. Good for them. St. Joseph's won big, so they should be into the quarterfinals with 2 wins. And so Kutztown now working it wide. Sage once again right in the middle of it. Malafu, seen him score so many tries, especially in that first game, and then the ball poached out of the ruck. Referee says it was taken illegally. Storts now looks to tap it quickly, but Storts is going to give way, and they're going to set up a move. Sage making the call. Wes Hartman looking to be the first receiver. There he is, and he pops it out rather than takes it into contact. Malafu then spins it out, and then out to Sage. And there's Storts holding it in his hand like a loaf of bread. Sidestep, pops inside, and that is Storts. Excuse me, that was Trent Hensley who was doing all the nifty running. And that is a try for Kutztown right there. The set move out to read what the defense gives you. Hensley makes a couple of plays, and the inside pass to Robert Storts. Should have noticed that because Hensley has way better hair than Storts. But Storts goes in for the try. Hensley in for the conversion. 7-0, Kutztown leads. And Delaware started out with a bit of a rough game against St. Joseph's. Just really getting back into the swing of sevens things. And then against Lehigh, they looked good, but Lehigh struggled. Lehigh's given up a lot of points today. Sage now for Kutztown and passes it out to Storts. Storts out to Malafu. Malafu cuts back in, taken down, but they win it very cleanly. Sage again, Faison Donahoe. First time we heard about them. And then Wes Hartman gets it out to the wing, and that's Joe O'Shields. Quick as you like, not a problem. That was just so clinical. O'Shields in, and Kutztown now leads 12-0 over Delaware. And like I said, the Blue Hens really need to keep it close because points difference may be the. And really, we can't give you much more than that in terms of who's going to finish third. In the different pools, but that's going to be the battle. High kick. Getting under it is Chris Matina for Delaware. First time Delaware's really touched the ball. Hess playing scrum half for the moment. Matt Ramirez makes a fend back inside. And again, they move it now to the right. Hess, the big man. O'Shields. No, Hartman gets him. Oh, and the pick and they go out wide. And Faison Donahoe said, I can read that. So Gorman's taken down. Hess again. And sending it out to Hand. And then Abram. Abram dancing out of one grab from Malafu. Pops it to Hess. Hess taken down. A good offload. The ball movement is just fine from Delaware, but they're not making any ground. Very patient defense from Kutztown. But here we go. A pass to himself. Gorman somehow grabbed it after he sent it into the air and nobody was there for it. And Hartman getting right in the way. Matina, he taps and he goes. 4 players around him. He's got Hess with him. Doesn't use Hess, but he's got Abram. Abram, the pass out wide, just a little bit too late. And John Hand cannot get the hand to it. And so that goes into touch, and it'll be a line out for Kutztown. But we'll take the knock on, I guess, and we'll go with the scrum. So 2 quick tries from Kutztown to start the game, but then it slowed down a little bit. Delaware had that ball for a good few minutes, but really had some trouble getting out of their end until they got a penalty. Now hands out to Malafu for Kutztown. He goes back, beats 2. Oh, there's the sidestep. Beats another, gets past Gorman, and Vetakina Malafu is all the way for a fantastic try. 80 meters. 17-0 Kutztown. And Malafu, that's his job. Go and find some space, finish it off. And he got 3 in the first game. The kick is good. It's 19-0 Kutztown. Delaware is going to be not happy about that, I think. I think they wanted to get some score early, and if they were behind, they wanted to keep it close. And right now, 19-0 with just a few seconds left in the first half. Not good enough for the Blue Hens. Storts lofts it high. It's one. It went far enough. Very nicely won by Faison Donahoe. And then Storts gets it back. Big wide pass. Hensley. He's got Malafu with him. And he doesn't need him because the defense worries about Malafu. And Hensley goes in for the try. And well executed again by Kutztown. 24-0 just like that. And it's just really about making those passes very direct and very strong. Passing to the right. You got to have a good, strong left hand. And it takes some practice to get that if you're right-handed to pass that way. Hensley, though, takes a few deep breaths. And the kick misses. Goes across the face of the goal. So 24-0, and that'll be halftime here between Delaware and Kutztown. Fans, URugby manages premier sporting events for collegiate and club rugby teams across the United States. In addition to URugby Virginia Beach, featuring the ACRC7s, URugby manages the Kutztown University 7s, the Ariel Ray Bermuda 7s, and the URugby Bowl Series in Charlotte. Our mission is to provide teams, fans, and vendors with spectacular experiences, capturing the excitement, high-level competition, and camaraderie of collegiate and club rugby. Visit urugby.com, that is the letter U, then the word rugby.com for more information. Well, the pep talk time now here at halftime in the huddle. Delaware coaches Biddy Boyle, Strawn Murray, looking to find a way to get their team to keep possession, not force it too much. Looked like they were ready to score a try, but they've got to be able to manage the physicality of that defense from Kutztown. By the way, in case you're wondering, in the D1A semifinal that's going on right now, Life University is beating Lindenwood 38-7 in the second half. Looks like Life will be making a 4th straight final appearance there. This will be a 2-day tournament here at the ACRC7s. Very important to play a 2-day tournament if you are looking to play at the higher levels, whether it's for the national team or play in the USA Rugby National Championships, Division 1, Division 2, or playing at the NSCRO Championships, or playing within the CRC tournament. 2 days, very different from 1 day. The recovery time, the intensity, just a little bit different. So We have 4 more games coming in after this one. Drexel versus Heat Elite. That'll be a game to decide probably if one of those teams gets into the Cup quarterfinals. Stony Brook versus James Madison. That'll be a game to find out who wins the pool. Kutztown 2 versus Old Dominion. And Naval Academy versus Penn State. That's the one that we're going to finish up with, Navy against Penn State. How about that? And there, Abram trying to find some room for Delaware. Oh, they're just getting hit so hard. And that's the thing. They have to bounce up and get out of those hits. Gorman now. Big lofty pass to Ramirez, and he just had no space whatsoever. Haynes. You see they're just going backwards. And the pass kind of off Haynes' face, which is actually not a knock-on. But you grab the ball with your hands as it goes forward, then that is a knock-on. But if it bounces off your head and goes forward, that's okay. That's not a knock-on. Scrum down to Kutztown. And the ball comes straight out, so they're going to reset it. And the put in. Cleanly won by Kutztown this time. Good hands. Going straight into contact, though. And that would be Santiago, Angel Santiago. Now coming out through Dylan Smith. And a big hit. The ball goes forward just out of that hit. And pretty impressive tackle from John Hand going in low, forcing that turnover. And really the situation now for Delaware, it's kind of changed in the sense that they're not going to win this game at 24-0 with less than 5 minutes to go. Really don't see that happening. But because of the points difference situation, they can lose this and stay in a good place. Maybe if they pull off a try, if they reduce this deficit, they'll be in better situation even more so. Big wide pass. Ramirez popping back. Oh, and that's Matino wanted it from Abram, didn't get it, and it goes down to Murphy Lil. Lil breaks out of a tackle. Ramirez tried to take him down, didn't happen, and it was just a turnover, just didn't quite connect. And Murphy Lil, who's been pretty opportunistic and pretty helpful for this team, just making some smart passes and some smart tackles today, gets a try in the corner. And that's going to make it 29-0 for Kutztown here in this Pool A game. The last game for both of these teams. Kutztown now, they're going to end up 3-0. St. Joe's is going to be second in Pool A with a 2-1 record. Delaware 1-2. Lehigh 0-3. The kick is away from Sage. Still 29. And so tries from Joe O'Shields, Keenan Malafu, Robert Stortz, Trent Hensley, and Murphy Lil for Kutztown in this game. And Robert Stortz hasn't taken a restart legally yet. He takes them from about 2 or 3 meters in front of the line each time. But he's being allowed to, so I don't blame him for keeping on doing it. But he didn't go 10 meters that time. It's going to be a free kick for Delaware. And there's the show, and there's the go from Matt Romeo. Abram still fighting out a tackle. Abram's going to go into the corner, and he deserves that. He got a lot of attention from the defense, and he just sort of squirmed his way out of it. He was trying to do that earlier, and that's an important try for Delaware. And that'll keep it now with 29-5. Matina kick. The wind takes that away from the goal. Not really close as a result. The breeze is stronger than it looks. If you just look at the field, you can't really see anything. You can't see artificial turf wave in the breeze. But up high where the kicks go, the breeze just sort of comes out over the trees. A little bit different. See it hang up a little bit. Nicely controlled from Delaware there. And Ramirez out to Matina. Matina comes back. And Romeo down the sideline. Good vision from Chris Matina. Not the greatest defensive organization from Kutztown. Dylan Smith was a bit of two minds. Kind of left alone there, really, in the tram line. And Romeo. We figured out wherefore art thou, Romeo. Thou art for scoring tries. Beautiful kick from Matina. 29-12. This kick was a little bit too deep. Geisel takes it for Kutztown. Sage. Out to Lil. And out to Faison Donahoe. And now we've got to break down the wing. Forward pass. And that's going to come back. Kind of a marginal one, but it was a forward pass. And Jason Denofa was the guy on the wing. Took me a while to identify him. He's wearing someone else's jersey, but that is Jason Denofa. And the ball comes out the Kutztown side. They've stolen that scrum. That's kind of a big one. Stortz still going. Stortz dishes it off. Geisel. Oh, great shoestring tackle from Matt Ramirez. And turnover. Matina's got all kinds of people with him. Oh, great offload, though. Well done. It just wasn't controlled well enough by Grayson Haynes. And so now comes Lil. And Lil will go in and score the try. So turnover, complete mayhem ends up. Murphy Lil, really like what Murphy Lil has been able to bring to the table today. And he goes in for the try, his second try of the game. And the try for Kutztown. Sage is going to attempt the conversion. It's over. And the game is over. 36-12. Kutztown wins the game. Did Delaware do enough? Well, it's hard to know, but they end up with a plus 8-point differential on a 1-2 record. So we're looking for, what they want is for at least one other team with a 1-2 record to have a worse points differential. We'll see about that. Whereas for Kutztown, they end up 3-0 with a plus 100-point differential. And they could end up being the top seed with those kind of numbers, really, considering that would mean Penn State would have to beat Navy 47-0 for them to equal that. And I don't think that's going to happen. So Matt Robinette, 36-12 for Kutztown over Delaware. It seemed to me Delaware, they didn't want that kind of game. They wanted it a little bit closer. They gave up a soft try at the end of the game. But they may still have done enough with all the points they scored against Lehigh to be able to advance to the Cup quarterfinals. And I think that Kutztown has probably done enough to be the number one seed.
I think so, too. I don't think it's a likelihood at all that that score line you just referenced, Penn State and Navy. I don't think that's realistic. And Kutztown does look like the number one seed out of what we've seen today. And Delaware... and the point differential will tell, but if they get in there, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think they're good enough and they're a strong team. I think they had about a 4-minute stretch in that second half where they were giving it to Kutztown. So there's a lot of positives. We've got Hampton Heat Elite in pink against Drexel in gold, and I'm interested to see this. This is the bottom of pool, and it's an opportunity for the Heat Elite to kind of flex their speed muscles. Let's see how they do in this one.
This is definitely a game. You know, the winner has a shot at the Cup quarterfinals.
And I can already see the Heat Elite keeping that outside available, and Drexel clogging up the middle. So we'll see how that looks when it's all said and done. But if the Elite can get it to the outside, I think they have the advantage in this one. We're just underway. Heat Elite against Drexel in the final game of this pool. We are wrapping up pool play here in Virginia Beach at the Beach ACRC7s. Brought to you by URugby Virginia Beach. The Eagles Nest, 97.3, 4x3. Palmer, Boathouse Sports. Penalty against Drexel. Quick tap. Heat Elite have the numbers on the outside. A nice jab step inside. Does he keep his hands free? He does.
This is more like it. This is kind of what we wanted to see from them.
And you can just see Drexel is so clogged in the middle that the outside is wide open. Excellent strength and contact there. And then just a little bit of the skill part is making the Heat Elite backpedal. Drexel now, not a huge numbers advantage. Good cut back. Excellent tackle. Oh, it just dove over. It's going to be a penalty against the Heat Elite. Drexel with the quick tap, and referee is going to say not 10. He was sitting there telling him, get back, and he didn't, so Drexel ball.
Well, we do see the difference between just flat not getting back 10 and deliberately trying to slow down a quick tap there. This is not a cardable offense. It's just a case of just get out of the way, please. And the Heat, they've got to be frustrated. They've come so close to scoring, and they've just missed it a few times, and that's something that that's kind of weighing on them mentally, I think.
I do not understand Drexel's penalty lineup, but I guess it's not for me to understand. That was a high tackle penalty against Heat Elite and not back 10, and now a card is going to come out.
Well, there we've got penalty, not back 10, high tackle, not back 10. At some point, you have to punish them for something.
Yeah, multiple infractions inside the 22. They're going to get you every time. Deservedly so, though. I mean, you're slowing down ball.
Unless you're Spain's under-20 team.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah. That was in Spain, wasn't it?
That was in Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe.
Yeah, that was, it's kind of atrocious.
That was good on the Heat Elite to bog that down just enough to get a turnover. That's one of the great things about sevens. If you can defensively just muck it up enough, you'll get the ball back.
Well, they held him up, and they were strong enough to hold him up so his knee didn't touch the ground. Made a difference.
It's a scrum to the Elite, who are in pink. Drexel on defense in gold. No knock on there. Referee lets it play on. They're playing dangerous rugby. He's got the corner. Does he have the speed to finish? Yes, he does. One to beat. Cuts it back inside. Just lost his footing, and he knocked it on in contact. And now it is advantage, scrum advantage to Drexel. Heat Elite. Oh, good job on maintaining that tackle. I don't know, and it looks like advantage might be over now. And they've got numbers on the outside. Fix and pass. Is that a forward pass? It is. It'll be a scrum. Heat Elite. They did well to get out of their try zone there. They got the outside edge. When he tried to cut it back in, it just lost his footing. I believe that was T.J. Smith, who had that really nice break around this near side here in front of the press box. So there's a forward pass by Drexel. We are about 5 minutes into the first half. We are scoreless. Drexel has been down in this territory for a couple minutes now. Nice tap back from the scrum half.
Well, we're still seeing some alignment issues there from Heat Elite, and Rogers was too far up, and as a result, running in Colin Driscoll is just that's a soft try.
Yeah, Dante didn't get his eyes around to find his target, he just kind of let that one-handed, right-hand blind pass fly. And again, it's just a tournament where every team is good enough to take advantage of those mistakes. Conversion hits the crossbar, and it is no good. 5-0, a minute 40 remaining in the first half. Drexel on top. Both of these teams are 0-2 on the day. They both lost to Kutztown. No, what pool is this one? They lost to St. Bonaventure and James Madison.
This is Pool B, right? Yeah.
That's an excellent kick. Heat Elite are backed up. It's in play. It rolled in. It did not go into the end try zone. Excellent move from Drexel. Now Heat, because they're not as skilled with the passing and catching, this is really difficult area for them. And it's a good play by Drexel. I would do it all day. The wind is at their back. We'll see what they do when we switch fields. Heat Elite turn it over, and now Drexel on the attack. Can he get the outside? No, good tackle. That was by TJ Smith again. He's having a good game, and that's going to be hands in the ruck or not entering the ruck properly. Quick tap, no one's back 10. That it's going to be a try to Drexel.
Well, that was smart. That, if you reach out like that, Cody Bukowski, reach in really fast. So no one can knock it out of your hands.
Again, you're 2 meters out. You can fall down and still make it in. Heat Elite need to keep their heads up. They can win this game. They just have to believe they can and eliminate one or two mistakes, and they're right back in it.
Well, we're seeing a habit now with the Heat Elite of setting up players for a breakaway, but they're not following on to support. It might be a little bit of a football habit, or maybe it's just a case of when they play certain teams that they score from their breakaways and they assume that player is gone and that's good. But in this case, against a team that's playing good cover defense or adequate cover defense, you've got to run in there to support. And they do that, they'll be able to turn those movements into tries.
End of the first half. Drexel on top over the Heat Elite, 10 points to none, 2 tries, 1 converted. And Heat Elite really haven't had much possession, and when they have, it's been so deep in their territory that Drexel has been able to create some unforced errors. So it's been a great day of rugby so far. We still, I think, have 3 or 4 games left. And we're happy to be here with URugby and ACRC7s 2016 version here in Virginia Beach. We've got Old Dominion against Kutztown 2 remaining. We've got Penn State against Navy remaining, and I think that might be it. I don't know.
We have Stony Brook, James Madison.
Yep.
Before that, that's the next one. That'll be game number 16 of the 18 that we have. So Stony Brook, James Madison, that's going to be a nice playoff preview type game to see teams that are really thinking about winning this. Stony Brook looks very good so far today.
And all of them have playoff implications. Old Dominion and Kutztown too, even though they're both 0-2, there could be some movement based on point differentials and records and all of that. So stick with us, folks. This is going to be a great one all the way through to the end. Drexel's on top, as we said, 10-0, and we're about to kick off the second half. Andrew Lynn out of the Referee Society of Virginia is the referee. Heat Elite in pink will be kicking to Drexel in gold. Head coach for Heat Elite is Sherry Wilson, and the assistant coach is James Wilson, while the head coach for Drexel, Michael Birch. Congratulations to all the players and coaches from every team. It's a great accomplishment to be here, to be invited, and to compete at this level. You can already see the Heat Elite's defense is so up and back. It's not flat at all, and it just creates so many gaps for Drexel to attack. And that's a great offload, even though it was a big hit. Does he have the speed to make it? No, and it's a good
He's got
form
no
tackle.
one with him either, Trevor Bloomfield, but finally he could have been called for holding on. all kinds of issues there. We were talking about no support for Heat Elite, but in this case, Drexel, he needed some numbers there.
23, Kevin Bass for the Heat Elite has been laying the wood all day. But again, it's one thing to do the big hits, and I'm all for it, and it's great, and it looks great on camera. But if you're not doing it in concert with a structured defense, it's all it is highlight reel, because you're not going to be successful as a team. So Drexel now looking for the corner. Oh, just unable to execute that pass back in.
That was Cody Bukowski. I don't know what he was thinking there. He had plenty of good stuff to work with. He didn't need to get all Magic Johnson on us.
That's good. Just look and wait for your support. Where's the support? Drexel. There it is. Find the gap. Did he mishandle it? Nope. They're still alive.
And that's Bloomfield right on the line.
Knocked on. Drexel back down here in Heat Elite zone. Knocking on the door. A couple minutes into the second half. We're still at a 10-0 score. Heat Elite just needs one good opportunity to bring this in within one score. And they have the ball. They lost possession. It's going to be a try to Drexel. 15-0.
Well, Heat Elite's scrum problems come back to bite them once again. Just not getting low enough, not getting a good enough drive. I think they're locking out too quickly. And that was Trevor Bloomfield running in around the weak side. And he's going to attempt the conversion, which misses.
Yeah, the Elite have had struggles with their scrum all day. We've seen it from the first game through this one. And if they shore that up, they're going to be have some more success. But showing that up and showing up their defensive structures are going to be seem to be a priority in this one person's opinion. And now Heat Elite are on the attack. Missed tackles from Drexel. He's keeping his feet, keeps his hands free, looking for his help. Nice hands there after a little juggle.
Referee charitably says, that went straight down. Let's just keep playing. But Bloomfield's going to go one more time. Very opportunistic right now, but he sees the gaps.
And it was a clean steal from Drexel. Heat Elite player was isolated, and it was a clean steal. Wide open on the outside. I think the Elite were setting up for their next offensive series without really paying attention to the ruck first, and just isolated the player.
Well, kick is away, so it's 20. It's 4 tries, no conversions. But the win is an important one for Drexel here. They're putting themselves in a position they might be good for the number 8 seed. It's not settled yet, but winning is the big step toward it.
That was good. I think that TJ Smith has had a nice game this game. He's attacked the edges. He's attacked the corners with speed and aggression.
Oof.
That's a big hit there. Oop. Good stable.
Breaking out. Might as well go all the way.
Kevin Bass doing it offensively as well as defensively. Help him out, man.
Yeah,
Help him
right.
out.
They're standing off and not getting in there. But you see how slowly everybody's working into helping out. It's all very tight over on that left side, and we've got Heat Elite player here. Dorian Garner is on the far right side, not really getting involved.
That was probably the Elite's best series right there. No one's back 10, so this should be an advantage played here to Drexel. And he does have his arm out, indicating the advantage, and they've got numbers on the outside. It should be a 3-on-1. Nice spin move to free up the outside, but he never locked in that defending player. And
Brian Mortimer in for the try for Drexel, and that was really nice ball movement to see Driscoll and Yeager and those guys get involved and just ship the ball out to the guy on the wing. Pretty simple stuff.
Just over a minute remaining in the final pool game for this pool.
Really
And-
got to keep his head down on those kicks, though. You know, they missed 5 conversions, and while that was one of the tougher attempts, they should have gotten a couple of them.
Yeah.
And again, points matter.
10 points particularly.
Yeah.
2 points, whatever it is. It's
Well,
just,
you know, 5 conversions, it's 10 points. And it's, you know, they could have gotten 6. That might have made a difference.
well, another great thing about these tournaments is after going through pool play and determining the tiers, it really does play out on its own. Excuse me. It plays out on its own and fits people where they're supposed to be playing. So tomorrow when we see Drexel or Heat Elite or whomever play Lehigh, it's going to be a good game. It's not going to be that 56-0. It's going to be more evenly matched. And then we're going to see the Kutztowns and JMUs of the world face off, and those are going to be an amazing game.
Well, that's the thing is you need to win something. I mean, so you can get a trophy if you win something on Sunday, on day 2.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of competition. You control that through practice, through preparation, and then execution on game day.
So this Heat team is trying to hook the ball back in this scrum. They're not trying to drive, and they're being driven off the ball by a team that works to drive first. And their defensive alignment is interesting in that they make a box and less of a line because they have so much speed in a way.
Well, you sure make it easy on them when you run right into them. That's it. I mean, just there it is. The outside is wide open. Does he hit? Oh, just that little kick would have gone.
Yeah, he might have been able to kick it downfield, and then it would have been on. But that's going to be it, I think. Joe Seo smartly kicks it to touch. And 25-0 for Drexel.
So that rounds out Pool B for the day, and looks like Heat Elite will be 0-3, while Drexel 1-2.
And so what that result does, first of all, is it guarantees that Delaware is into the Cup quarterfinals.
Really?
Because Drexel ends up 1-2 with a -8 points difference, and Delaware has a +8 points difference. So Delaware will be one of those third-place teams that'll make it. So regardless of what happens now, it's just a case of figuring out the seedings.
Well, that that ODU Kutztown game becomes
right.
really important.
Exactly. So if anybody wins that game, what they need to do is win it by about 30 points to get past Drexel. Drexel at -8, and by my figuring, Kutztown 2 is at -38, and ODU is at -39.
And the crazy thing is, I can see that. I can see one of those two teams doing that. They've got talent, they've got the speed, and they've got just enough skill to either get themselves in trouble or win it.
Well, here we are at the ACRC7s in Virginia Beach, and we are at the Virginia Beach Sports Complex. I'm with Matt Robinette. My name is Alex Goff, editor of Goff Rugby Report. We've been here all day. We're having a great time. Some good, excellent work from the technical staff at Next Level Rugby. And this is James Madison kicking off against Stony Brook. Both teams 2-0. And both teams looking to finish first in their pool.
And on the day, I would say that James Madison has overall looked better, but can't disparage 2-0 record by.
But Stony Brook Stony Brook's been a little bit more consistent, maybe. James Madison has had some great halves, and then just sort of fumbled a little bit. And we saw in the last game where they were dominant, and then they took Mo Katz off the field, and then it was a little bit different.
I feel as though if you can bottle up Michelle, you can take away a large percentage of Stony Brook's offense. If you bottle up, one player from James Madison, they've got enough talent. If you bottle up Mo, then Mearson comes in. They've got some real talented players out there.
Well, the pressure is on from James Madison.
try.
Gets back out to Federico Mirson, and he just fends off one player, and over he goes. And they're pretty good at converting that kick into field position. And just let's hold on to that field position. We'll worry about the ball in a minute. Let's hold on to the field position first. And it's something. Remember, James Madison won the National Division II championship last year in Denver. And there were plenty of teams. You think about the teams that were in that competition, like Notre Dame College and Wisconsin Whitewater, Minnesota Duluth. Some teams that really know how to play some rugby. Notre Dame College bumped up to Division I. So did JMU after that. They won that. They just played such good rugby in that tournament. They're thinking about a Division I championship. I don't know about their depth, but boy, do they have some good players and some smart players and a good way to go about it. We've got offside on the knock-on. Yep.
I would say that Federico Mirson is making a case for MVP of the tournament.
He's playing very, very well. There goes Katz, and Katz pops it out to Eric Carlson, the skipper. And this has been their MO. They've scored quickly. Last couple of games, they get on the board quickly early on in the first half.
And I think it was really great point on your what you said about them keeping teams deep in that territory and then taking advantage of mistakes when they come about. And that's what you see the best teams do, is when mistakes are made, they pounce on them. You see Kutztown do it. You've seen James Madison do it. And it'll be really interesting to see what Penn State and the Naval Academy do here in the final game of day one of pool play. James Madison up right now 10-0 over Stony Brook. These two are both 2-0 in Pool A, I believe. Pool C. No, Pool B, sorry. I'd eventually get it. All right, so.
We know it's not Pool D.
Stony Brook has 3.5 minutes to make something happen here in this first half, and a score would go a long way. Michelle, their best player on the attack. And an errant pass.
There's a pass right through Quinn's hands. And then looking for Rafferty.
Great defense.
Yeah, they're so calm about that. And you see the frantic nature. Stony Brook's thinking, well, we haven't really been behind. We haven't been challenged. We're not happy with this. Oh, loose ball. That could have been major problems there. And end up going back for the knock-on by JMU. The defense is just pushing and pushing and pushing on Stony Brook at the moment.
Smothering.
Yeah.
They can't get outside of their I don't think Stony Brook has been outside of their 22 the entire half.
No.
And James Madison has 10 points to show for it, and pressure after pressure, forcing unforced errors.
Well, the scrum is going to get reset here.
Michelle hasn't been able to get going. Quinn hasn't been able to get. I don't think Quinn's touched the ball yet.
All he's had to do is pass because he has no room. They go straight at him. And here they come back up again. Michelle now has got a little bit of room, puts a move on. He's got Quinn on the outside. Quinn's got it, but pass went right to his face, knocked forward. And again, they're pushing a little bit too much, trying to make it. You don't need to score a try. Why don't we just get out of our end first, huh?
Yeah, and the Dukes don't have a sweeper back there. So it was a little confusing that Michelle didn't take a peek glance downfield, because the entire JMU Dukes defensive line was all seven of them were inside the 22, if only to relieve some pressure. I think we saw it again.
Big drive. Look at that drive from JMU. Mirson now.
And there's gaps.
He's thinking a little bit too much.
I don't know. I thought Mirson rolled a little bit too much there.
Mirson taps quickly, fends off, try. Not a problem in the end. Once again, the pressure and just the patience works for them. And what a great drive off that scrum.
Yeah, this is pretty dominant display here so far in the first half from James Madison. These two teams were both 2-0. Granted, Drexel and Heat Elite weren't elite competition, but
it was again. We saw that they had similar results against the same teams. Now you see, Mo Katz is really exhorting his players. He's essentially saying that we've got to keep doing this. We can't assume that we've won this game just because we're
17 points to none.
We're leading by 17, and it's
That's respect for the other team, and
Yeah,
he knows
certainly.
Stony Brook is a dangerous team if you give them life.
Well, again,
Excellent kick.
Chase, yeah,
Offside.
Katz was offside on the kick, and yeah, and Katz saying no, but he started to run, and Mirson waited a second just before he kicked it.
And this is Stony Brook's first time
There
on
goes
this
Quinn.
side of the 50.
There goes Quinn. He's got a gap right through. He's going to go right through. Great run from Xavier Quinn. Because they had to respect his ability to pass it off as well, and what direction he was going to go, and he realized that neither player that he was going past was committed to that spot in between them.
And Mo Katz needs to just retreat 10. You can argue all you want. I've never seen a referee change a call, so
That's right.
just get back.
Upon further consideration, I'll give you the
Right. Sorry,
give you
Mo,
the
you're
benefit of
right.
the doubt. Yeah.
I've never
So,
seen that. So, and
that's a
that's
big
a big, that's a huge one. It gives somebody hope, and hope is great.
Scoring right before halftime, scoring right after halftime can be a big one, and
I think one of the scary things, if I'm James Madison, is I let him over the 50 once and they scored.
that's true.
I've kept them bottled up the entire half, and I have one lapse.
So 17-7, James Madison leads. A little bit of a mistake there, a penalty, and then a little frustration. And it was from their lead player, their emotional center, Mo Katz, been playing extremely well, but he wanted to show, come on, let's chase this kick, and he was offside on the kick. And then he tried to fix it by biting in to try to get an interception, and that left for an overload, and Quinn goes in to score. And it's one of those things where frustration, emotion comes into it. These are young people, and sometimes they let it just take over when you have to just let it go.
Yeah.
Let it go. Be zen about it, and just turn around and just start playing the rugby in front of you.
Hey, sports fans, we want to encourage you to check out boathouse.com for all your apparel needs, whether it be rugby or any other sport. They've got a full line of affordable products for teams, for individuals, really nice looking polos that we've got here. Boathouse.com. As we start the second half, ball does not carry 10.
Well, Stony Brook wanted something to happen there, and they didn't do it. And I think Brian Michelle is saying, well, don't go catch it. Let it bounce. At least maybe it'll roll 10. And now we're going to have a re-kick. It looks like the referee wasn't ready. So they catch a little bit of a break there.
Wow, that is a huge break. That's a turnover that would have given them a free kick at midfield, and they get a reset? Huh.
Well, they kick wide the other side, and it's gathered in by Chase Key.
He's had a good tournament. Solid. Not outstanding, but definitely
Ricard.
solid.
He's got it. And then out to Marcelin. He's trying to get there. There's a big hit around the neck. Marcelin is hit high by Sheridan, so there's a penalty. Pop pass, Katz. They're running to try and be in support. Key's with him. He weaves past. He doesn't need him. Shows him the swivel of the hips. And Mo Katz is in. That's a big try for JMU, and a little bit of frustration for Stony Brook. They wanted to make a statement about defending, and in the end, a high tackle cost them.
What a burst into that gap. They had it covered pretty well. They were sliding over to it. Katz just hit the gap at pace and angle. We've been talking about it all day. If you can get that going, then you've got a good chance of making up some great territory, or, as Mo did there, scoring a try. And I thought the advantage could have gone on a little bit longer because I thought they had opportunity. Stony Brook's taking a lot of chances now on defense, shooting up, trying to make something happen because they have to, frankly. And it's a way for the offense and James Madison to kind of exploit that.
Well, Katz converts his own kick as well, and then he gathers that restart.
Wow.
So James Madison now on the front foot, decidedly on the front foot. Bouncing off a tackle, Ricard out to Key. Key commits 4. Oh, he goes up the middle. I don't know. They're going to drag him down just a little bit. Nice tackle from Rafferty. But still, they recycle. Ball comes out, James Madison end. That's Mirson. and that's Rickard. Rickard fends off one. He thought he was going to go all the way. Pops it to Katz. Katz goes into 3 players, and they recycle it. Key now. Boy, he's got that sidestep thing going, but he doesn't really have that run forward thing going.
Quinn with a try-saving tackle there a minute ago, and is important. They're still playing Stony Brook.
Lots of phases now from James Madison. Some of the best continuity we've seen so far. And the wraparound. Carlson to Katz. Katz cuts back in. Carlson goes around, and Cassius pops it to him. And there you go. Quick as you please. Try.
Skilled rugby from Katz. Great support on the outside from Carlson, you say. And a nice, easy pass. In a lot of times like that, a player in Katz's position has a tendency to really rifle that pass in there. He had soft hands, easy to catch, easy to move on to it, and an easy try. Well, kind of easy try after
in the end,
7 or 8 phases.
I mean, all the work that goes into it, and it ends up with an easy try. That's a big one there. And Will Rickard coming to the sideline, a little bit tired. The kick away, so it's 29-7. Stony Brook is looking around and seeing what happens when you take control of the point of contact. And tactically, you know, what this actually reminds me of is Dartmouth. When Dartmouth was winning the CRC, especially the first time they won with retaining possession, and they won with then defending and making it so it's an 85 meter field for the other team. And so they don't that kick gets held up in the wind, it doesn't go 10, and it's a free kick for Stony Brook. Here's a chance for them to get something back. Michelle cut through. Oh, that looks very nice. He needs some help. Oh, he's got it.
2 possessions inside the 50 and 2 big chunks of territory nearly tries.
The defense coming in, though. JMU, maybe they've stolen it. Well, they thought they stole it, and the referee's going to say, holding on. Quinn pops it out. And that is a try on the wing. You can't see quite who got that.
I think it was number 1, Tom Barkley.
And Barkley goes in.
But again, 2 times inside the 50. That's got to be troublesome for James Madison defense. I don't know if they're having struggles when the line break occurs and not recycling back and getting defenders in spot, or when the line break occurs, it's just too deep that it's too hard for all 7 to get back. But it's something they're going to have to work on when they get to the knockout rounds, because they're going to be facing stiffer and stiffer competition. Although Stony Brook is a very good team.
I kind of feel like James Madison is overall a relatively quick team, but they don't have any really fast players. They set up their tries so well. Their team play is really good. So if somebody makes a break, I don't know if they have anybody really capable of catching and then getting back in the defensive line. They're still chugging their way back.
I agree, and there is no one on James Madison with the step and speed like Michelle. When he hit that gap, 3 or 4 steps, he's at full speed, and there isn't someone like that on James Madison.
Well, the restart doesn't go 10, but JMU decided to play it, and that made it legal, and then they didn't retain it, so Stony Brook had it. In the end, though, Quinn knocks it forward right around midfield, and we have less than a minute to go. It is 29-12. James Madison leads. Now, if it stays this way, JMU is going to come in with 45 plus 17. That would be 62, with a plus 62 points differential, which would put them at the moment in for the 2nd seed into the playoffs. And we still have to see what happens with Penn State and Navy. Penn State could easily bypass them on points difference, but JMU would be no worse than 3rd seed. Free kick.
Yeah, those top 2 seeds are important, though. You get to play the wild card teams, those last 2 that get in. Old Dominion against Kutztown 2 is up next, and then our final game of the day. This game is in the books, I think, 29-12. Might be 1 series of play remaining. The Jets are back. Flight operations are in full. Looking across here, we've got field hockey on fields over there, lacrosse and soccer on the back fields, rugby on this field. What a great day in Virginia Beach for sports.
It is a beautiful day. It's been just really comfortable. Kick to touch, and we are going to call it a game, 29-12. And Matt Robinette, I got to say, as complete a performance from we've seen from James Madison, really impressive.
It is really impressive when they can keep a team deep in their territory. I really do have some concerns when on the line breaks for James Madison, but the result is what matters, and 29-12 is a good result over a 2-0 team. And Stony Brook is through, I'm sure, as the number 2 team, but it's a great position for James Madison, and they're playing really well. And we knew coming into this that James Madison was kind of, I don't want to say a wild card. We knew they were good. We knew Katz was good, but to see the rest of the team and Mearson, his performance this weekend has been really good, or today so far has been really good. So they're a team to watch out for. I wouldn't take them lightly if you're seeing them in the next round, and they will be in the next round in the knockout round. So this game next up is Kutztown 2 facing off against Old Dominion University. Does have implications on the knockout stages and seeding, and it has implications on getting a win. Both of these teams are 0-2. Both of them, want to win for sure. So Old Dominion University out of Norfolk, Virginia, the Monarchs against Kutztown University Bears, the second team from Kutztown. Kutztown 1 is through, most likely number 1 seed for the knockout rounds. Kutztown 2 is really looking at elimination out of the cup opportunity, as is Old Dominion. So we are once again ahead of schedule. So referee's going to hold time for a minute, let all the folks at home, if you are waiting to log on for your proper kickoff time, we respect the schedule and respect your time, and wherever you are, we appreciate you taking time out of your day to enjoy some great rugby, and Alex and I appreciate your support of the sport and your support of these athletes.
Well, it's fun, and if somebody missed it, remember this is on demand on the URugby channel on YouTube, so you can go back and see the games again and again. Keep watching them.
Wow, great take from Old Dominion right off the bat, putting Kutztown 2 on their back heel. Let's see if they can do anything with this possession. Nice cut back inside, 1 to beat, nice offload. Good defensive back, getting back, and a clean steal from Kutztown 2. Old Dominion getting a little bit bunched. They got to be careful here, but Kutztown still driving.
Got a lot of people in that ruck.
Watch the switch. Pretty good defense there.
Oh, look at that. Nice handling. Just popped it out of contact so many times. And now to...
It's very methodical from Kutztown there. Oh, no, someone's got an injury. It's got an ankle injury, so we are going to take a break for a moment while this injury is dealt with. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We had a delay due to an ankle injury from one of the Kutztown's players. He's been taken to the hospital. I believe it was... Well, I'm not going to guess, so I'll get to his name as soon as I can. Kutztown now on the attack as we restart from a scrum. Old Dominion in blue, Kutztown 2 in maroon. Score is 0-0, a minute and a half gone in the first half before the injury, and now we are restarting. Good cover defense. That is a high tackle, though, so that'll be automatic, and Old Dominion penalized there. Gary Jackson. Kutztown on the attack. They were not back 10, so advantage. And he has a gap. He's going to look for the corner, one to beat, and he beats him, shoves him off with one hand, offload. Good defensive coverage there, and it's going to be a try, Kutztown 2. Good ball movement from Kutztown. Attack the corner and look to offload on the inside. We've seen it several times today where once a team gets around that corner and kind of breaks that defense and forces those hips to turn to attack, the gaps on the inside become open, and they've been accurate for the better teams. So Old Dominion finds themselves down 5-0, and the conversion is no good, and we restart. Kutztown will be kicking to Old Dominion. Try and get the person's number who scored that. This match does have impact on the knockout rounds due to point differentials. Now, Old Dominion, that ball should have been fielded by Old Dominion, but they let it bounce, which now puts them in a tough spot outside the 22, deep in their territory. And they turn it over. He's got a short run to take it. Excellent defense. And that's going to be considered a dump tackle, and it may be a red card. We'll see if he goes red or yellow. I'm guessing, it's a yellow card. You cannot lift up the player and then dump him down. The only saving thing that is why that is not a red card is because the Old Dominion player, did not make the Kutztown player parallel and drive him into the ground. Big hit, big drive. Kutztown scores. That is number 8. Nick Holt. No, excuse me, I'm sorry. They're in the red. Andrew DeColey. Andrew DeColey with the try. After the penalty, Old Dominion will be down 6 players to 7. And the conversion attempt is good.
Bit of a dying quail kick there, but it did make it over.
12-0. Kutztown on top.
Gotta watch out for those dump tackles. You want to lift a little bit, drive him back, but
Yeah,
goes too far. Problems.
and he had every opportunity to let him down easy, and he just dropped him. So it was his fault and not a good one, and little confusion there. It is a free kick to Old Dominion. Down a player. Ball's in the center now, and we are underway. Old Dominion just doing a straightforward pass it out. They find the gap. One to beat. Looks for the offload. Finds Peaches on the outside. Cannot get loose. Got to get in there and ruck. Oh, he was just too late on recognizing what to do. Turnover. Kutztown with a huge overload on the outside. 4-on-2, 2-on-1, and it's still going to be okay. Does he have the pace to get there? Great tackling. Good commitment to low tackling. And a good steal. Referee liked it. The guy, he was there and high tackle.
And that was a case of somebody hesitating as they went outside. They still had a good 10 meters or so. Oh, he doesn't get hold of that and knocks it forward. He still had a good 10 meters or so before he got to the sideline and still sort of kept inside. There's that. Maybe he saw one line that wasn't the line he needed to look at.
Spencer Mitchell doing a great job covering on defense. Number 10 took a big shot to the face.
Jake Patterson made the tackle, very brave tackle, but he paid for it. And caught a shin to the nose, I think.
Oh, just unfortunate. Old Dominion had done well to get over there and cover. They just, once again, Alex, we see that blind side, and it's just taken advantage of. And that's part of the exhaustion of this game. You have to be able to move to cover everywhere.
And when you're down a man, it doesn't help.
No.
And in fact, they were down 2 because Patterson had really gotten thumped in the face. He's pointing to his mouth saying, I don't know. But that's another try, a good try for Kutztown 2.
17-0, Kutztown 2, about 20 seconds left in the first half. Pending this conversion, which is no good. 17-0 remains the score. We should have one more restart to get this first half underway. We had about a 30-minute delay while we had an injury on the field. That player has been taken to the hospital and is being tended to. He was alert and waving goodbye to everybody as he left. Everybody clapped him off.
That was Troy Scott. Looked like he got a lower leg injury of some kind. But, yeah, he was conscious and not necessarily smiling, but he did, did acknowledge the applause he got. There's Holt making a dummy, trying to get somewhere.
Old Dominion's back at full strength. And Old Dominion has had series of good defense, but then you find yourself in a situation like this. 3-on-1 with space and speed.
Oh,
Excellent track
very nice
down.
tackle. And that was Mike Tolliver making a great tackle to finish off the half.
He's had a good couple games. He's been one of the definite highlights for Old Dominion. 17-0. We're end of the first half. We have one game remaining after this one, so 3 halves of rugby left, and the final game of the day will see Penn State face off against the Naval Academy. Should be a great game. We hope you stick around and check that one out. We want to thank all of our sponsors today, URugby, Palmer College of Chiropractic, the Eagle's Nest, 4x3, Boathouse Sports, and all the people behind the scenes on the cameras, on the radio, Beyond Rugby Bermuda, Smith Moore, Leatherwood Law Firm. We appreciate everybody's support, all your generous help, City of Virginia Beach Sports Marketing, and we just thank you all very much for your support. And this is such a great event. It's something we hope that you're as proud as we are to be associated with.
Oh, Kutztown 2 still has a dog in the fight. They're up 17 points. That puts them at, if the game ended at 17-0 right now, they'd have a point differential of minus 26. That's not enough. But if they score 19 more points, which they could do, they could score 3 more tries in this half, they will bypass Drexel for a spot in the Cup quarterfinals. So certainly they're hoping to play for Troy Scott, who is injured and had to be taken away in an ambulance. But
it's not a good way to start with directly out of bounds. I wonder if they know that differential and what they need. I wonder if that was talked about.
It seems like everyone's aware of it.
Okay. We're kind of in a bubble up here, and we don't get direct.
I got a chance to walk around and make fun of Robert Storch's hair and also just talk to some of the coaches, and they all seem to be pretty aware of what it is. And there is a fantastic run from Nick Wagner, the captain of the team, and he danced out of 2 tackles. It wasn't like there was no one there trying to get him.
He's got good speed around the corner. If you give him space, he's quick enough to get it.
And that's a shorthanded try from Old Dominion.
I think they're back at full. No. Well, they are now, at any rate. Short.
It was perfectly straight and nowhere near long enough.
17-5. That does not help Kutztown's bid for the differential. Old Dominion just looking for their first win, as well as Kutztown too. ODU has a great fan support here today. They've had the Sky Suite up here filled all day, and parents and alumni alike. Deep kick. If it stays out of the try zone, it might be serviceable. Nope, It's going to be a free kick. Nope, Kutztown's going to run it.
That doesn't seem
That's a
like
try.
good idea.
Ooh, if he
That
were able to
looks-
get downward pressure on that.
That was so close, so very close. And they're right to blitz in there.
Now, is that not grounded?
It's
Oh,
gotta
no.
be grounded. If they set it back in the ruck, isn't that a grounding?
He's offsides.
That's a bizarre little choice by Wagner, and I don't think it's going to pay off. And that is a try. That's a little bit of a gift try, but he still had to do a lot of work in terms of running hard to finish that off. But can you believe it? Dropping the ball in goal, and someone's hand is right there to touch it down, and I guess he just missed it. That was a odd sequence of non-calls.
It was really odd, but the decision making when you have that kind of advantage, and to try to kick it across, or I'm not exactly sure what was going through his mind, obviously, but I'm a big fan of get conservative and regroup
Right.
and then attack, unless you know that you have the outside or the speed, and frankly, just dive down on the ball, secure it, and live another day, instead of giving up a 100-meter try. So Kutztown, 24-5 over Old Dominion, set to restart. About 4 minutes remaining in the second half of this final pool game, and then one more pool game after this to finish out pool play on the day. Good aggressive running. Tolliver, and it's stolen. Support is just too late. Kutztown on the attack and a gap. 3 jerseys converging on one maroon, and that was diving over.
That was not a clear signal from the referee, but Luke Harbison had the ball, and it looked like he was ready to charge in for a try, but that was called back for
Shoulder charge?
or an obstruction call, maybe. It seems they had the ball, but we'll see.
Old Dominion got a break there. See what they can do with possession. They haven't had a ton of possession, so opportunity here for Old Dominion. Errant passing is going to get you every time. Excuse me.
That's O'Hare. That's a good tough run from O'Hare.
Again, support just a hair late, Alex. They're just giving the ball away. It's too good of teams out here to that half a second. He's offsides. No call. Not releasing. Penalty against Kutztown. All the while, time is running out on Kutztown to get that nice pass. Get that differential, the need to, and that's stolen cleanly.
Well, very nicely taken, Troy Crow, and he's got somebody with him. Nice pass. A little bit of a fortunate bounce, but that's okay. Harbison gets the try, and they do have enough time. They just have to work at it now. They have to move quickly. I'm not sure if they get that urgency. Vital with the kick. So that makes it 31-5.
Seems as Old Dominion can play well in spurts, but can't put a full even 2 minutes together. And they're certainly not 7 or 14. And Kutztown, too, can put maybe 3 together and not 7 or 14.
Well, that's good fend. And that's, he
Wow,
just
another
raced
one.
straight through.
It's a big score for Old Dominion if he can ground this, and he does. That's a huge score. It's just keeps him in it. Down by 21, obviously not, it's less than a minute left, but it also keeps Kutztown from getting their differential.
Old Dominion saying, if we're going to the bowl round, you're coming with us. Well, that was a really nice nice run. You get up ahead of steam. You pull out of one grab, and then you fend off someone else. And then a nice little elusive move as well.
30 seconds remain. Kutztown 2 in control, 31-10 over the Monarchs.
I think he's pretty tired. I'm not sure if that was
Number 1.
number 4. It was Grant Johnson who made that charge, I think. Or no, it was Buki. Number 8.
Kutztown with the ball. Turnover there by Old Dominion. A little diving over the ball. It fell off his feet. Got to play this sport on your feet. So turnover to Kutztown. They could kick it out and end the game. Looks like they might run it. They're going to run it. They're going to kick it out, and that'll be the end of the half and the end of the game.
And 31-10, as Matt said, that's going to mean that both of these teams will go into the bowl round. And that also means that Drexel qualifies for the Cup quarterfinals as the number 8 seed. And they will most likely play Kutztown's number 1 team in the Cup quarterfinals. So that makes Kutztown 2 the number 1 seed in the bowl semifinals. That would be the number 9 seed. And Old Dominion would be the next seed. So your 4 teams in the bowl round are now set. Kutztown 2, Old Dominion, Heat Elite, and Lehigh. Looks like Kutztown 2 will play Lehigh, and Old Dominion will play Heat Elite in a nice, that'll be a nice local rivalry.
Well, the schedulers did all of us a favor to keep hopefully all the folks at home continue to watch this event, this Virginia Beach ACRC URugby 7s tournament, because this game, the Naval Academy facing off against Penn State, promises to be a really good game between 2 top teams in the nation. And we just found out how good Penn State was today, coming off mostly 15s and now facing off against perennial power 7s, the Naval Academy.
Well, that's a big hit from, I think that's Tyler May, even though he's wearing number 6.
There's that trust defense again, which the Academy is so good at doing. With a little sidestep inside. He has a break. 1 to beat. Nice sidestep. Gets the offload. Covered defense, unable to get there. 1 more. It's going to be a try to Penn State.
And that's Kevin Trotter, who made the break, made the offload, and was there to get the return pass for Penn State. And a really good start for the Nittany Lions.
Really good start. And you notice where they're attacking, right up the middle. So when the Academy makes that tackle and then concedes and puts all their defenders or gets their defenders out in their posts and out in their defensive lines, they're leaving those 2 gaps open on either side of the ruck. Penn State's seeing that. They may be able to get a shirt on them, but then the converging support is quick and efficient. Naval Academy is good enough to where they're going to get back and make those tackles, but Penn State was disciplined enough to continue the support for the try. So that tells me there's not going to be any easy tries. Everybody's going to work for every point they get today, and they're going to use the whole field. And you better cover everything.
Joe Kelly with the conversion and now the restart.
Isolated.
Chased down by Ryan McNulty. He's had a very good day, and they're holding up the Navy player, and in fact hold up long enough that they get a scrum put in. Don't see that an awful lot, but you do see it. It takes a lot of strength to hold them up in those small mauls. It's
a great turnover from Penn State. Not regardless of what happens here, Navy doesn't have the ball, and Penn State's elusive runners have an opportunity. Putting it in on the opposite side. Maybe a left-footed kicker. I mean a hooker, and it's stolen because Navy has a right-footed hooker.
Jumped on by LeBon, the scrum half.
Numbers on the outside.
McInerney.
Has space on the outside, unable to break the corner, and he's in touch.
And Brendan Ferrer-Green taken into touch. And they're looking and that was they're lucky that was not a good quick line out because he wasn't 5 meters away. They got to be smart about that.
Yeah,
and
Penn State.
Coach Blake Burdett just said that. He said, make sure you're past that dotted line, otherwise it's not going to work.
They really are lucky this isn't a free kick, and not sure why it's not.
Back out.
Cleanly won off the line out for Penn State.
May. And penalty very quickly. Struthers taps. And there goes Trotter again. McLean clearing out. Penalty, not releasing the tackle player. Struthers again taps quickly. Again, he gets it to Tyler May.
Great offloads in contact here from Penn State.
And Struthers lets it go, and they lost it and gave it right back, but I think they're going to call that a knock-on by Penn State. Just a little bit too much at the end. Just need to be patient.
Yeah, I saw Coach Flanagan kind of shake his head at that behind-the-back pass, left-handed, from the academy guys. That's the first time I've seen them try something like that.
That's
so,
right.
We'll see how they get it back here. They've won. They stole the last scrum, and they won this scrum cleanly. You got the outside
LeBon.
break.
And that is LeBon, the scrum half. Oh, fends off very nicely. And that's well done to McInerney.
Numbers on the outside.
The ball handling there. Griffin cuts back inside. He's going up and out and in and out again. Jacob Griffin still going. Finally brought down. LeBon taken around the neck. And there's the quick tap. McInerney.
They have the outside if they can finish it here.
LeBon.
5 meters to the sideline. He's in if he can ground it, and he's
There
in.
he is. And there's the try for Navy. And it was just really good direct running from the Naval Academy.
Good direct running, good supports, nice offloads. And one thing I see about this academy team is when they get into their contact situation, they're keeping their feet just long enough. Like we saw Old Dominion go down so quickly, Kutztown was able to grab that ball. You're not being their hands on the ball because the support, either rucking or offloading, is so good. Important conversion here, Alex, to draw it with 1.5 minutes remaining in the first half.
Jacob Griffin lines it up. That
Nice.
snakes right inside the left upright. Ties the game up.
Really,
7-7.
really good kick. Tight game, two good teams going at it. And I think this is an advantage for them. They're playing basically a cup game in their last pool game. So this spacing, the pace, the defense, they're going to be used to it, whereas maybe in the other pools there was such a disparity in talent that they're not seeing that.
The kick did not go 10 meters, however, so it's a free kick to Penn State.
Thought he had the numbers
Let's
out here.
take
There's
New.
the switchback.
And there's Trotter again making inroads. McLean is right behind him. Picked up by McLean. Navy was offside.
There's that support we talked about.
McNulty likes to go through. Offloads it to Struthers. And Struthers cannot get the handle, and he knocks it forward.
Good support from Penn State, not unlike Navy, the Naval Academy. Quick to the rucks. Just a small ball handling error. They are taking on defenders and opening up space on the outside. They had the opportunity just out of his reach.
7-7 with about 10 seconds left on the clock, according to the scoreboard. LeBon gets hit without touching the ball. Yep.
Offsides.
And there's LeBon tapped quickly. He's looking for some help there. There's Griffin once more getting involved. The offload out there to Farraghreen. Farraghreen pulls out. Griffin again. Lost in contact. He's grabbed around the shoulder and he drops it. And that'll end the first half. Very nice first half for the most part. Both teams right there had some really good scoring opportunities that they let go begging.
Yeah, and I just think sometimes you run up against good defense, and you have to execute. You're not going to execute 100% of the time, and I think the defenses are good. What I noticed just there, Alex, was that's the first time all day where I've seen someone know they weren't going to get the corner and pull out and wait for their support. And I don't think we've seen that today, but you see it a lot at the upper levels, and I think that's encouraging that he has the vision and recognition.
Definitely good field awareness.
I think these games have been refereed pretty well today, and Patrick Brenner out here, and for this one, this is a really good game against two really good, well-coached sides.
The difficulty in the calls has usually been whether a player has released the tackle player clearly or not, and it is such a judgment call. It happens so quickly. Sometimes you'll see a penalty where it could be, you just have to guess. It's not like it's obvious, and it might be a player is called for holding on because he's isolated, whereas if there had been support there, the penalty might have gone the other way, not really releasing the complaining about it is not going to change the referee's mind. You're going to have to accept it. You could ask for clarification, but if a referee said, and I used to say this when I was a very poor referee, I said, if you tell me when I say you're offside, no, I wasn't, well, that's not going to fly. Now, if you say, I don't understand that call, what did I do wrong? Well, I'll tell you. But that straight up, that's not a good call is not going to help you, and it's just going to get you in trouble.
Yeah, and especially if you're a coach out there listening to this and you're on the sideline yelling, it doesn't help anything. It doesn't help to get more referees doing this. We need them as much as we need players and coaches. So keep that in mind as we restart the second half. Navy lets one slip through. Oh, he should have just let it run. But he took it. They're deep in their territory. Penn State is...
Farrah-Green is just sort of really amped for this game. He's been active great deal. That gets out to Tillman.
I'm much more comfortable with the Penn States and Navies of the world running out of their own end zone like this than I am, say, the Old Dominions and Heat Elite.
That's right. There goes Griffin. He picked up.
Nice step.
The inside-outside move. Horse-collared. Referee is going to penalize that.
And
That's
a yellow.
Card. Yep. He was on his way to a try. LeBon trying to go, and then
it's a penalty try.
Penalty try.
Referee thought he had enough chance to score that the penalty was egregious enough not only for a yellow but for a penalty try, and the player is injured.
Well, I've got to say that is the right call because the definition of the penalty, one of the definitions is if you have a free run to the line and an illegal act stops you, like a shoulder charge or a high tackle, and then it's a penalty try. And that's exactly what... There was no one else there. There was no one going to stop Griffin if that player didn't make the tackle, and they tackled him around the neck. And Griffin has had a really good game. And now
inside the 22-meter line, clearly on his way to scoring. Hopefully he's going to be okay. Hate to see that happen. It wasn't intentional by the Penn State player. It was illegal, and he was penalized for it and sent off the field. And the try was awarded. So,
well, you need a couple of extra steps. Try to launch yourself, a couple of extra fast steps, and launch yourself in to take a tackle around the middle of the player's body, rather than reaching. When you're running and reaching like that, you inevitably tackle someone high.
And I felt like he was closing the space fairly quickly, and they had maybe 20 meters to go. I think he could have. He could have made a better decision, and so did the ref. So it was a penalty try and a yellow card. And now Penn State, with 5.5 minutes remaining, will play with a man down.
Right. Griffin is able to leave the field under his own power, and then he's lying down again. I think it's possible he got the wind knocked out of him, getting dragged down like that, and you just get slammed onto your back on a hard ground. That's what can happen. But they are checking him out. And the conversion is good. 14-7 Navy.
We know that both of these teams are through to the Cup knockout round, but this is a seeding thing right now. You really want to shoot for that 1 or 2 seed, so you're not playing one of the pool winners or runner-ups. Fielded cleanly. Nice ball handling there. Navy just almost were unable to cover that side, and it's going to be a clean steal. Get it back to the back, and you've got support back there.
McInerney for Navy picks it up. He's trying to get to the ground.
Not
And it's
releasing.
going to be, he was to the ground, and they didn't release him, so it'll be a penalty to Navy. LeBon, quick hands. McInerney could not hold on to it, but not 10. Penn State in dangerous trouble of getting another card here. They got to watch those penalties, that frustration level. Tillman now fakes a pass, takes the hit. Out it comes to LeBon. Out to Martin. And a knock on and picked up by Martin in an offside position, so it's a penalty to the other way. Both teams getting very frantic. Even the quick taps they're taking for the penalties is just sort of not really controlling them well.
I thought that Penn State's defense on that last series was very, very nicely done. They were patient. They allowed them to pass it. They weren't giving them any gaps. On the other side, though, Navy was not attacking and forcing the decisions. So it'll be a penalty, and a card is coming out here. Not sure.
Well, there was number 10, Jacob Rowell, made a hit, and he took someone down. And then we're going to have a discussion with Selby New.
Looks like the yellow card.
He's got his hands out saying, I didn't do anything. It's another yellow card.
As the first initial yellow carded player returns to the field, Penn State will lose the other one for nearly the entire second half. Right. I mean, the remainder of the second half. 2:40 remaining. It's 14-7.
I didn't quite see what the call necessarily was, but it would seem to me it might have been a dangerous play of some kind. A little bit of frustration coming in for Penn State.
Timing a little bit off on that double switch, but that'll come throughout the season. You'll see that much more sharp in the CRC, I'm sure. Navy keeps the ball alive, and they have numbers on the outside. He takes it up. Someone's got to pin a defender.
LeBon. He makes a little bit of a move. Dishes it off. Farraghreen. Farraghreen again. He's going to cut back in. He's got players with him.
Nice defense.
And that's Murky. And just a knock on.
That was really good defense from Penn State, playing a man down for the last 5 minutes, and it looked like they had a good overload, the Academy did, but it was covered well by Penn State, and it was number 9 coming across, Roik Struthers, forcing the knock-on. Looks like the injured Naval Academy player is up walking around, heading back to his side of the field, and it's a Penn State.
Oh, there goes Joe Kelly, freeing it up. For Kirsch. Kirsch is taken down. Rowell trying to poach it. He doesn't, but the next player coming in does. And there's a penalty for diving on the ball. I'm not quite sure how that works. There were 3 or 4 infractions on both sides there. But there's a nice dish from Kelly.
Nice switch, and then right there for the ruck, and referee is not having it. No card, though, for the Academy
Another
side.
Tap, Trotter, Kelly.
Less than a minute. If he gets in, it's a try.
And there it is. Kelly dummies away. He touches it down. It's 14-12 with the kick to come. This is just pool play, so we could be going in to we don't have to go to overtime. And you know who really likes that idea of a tie game would be James Madison, because that would confirm that they are number 2 seed if there's a tie.
So no overtime here in pool play. Ties stand. He hits the conversion. There's about 25 seconds left for Navy. So any penalty inside 35 meters could be an attempt at goal, just to break the tie. So we'll see what happens here. First of all, they have to secure the ball. And as long as the ball is alive and in play, the referee will let it play.
Here we are, 14-14. Time is essentially up. We'll see if either team can get something going. And the tackle around the neck, but he let go of it just in time, did McNulty, so he's not in trouble yet. Off goes Navy. Right through 2.
He's going to get it. That's going to be a score.
Connor McInerney is chugging away and in under the post. And the midshipmen will take this game on a full-time at-the-death try. And Connor McInerney, he just steamrolled through.
He saw the gap. The defense was a little bit passive, waiting for what his decision was going to be because they had a burner on the outside. McInerney saw the gap and just took off. That's excellent rugby right there to win the game. Does that give them number 2 seed?
No,
Oh.
it does not.
Well, they
Navy
won the
does
pool.
not have the points difference as far as I can see.
Referee's going to let it play. 2 yellow cards, so maybe Penn State has an opportunity. Scoreboard reads 0, but the referee has the official time, and Penn State is now back to full strength.
Well, there you go. We got to remember that the referee is in charge of the time.
McInerney coming off the field after that try, and Academy to restart. Penn State fields cleanly, nearly cleanly.
We got the seabirds flying over, hoping for some. As Navy comes in, but Navy will not be able to get the 2nd seed if they win, even if they scored another try. They just don't have enough points difference because they gave up those early tries to Old Dominion. Remember, that was one that sort of kind of hurt them.
Good defense here from the Academy. It's a
And
little
Gardy
bit.
Laban has really been active today, especially in this game, playing scrum half, a little bit of fly half, a little bit of sweeper, and gotten involved a great deal. And here they have him held up, and that'll be a scrum, and that'll be the ball game. 21-14, Navy wins the game, wins the pool, takes the number 3 seed. Penn State will take the number 4 seed, possibly. I'm just checking on the numbers because they're very close with St. Joseph's. 4 and 5, it doesn't matter because they'll play each other anyway. St. Joseph's and St. Joseph's and Penn State will play each other. And then Stony Brook will be your number 6 seed. They will take on Navy, it looks like, in the quarterfinals. Kutztown will take on Drexel, and it will be James Madison versus Delaware in the quarterfinals in kind of a local type derby there.
Ladies and gentlemen, you do not want to miss these games tomorrow. You're going to see a lot of these teams on NBC come June, but you get to see them here first at the URugby ACRC in Virginia Beach. Alex, it's been a great day of rugby today.
Awesome. Yep.
16 games, most of them fairly good. Seeing some of the best athletes in this sport in the country, and very exciting to be part of it.
All right. Well, we will be back tomorrow with the knockout rounds. Make sure you get to URugby YouTube channel, or you can check on Golf Rugby Report or urugby.com for more. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.